Hello. Hi. How are we doing? Hi. Hello. Hi. Hi. Help. Voice dead. Polka dying. Anyways. Hi, Croc. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, like and sub, because otherwise your fridge is gonna be gone. Hi, Shadow Clips. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Stan. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. And hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Well, I think you know mine, right, Stan? That is Zigzagoon. Easy, huh? And hi, Vegetable. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Bro, got a room? Yeah, I got a room. Water. Water good. Got a bunch of videos I want to look at. Venezuela, yeah. That was fast. They even had spare time. They could have gone out to drink, like get coffee or something, which is crazy. We'll see how it goes, though. We'll see how it goes. Right? Don't want to have them go. Your room is so white. But which Zigzagoon? Hoenn. The Hoenn version. Like, I like Galarian Zigzagoon. I like Galarian Linoon, but I don't like that fucking thing. I don't like it. The second stage I hate it. What is it called? I forgot what it's called. It doesn't matter. Why is it on two legs? Diabolical. Obstagoon. I woke up at 3:45. Damn. I woke up at like 6. Uncle will not understand my spell. I'm gonna make a spell that makes your ovaries just pop. Like, gone. It's for now a good start, even great, but we'll see if they really fix the situation. They're free Venezuela. I hope they'll free Cuba on the way. Legs the goon. No, I do not. Not the opposite goon. The Zigzagoon though. That's one. That one's peak. That one's peak. I like the shiny also. The shiny's also pretty good. Sleep at 8 in the morning. Isn't it? Wait. And I understand that I didn't sleep. Yeah. Sleep is important, kiddos. Ah, yes, I'm sitting in a glass house throwing rocks at you, by the way. Because I'm the guy not sleeping properly. I think I've not slept properly for like 4 weeks. We are cooking. Hi, Lulu. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. Alright, we'll start as usual with the Croc video. This time a longer one, right? Because Croc provides videos too, sometimes. We also have a Piper Raquel video. It's not completely up to date, but that's fine. I'll fill the gaps, right? Because I think that's just insane. Tomorrow I have a math exam. Give me advice, dude. Study. Why are you here? Study. I'm gonna die. Well, it was nice knowing you. Study. Why are you even here? Why are you even here? Why are you here? We have a very interesting ref video that I want to look at too. A bunch of things. Because about iDubbbz, because my god. That is from what I've heard, that is diabolical what happened to this guy. So that's also something we have. We have another JVS video too. Yeah, we have a few things that I really want to look at, that I really have to look at, which is why we probably just jump over right away. You complain about me sending the same videos? No, I do not. I like them. I like them. I like them. Don't worry about that one. Yoink. No, we're over here. Of course we are. Because we need to look at a few things. Got a few things that we need to look at. I'm asleep now. Stay safe. Good night, Lulu. Rest well. Night night. Buster Crocorock. Busting a Crocorock. Anyways. Yeah, I heard about items a lot. What the fuck? Yeah, it is crazy. It's crazy. It's from what I have not seen the infamous clip yet. I've not seen it, so I don't want to be spoiled because that's a highlight. I have not seen the infamous clip yet of what Anissa, his wife, said to him. But anyways, we'll start with this one first. Why the Internet Loves Buster Keaton, by Don McHall. I think that's how you say it. Interesting. That name, by the way, seems to be familiar. I just don't know why. But that name is familiar to me. Buster Keaton. I have no idea, though. But I think I've heard this name somewhere before. Anyways, we'll go in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate your support. We'll go in.
The silent comedian Buster Keaton seems like an unlikely candidate for online fame. For one thing, he died in 1966, when the earliest version of the internet was just being proposed. And yet Keaton is surprisingly popular online. His most famous stunt, where a heavy wall falls...
Diabolical. I would be worried. I don't know. To be fair, again, I've heard this name before, but I just can't... I just can't, like, place it.
...around him has been viewed tens of millions of times on various platforms. It's impossible to know exactly how many times Keaton has been viewed online, but I can safely say it's over 1 billion. That's the view total for the posts that you see on screen now, and this is just the tip of the Keaton iceberg, only a small selection of the many thousands of posts you can find across the internet. In the broader context of the internet, 1 billion views is pretty niche. For someone like BTS, it would be a rounding error. But objectively...
But, I mean, yes, 1 billion views isn't, like, huge. Yeah, okay. However, you also have to admit that this is, obviously, a silent actor. He's, like, the second most famous silent actor. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? That adds to it, which makes this very special. And also, like, the time, right? Why care really about, like, an actor from, like already, like, far before the internet, really? It's just a bit interesting. But then again, just like clothes can become modern again, and other trends can become modern again, I don't see why this can't happen with actors or music or whatever.
1 billion is still a huge number. Creating work that reaches that many people is no easy feat. What is even more amazing is to make something that is still being widely seen over 100 years later. Consider our current pop culture. How much of it will still be reaching a mass audience in 2123? Which of these faces will still be widely recognizable? There's a natural tendency to assume that the popular works of our age will endure. To imagine some kind of a Ready Player One future where yet-to-be-born generations are obsessed with the same things that we are. But I think the lesson from history is that most things that are famous and popular will eventually fade into obscurity.
Bro, I can't live in a world where people are gonna ask when I'm like 80, where kids are gonna ask what a DS is. They already ask what a DS is. I'm in pain, suffering. It's horrible. It's horrible. Help. But that is very true. That is very true. To be fair, we do have the advantage of being able to preserve things much more easily than previous times. However, we have to also admit that the more we preserve something, the worse in quality it gets, which is really interesting. Like, right, if you preserve something and you properly preserve it, especially in modern times, it should actually get better in quality, not worse. But it gets worse. More pixelated, weird aspect ratios, audio issues. Interesting.
Looking back 100 years can be helpful. A list of the best-selling novels of the 1920s is full of books that few people alive today will have read, like The Man of the Forest, Black Oxen, and Soundings. The same is true of the cinema of the 1920s. Movies like The Covered Wagon and The Big Parade sold millions of tickets during that decade, but that hasn't translated into a lasting pop culture footprint. Keaton, on the other hand, is still being seen by millions of people online. Why is that? I think there are a few reasons. The first reason Keaton is so suited to today's internet is the way people consume content online.
What was he doing to this horse? Hold up! Wait a minute! What the fuck? Hold up.
Why is that? I think there are a few reasons. The first reason Keaton is...
What's she doing? Why showing me this? What is she doing? What is she? What is happening here? What is happening here? She's milking the horse. Help. Help. Not just that, I think you can get better at throwing your stuff in a pile, but if you random it, not gonna organize it well, the pile will crumble. Obviously, yeah, but due to the internet, preserving something is more easy. However, unless you're Nintendo, then preserving your stuff is incredibly difficult because it gets taken down. But overall, it should technically be easier.
So suited to today's internet is the way people consume content online. One study found that 85% of views on Facebook are done without sound, which is why the internet is so full of videos like this, images with text on top of them. There may be narration, but it's not essential to understand what is going on. It's easy to draw a parallel to the media consumption habits of people a century ago, when the most popular medium was one driven by visuals and text. Today, much of the time, the smartphone is essentially used as a new silent screen. Critic Amanda Hess explored this idea in an essay in the...
True, not wrong. I oftentimes also watch videos if there's without sound. That oftentimes happens too, though to be fair, most of I do consume with sound. If there's sound, I will check if there's sound. If there's no sound, that's fine too, I guess.
New York Times. She notes how many things that are popular on social media, cute animals, babies, spectacular feats, were also popular subjects in the earliest days of cinema. Social media has cultivated its own mute visual culture, she writes. Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
I guess because like stunts and stuff, watching animals and stuff is like, and just, yeah, I think like is overall one of the easiest forms of entertainment you could get. So I don't really see the issue. It's the easiest form of entertainment that you could get.
Are designed to encourage endless scrolling, and that boosts videos that are made to catch the viewer's eye without offending her ear with grating bursts of noise. She notes how clips that don't rely on sound do well online because they can be consumed anywhere and aren't limited by language barriers. A good example of this is Kabe Lame, the most followed user on TikTok.
Why? Yeah, funny. Interestingly enough, Kabe Lame has been bleeding followers though because, well, he's not uploading as much as he used to, but also the format is just like people grew tired of the format. Also, the burger's being cut with a saw. Interesting.
The Senegalese-born Italian content creator has racked up over 160 million followers and 2 billion likes with his brand of wordless comedy. Just like the silent comedians, Avoiding the constraint of language gives his work a more universal appeal. Because Keaton can make the audience laugh without saying a word, his comedy also isn't limited by language. Just look at the audience metrics for this Keaton compilation video I made.
Interesting. Germany's pretty high up. So is Russia.
The views come from all over the world. As it was in the silent era, Keaton's work is still being enjoyed by audiences across the globe. A second factor for Keaton's popularity is what you might call his GIF ability. By that I mean his films are rich with compelling visual moments that are perfect for online consumption. As long as the internet has been around, Keaton has had a presence on it. If you look at the Buster Keaton Society's website from 1998, his fans were already excited about the potential for the new medium. But it took another decade or so for Keaton to really take off online, with the rise of the GIF. As the internet shifted from desktop PCs to smartphones, Keaton GIFs spread across platforms like Tumblr and Reddit.
I think what probably also adds to it is the stunts. From what I've seen, the stunts look fun to look at. I could see how that also adds to the enjoyment.
An internet of moving images could finally capture some of the qualities that had made Keaton a star. That was my game.
Did they just make a cup out of noodles? Crazy.
Way into Keaton. At some point I noticed GIFs that people had made from silent movies, and I was struck by how perfectly the content fit the format. So I started making my own GIFs, and then I made a Twitter account and a subreddit where I post them. I feel like the GIF is a very accessible way for people to discover and engage with silent cinema. Popular Keaton GIFs on Reddit will generate hundreds of comments. There aren't that many places on the internet where you're going to see more people involved in a discussion about silent film. Over the years, I've made GIFs from all kinds of silent movies, but none provide better source material than Keaton's. One 20-minute Keaton short can produce many GIF-worthy moments. These GIFs are all from 1 week, the first short film Keaton released. I think an interesting thing about the internet is the way that it allows people to pluck individual moments out of over a century of pop culture and put them in a new context. A scene.
True, right? Especially through memes. How many movies have gotten a little bit of their shine through just memes or GIFs? That's very true. That's very true, yeah. You know, something I find interesting, both Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton, and especially Lon Chaney, weren't considered that attractive looking, but were super popular at the time. Because, I guess, you know, first of all, being in a movie is generally pretty much a boost of popularity. I mean, they're not unattractive people, really. I wouldn't say that they're not, like, super attractive, but they're also not unattractive. Also, I guess, if you're entertaining, then that really doesn't matter all that much.
From an obscure 1930s cartoon can become a popular meme.
Somebody touch my spaghetti! Somebody touch my spaghetti!
A pop song from the 1950s can be...
Especially considering that we have people like Rachel Zegler that are unattractive, yet are able to star in big budget movies.
remixed into the soundtrack for thousands of TikToks.
Put your head on my...
Maybe one of the best examples is the 1943 musical Stormy Weather. 20 years ago, if you watched the movie and were blown away by this famous Nicholas Brothers dance routine, there wasn't really any easy way to share it with other people. Maybe if you had a copy of the movie on VHS, you could fast forward to this scene and show it to a friend, but that's obviously not the most effective way to reach a lot of people. Now we live in a time when anyone can clip that scene out of the movie and post it on YouTube or TikTok or Instagram. Other than The Wizard of Oz.
Very true, very true. Hi Pyro, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. I missed a lot of streams, so it would seem. Mr. Keaton looked really rough when he got older. Well, some people age like wine. Some people age like milk. And some people also age like a plum. They look good for the majority of their life, and then suddenly they start to get all wrinkly.
The potential audience for an 80-year-old musical is probably pretty limited. But this one scene has been viewed tens of millions of times online. A similar thing is at work with Keaton's films. Are 10 million people going to sit down and watch a 100-year-old movie? It's unlikely, but individual moments from these movies are able to break out and find a big audience on their own. In a world of short-form video content, you need a compelling visual to grab people's attention, and Keaton was a master at creating just such moments.
Well, I wouldn't say, like... The thing is, with the way silent movies are made, it is it's a little easier, actually it might be a lot easier, to pick out individual scenes and use them for short form content. I don't think, like, that he specifically cultivated it for that, right? Nobody could have seen coming that TikTok would become a thing, or YouTube Shorts. But overall, I think... because they're silent movies and they need to be entertaining and convey a story without speech, they are easier to be used for short form content.
Another thing that draws people to Keaton is how real his work is. He famously did his own stunts, risking his life for the sake of his movies. The fact that he fractured his neck while performing a stunt has become part of his online legend. In an age of CGI, I think there's an appetite to see people do dangerous things for real. Tom Cruise has solidified his position as one of Hollywood's last true megastars by embracing a Keaton-esque commitment to performing his own stunts in movies. Stunts are a proven, if sometimes risky, way to get attention online. And when you're dealing with stunts that are 90 or 100 years old, there's an added assurance of authenticity. With the limited visual effects that were available in the 1920s, there was no convincing way to fake most of the things.
To be fair, that's unfortunately a general thing when I look at it. That's unfortunately very much a general thing, that stunts are no longer done by actual actors. Not only stunts, even fighting scenes are not really done by the actors anymore, right? There's a lot of cut footage of like behind the scenes footage for Revenge of the Sith, where the fights they had, where there's fights they have used, those weren't done by the both actors for Anakin and Obi-Wan. Those weren't done for by them. So yeah, even for fights, they're not really doing that. That movie, The General, he just showed is becoming 100 years this becoming 100 this year. Crazy.
Things that Keaton did. His famous shot from The General, in which a real train crashes from a flaming bridge into a river, continues to amaze people almost a century later. Mr. Beast, YouTube's biggest star, showed that as much as popular taste may have changed since the silent era, people were still drawn to the spectacle of a crashing train. Obviously, Mr. Beast isn't making silent comedies like Buster Keaton. But one shared trait between the two of them is a drive to create something spectacular for the viewer. One of my Twitter followers once speculated that Keaton could have been a YouTube star if he were alive today. And considering
Yeah, he probably would. With this kind of stuff, he probably would. Also, look at Casey Neistat. Interesting. I haven't seen that name in a while. Interestingly enough, to be fair, most CGI looks bad. I'm gonna say this. Most modern CGI looks bad to begin with. Like, it really doesn't look all that good. There's like rare situations where I think a movie has pretty much perfect CGI, but most of the time, like, you can think, for example, of what you want of the Transformers movies, right? But the CGI in those movies is pretty damn good. Like, the CGI in the first and the second movie are pretty darn impressive. No denial about that. I feel like overall, movies that use a little CGI and mostly just practical effects seem to look a lot better. Right? Lord of the Rings is usually a big one that gets brought up.
He's kind of an expert in that area, I would have to agree. On one level, it seems impossible that someone exactly like Keaton could exist today. Child labor laws, thankfully, make it unlikely that a person could spend their early years performing roughhouse vaudeville comedy, even if vaudeville still existed. But if you could take the Keaton of 1923 and transport him 100 years into the future, I think he'd be a natural for online success. On the one hand, you have his ability and willingness to do dangerous stunts. When you add in his genius for visual comedy, it would make for a powerful combination.
I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. Buster Keaton was nicknamed the Great Stone Face because he always had that face in every movie. Interesting. That I did not see that coming.
The fact that he already has a lot of devoted admirers online probably wouldn't hurt either. I think a final reason why Keaton is so popular online is because the internet has made it easy for people to share their enthusiasm for his work.
Holy shit, that's crazy!
50 years ago, if you were a Keaton fan,
I really can't take XQC's reactions to things in general. It's really serious at all. Lord of the Rings did so much more work to look good. There's more team, more time, more recorrections. Like I said, it also used a lot more practical effects than CGI. A lot of that movie really isn't CGI. And then you have The Hobbit, which is like CGI slop.
and your capacity to tell other people about it was limited to those around you. Reaching a mass audience was impossible for most people, unless you had a show on television like Orson Welles.
He was, as we're now beginning to realize, the greatest of all the clowns in the history of the cinema.
Now anyone can have that power.
Now, you probably don't watch silent movies. I don't watch silent movies, but Buster Keaton silent movies are a little bit different.
How did Buster Keaton do all that stuff?
Connaissez-vous Buster Keaton?
Buster Keaton.
Buster Keaton.
Buster Keaton.
Hi, Buster Keaton.
Man. Buster Keaton. This man didn't care.
There was a time when Keaton's movies were difficult for the average person to watch. Now they're easily available on YouTube. If you hear someone talking about Keaton, it's easy to seek out his work. I find it interesting to compare the online presence of Buster Keaton with that of his contemporary Charlie Chaplin. Both have hundreds of millions of views online, but there is a key difference between them. Chaplin was much richer than Keaton, and he left behind an estate that actively controls his image and promotes his work.
Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. You know about the first movie in mugs? That the production filled the entire room with different mugs just to fit what looks good for the scene? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy, considering all the movies are free to watch now, being in public domain. Ah, interesting.
Chaplin's estate runs accounts with more than 6 million followers, perhaps the most of any celebrity born in the 19th century. Keaton, by contrast, has no official online...
Yeah, small Instagram account, an okay-ish Facebook account, small TikTok account, yeah, and also in Russian. Interesting.
...presence. Instead, he is represented by a dedicated fan base and groups like the Buster Keaton Society. There are people making Keaton art. There are people making fan edits on TikTok.
And even having crushes on him. It would seem very interesting. Well, I'm not surprised by crushes. He really, like, he isn't a bad looking dude at all.
There are people making highly influential video essays about him.
And that brings us to the last thing about Buster Keaton, and his most famous rule. Never fake a gag.
And of course, there are a lot of people making Keaton GIFs. Then there's what I would call the history picks factor. There's a bunch of big social media accounts that have built audiences by finding vintage content that they think has the potential to go viral. Keaton's work.
The original Michelin Man looks like straight out of a nightmare. Oh my goodness.
With its combination of largely being in the public domain while still being able to rack up millions of views, has caught the attention of these types of accounts. Just from my own Twitter account, the Keaton effect is plain to see. It's always easy to spot his birthday when I look at the analytics. One of the strangest things I found while doing research for this video was his Facebook page for what seems to be an app and e-commerce site based in India. Their social media strategy seems to revolve around posting clips from Keaton and Chaplin movies, getting millions of views, and then trying to redirect some of that traffic to their website. Whether people are sharing Keaton's work because they're fans, or they're just looking to farm engagement, the end result is millions of views. Most might just scroll on to the next piece of content, but it only takes a small percentage of those millions of viewers to create a new generation of Keaton fans. Currently, we're living through something of a Keaton renaissance. There's a recent documentary about him.
The Great Buster Celebration, 94% on the tomato meter, 86% audience score rating, an hour and 42 minutes. Interesting. Back in 2018, I guess people nowadays find him attractive. That could also be to the fact that men back in the Dark Ages looked a lot more masculine than what we have today, right? Sharper jaws, more adult, you know. I've noticed that too.
Last year, 2 major books were published about his life and work. The directors of...
Interesting, even books. Wait, there's actual references in John Wick? That's funny. That's funny. Even Mission Impossible.
Major Hollywood film franchises cite him as an influence and pay tribute to him on screen. 2 different biopic projects have been announced, with Rami Malek set to play him. I think Keaton's on...
As long as they don't turn out the way the last one I've watched.
Online popularity helped to lay the groundwork for this. There are millions of people out there who are at least somewhat familiar with him thanks to the internet. What has become this video essay was originally a presentation I gave at the annual convention of the Buster Keaton Society. The theme of that presentation was the next stage, in keeping with the overall theme of the convention. I looked at the various ways that people had discovered Keaton over the years. Before he even made a movie, Keaton was well known as a vaudeville star. Hundreds of thousands of people would have seen him perform on stage. Then, through the movies, he was seen by millions more around the world. After his career slowed, he eventually found a new generation of fans through television. Television still has the power to introduce Keaton to new audiences. But overall, the cultural influence of television is in decline, and the space it has for silent movies is pretty limited.
Yeah, to be fair, television is also dying because... To be fair, I think Western media in general has taken a great hit. I wonder why. Women must love his rough voice, which he also had. Interesting.
Today, I think the internet has replaced television as the most likely place for people to discover Keaton, and in many ways, it is more suited to that role. For one thing, the internet is more democratic. In the 1950s, only a small number of people would have had the power to showcase Keaton to a large audience. whether by broadcasting one of his movies or booking him as a guest on a variety show. But today, anyone with a TikTok account can take a clip from a Buster Keaton movie, add suitable music, and potentially get 1 million views. A lot of what we view online is driven by algorithms. While there can be big downsides to that, it also creates space for types of content that would have struggled to find a space on television. On TikTok, videos about knitting.
I mean, yeah, it would be very much unlikely for silent movies to have any real chance in modern television. That would struggle quite a bit. Knitting. 3.8 billion views on TikTok. Well, makes sense. Charlie Chaplin had a high-pitched voice like a British person. I know what Charlie Chaplin sounds like, I'm pretty sure.
Have over 4 billion views. On YouTube, people have built good-sized audiences by making videos about local transit. The same is true with Keaton. The YouTube algorithm has recommended my Keaton stunts video over 100 million times. It's hard to imagine television coming anywhere close to that kind of push, unless it aired clips of Keaton during the Super Bowl. What would Keaton himself make of all this? I'd like to think he'd be happy that people were still enjoying his work.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So when sound came to movies, the actors were doing voice reveals. True. Voice reveals.
Work a century later. Maybe a bit surprised, too. Keaton lived to see many of the biggest films of the silent era lost and forgotten, treated like a disposable afterthought by the studios. Keaton's films could have become as ephemeral as his stage performances, living on only in the memories of audience members, until at last becoming totally forgotten. Yet that didn't happen.
But yeah, it's crazy. 75% of films made during the silent era are now lost. There are fragments from a few of them. Wow, that's crazy. No, he did all the movies without speak for what I remember. Charlie Chaplin, yeah. I think he did speak in The Dictator though, if I'm not wrong. Right? Like the end speech.
Keaton created some of the most memorable images of the silent era, and today they're still being seen by millions of people. I think Keaton might appreciate the irony that a technological innovation has created a new medium that is perfect for his work. After all, it was another technological innovation, in the form of synchronized sound, that pushed Keaton's brilliant visual comedy aside in favor of wordplay and musical numbers.
While the music plays, you could dance for days to this lazy craze, free and easy.
The General, today regarded as Keaton's masterpiece, was a box office disappointment. Conversely, his earliest sound films were some of his biggest hits. Keaton at that point had lost creative control over his movies, and it must have been difficult for him to see audiences preferring a mediocre sound comedy to some of his greatest silent work. Yet time has vindicated Keaton's creative genius. The movies MGM foisted on him have largely fallen into obscurity, while his silent comedy lives on, still being seen by audiences in ways that Keaton could never have imagined.
I think he'd be happy that his work is now getting recognition again. I think he's probably pretty happy about that. I'm assuming that he would be pretty happy about that now. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I never watched silent movies at all, really. I think my mom may have, my dad, but me not at all. Interesting though. The stunts might be interesting to see, actually. The stunts could be interesting, but yeah. Definitely a legend, and good that people are remembering him. Definitely. Buster Keaton. Other famous movie is Sherlock Jr., a movie that's 45 minutes. Is that even a movie? Anyways, yeah. It makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah. Anyways, I think this is good. Especially from a preservation stance. It is very good that people are interested in his work. That is really helpful. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was interesting. That was interesting. Yeah, I just answered me like a human. He did this and that. We taught them to do this, thinking mid-words. The future is now. Coco's got me to watch silent movies again after we saw The Phantom of the Opera. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Interesting, interesting. Alright, anyways, we've got some more fun stuff. We're going into some a more depressing topic now, I'm assuming. I need to adjust my model. I don't like the way it does that. It's still not what I like. Stop. I need to adjust my camera a little bit. Okay, that's much better. Is it? I hate this. It's acting weird. It's acting very weird. Sometimes I feel like maybe I've just dropped it at one point and now it acts weird. Who cares? But that's what it feels like sometimes. Anyways, interesting. Alright, now we're going into a more depressing topic of the day. Hello, Duck. Hi, Samax. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Oh, boy.
So over the...
Oh, boy. This is the one. This is the one. Well, obviously, hold up. We're not. This video isn't fully up to date. Hyper Cal will never escape this by its Yankee. Or Janky? Interesting. We're gonna look at this. So, this video is from 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. So it's not up to date fully. However, it is insane of the arcs that we have missed for this girl. Very much. We have missed a few arcs here. So yeah, we're going in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate your support. We'll go in. Yeah, we've missed some arcs. I'm doing well. I've got new resolutions, more protein, more calories. Let's go. She's about to get buff. Jacked Samax. A jacked apple.
So over the past month, Piper Raquel finally did the unthinkable and dropped a link to her paid exclusive content. A decision that we talked about the possibility of a few months ago when she initially turned 18 years old. But honestly, we didn't expect it to happen this quickly. Just f***ing kidding, we all knew this was gonna happen sooner or later. But
yeah, it gets worse. It gets worse because she made, the day she dropped this shit, by the way, she made a whopping 3 million in a single day. 3 million. 3 fucking million in a single day. When you're about to have Shreks, remember this advice: to get through tight spaces, press the circle button on the side. What the fuck, dear Cocos? Also, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
For the past year, Piper's been collaborating with people like Sophie Rain and the Bop House extremely consistently, filming TikToks with them on a damn near weekly basis, going on trips with them for their birthdays and whatnot, and so much more.
I'll say it like a lady said it on Twitter. This chick's a groomer. Moving on.
Mind you, she even did a lot of these things when she was only 17 years old, which is oddly creepy to think about. But to be fair, we all knew this decision had been made for a very long time. She was simply just waiting for the right time to announce it, which would prove to be November of 2025.
Piper Raquel just put a paid content link in her bio, and the internet is screaming, "What did I just see?" No warning, no soft launch, just boom. Link dropped across TikTok, Instagram, even YouTube, like she was announcing a new skincare line. And the second people clicked the profile, that's when chaos lit the whole app on fire. Because, let's be honest, the girl does not look grown. That's why the reaction isn't just loud, it's explosive. Comment sections turned into full-blown...
I feel like you are very much too late. Slide. Not... Yeah, okay. I misread it. Here's the funny thing, though. You can now complain about her OF, right? Which she has now. But she had paid content before. If you remember, she had paid... We watched the Amala Ekpunobi videos, right? She had paid content before, and other minors had paid content before. This is nothing new. This is nothing new at all. There is a kids OF out there, essentially. A teenage OF. Now, you won't see anything explicit, but it is softcore. I'm not gonna say the site. I'm not gonna say it. It is crazy.
Debates, half the internet yelling, "Secure the bag, queen," and the other half yelling, "Why does she look 12?" and dropping links
It's not hers. Huh? Is that her brother?
like she's 30. It's messy, it's confusing, and it's exactly why the algorithm is eating this up. What makes it crazier is that Piper hasn't said a single word. No statement, no clarifying, not even an emoji. Just letting everybody spiral while that link sits there bold as hell in her bio like it's a casual Spotify playlist. People are stitching screenshots, zooming in, analyzing timestamps, making theories like it's CSI TikTok edition. Some swear she's trolling. Some say it's a PR move. Some think her manager
She's not trolling. I can't even show you the original Twitter post because of YouTube, because her clothes are a lot more revealing than they should be. Yep, we have only kids, essentially. We have only Diddy, if you will.
is unhinged, and others, they're just clicking and gasping.
Now, the most surprising part about all of this is the obvious hypocrisy Piper's always promoting. Over the past few months, Piper's constantly been talking about how she's trying to get closer with God, and over
just like Lily Phillips, huh? Lily Phillips also went and got herself baptized, getting closer to God. I see a pattern and I don't like it. There's a weird pattern that goes from ran through to godly woman. I find it weird. I do not believe these chicks. I don't care what anybody says. I do not believe them at all.
overall become more religious and just a better person, which now we can see was complete bullshit. Even her fans looked so disappointed when she said that she dropped the link, with people commenting on this exact scenario. Piper clearly doesn't care about being closer with God, she doesn't even care about being close with her fans, because if that was the case, she wouldn't have dropped the link in the first place, and especially even trying to justify dropping the link.
Let's talk about Piper Rock dropping the link. Honestly, we all knew this was gonna happen. Like, at least give life a try first. Those photos are not just like what you would see on her Instagram. Like, no crap. You think I'm gonna be like, hey guys, go look here for spicier photos, and it's me in a sweatsuit? I don't know. I'm just not one to like be like scamming people. I'm already this far in. Look at the hate I'm getting. Might as well make the most of it.
To fans and myself, it really did look like Piper
obliterate this woman. I'm still saying that this isn't her. This is her mother grooming her into this. But what do I know? When she says she's closer to God, she doesn't mean became religious. She means get the godusi. Time to get the cosmetic surgery to get a tighter hold up. Wait a minute. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. It's just insane. Remember how Lil Tay pulled the exact same move when this happened.
Was trying to promote this type of content just through the amount of videos she made on her TikTok about her dropping the link. For each video she posted on why she did just that, she would also post about the—
Guys, I fear for our sons. I don't fear for our daughters. I fear for our sons as well. Not only for the daughters, but for the sons. Because they're the ones who have to marry these things. Isn't that crazy? By the way, if I ever have a daughter that does OnlyFans, I'm disowning her, by the way. I'm just saying it. I'm just saying it.
The tremendous amount of money she was making from it. Once again, literally just glorifying the fact that she has a link and promoting it to even more girls that follow her, which is really terrifying because we have to keep in mind the demographic of people that watch Piper Raquel. And yes, you can make the argument that they're
underage little girls. That's just the truth. It is underage girls. Just the truth. It is. Poke dropped the link. The only link I'm dropping is a link to Dagestan for 2 to 3 years. And forget.
are a lot of people that grew up watching Piper and are older now, but majority of her audience nowadays are legit children. And Piper and the rest of the Bop House are constantly instilling the fact that OF is a—
Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, it's true, by the way. It is confirmed that she also joined the Bop House. Which I will now for referring to the Groomer House. If I ever had a daughter who does OnlyFans, I would no longer have a daughter. Correct?
Legit career path and a normal thing to do.
I'm gonna tell one of my dearest friends how much I made this month. Real quick to just, okay. All right, so I'm just gonna tell you how much I made this month. I don't know. Like, oh my God, I actually have some competition now. Oh my. I said I was never gonna do this. No way, shape, or form am I trying to influence you to do anything that you don't want to do. Since it's almost been a month since I made like—
Remember how these chicks in the interview sat on a couch and said like they wanted to have like a farm and like their own family and children? And the worst part is some miserable sack will marry these chicks and have children. Just like somebody married, what is she called? I forgot what she's called, but like major yellow black side whore. Crazy.
One of the biggest decisions of my whole entire life. I really just took that risk. I always like to say that I should have proved you guys wrong. I ruined my life. This almost month, I made— You really thought I was about to tell you how much I made this month? Let's just say it's probably the most money I've ever had. And personally, I don't know if I'm ever gonna say, because I don't want to influence you guys to do anything that you don't want to do because of the money.
You guys, so this was post It's Janky. I don't know what the fuck she's saying about I'm not trying to influence you guys to create an OF after she says this is the most—
I made the most money ever in my entire life. But I'm not absolutely not going to convince you to do something you don't want to do. Which is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? Every day I wish OF to close. Instead, every day more opens and masses. What the fuck? Minors need to be born some comp. Who allowed it? Who sponsored it? Those web, like I said, that website does exist. It's horrible.
Amount of money I've ever made in my life. Like, the double meaning to what she said in that statement is just so fucking weird, dude. And like I mentioned earlier, Piper has made numerous TikToks over the past year promoting Bible apps, constantly saying how she's trying to become—
Huh? People say gatekeep your hobbies. Maybe we should start gatekeeping our religions too. Maybe gatekeeping, it sounds silly, but maybe we should start gatekeeping Christianity. Just saying. Just saying. And while we're at it, just gatekeep Hinduism, Buddhism, all the others. So these things just don't promote anything. Get out of here.
More religious, which we can see now is just a bunch of horse manure. Because obviously, if this was the case, she wouldn't be dropping a link of her basically doing porn to her child audience.
Thankfully, I have Haven on my phone. I downloaded it a few months ago because I was really trying to find my peace, and also I'm trying to get closer to my religion, and I found out that I could have a conversation with the Haven app. All I did was go to where it says ask me anything, and I put in very specific questions about my situation. I asked questions like, why would he do this to me? Can I ever forgive him? And I got some really, really good feedback. This day and age, it's very hard to trust people. I feel like everyone is out for themselves and no one is actually there.
We got Bible AI. Crazy. I don't want to suggest you should do corn, but corn pays good, bro. Until they realize that they're not Piper Raquel. And they make like $0 a month. And now their pictures out there. And whoever saved them permanently just has them forever. The holy and the whole. That's just the whole. It's a glorified chatbot. Apparently. This is the Holy Bible, not the Holy Bible.
For you. So
the fact that she would promote a Bible app and drop a link essentially right after just made fans extremely disappointed. Like, there are constant comments on all of her new TikToks about this. And I also have to say, even though she didn't drop the link right as she turned 18, what she actually did was debatably an even worse move. We all know her mind was made up a long time ago, and she was likely just planning on figuring out how to drop it and finding a site that would give her the best deal, because she didn't actually drop a link to an OF. It was actually a site which I don't think anyone has ever heard of.
But she has it now, guys. She has it now. She has an OnlyFans now. And make 3 million. On New Year's, by the way. You don't understand. There is men out there who pay for OF on New Year's. Do you understand how insane that is? Instead of spending time with their families. But then again, who would want such a son? They buy an OF. What are we doing?
So the most probable reason why she decided to go with this no-name site was because they probably gave her a large amount of money or some sort of incentive.
I think it's more concerning that she got on there and made an address video, like addressing all this shit, and was giving a motivational speech on why you should do it, pretty much. She said, you know, today could be your last day. You never know what's gonna happen, so, you know, do what you wanna do. And I'm gonna keep doing what I do because I love it. Motherfucker, you literally are saying, yo, today could be your last day, bro. Drop that OnlyFriends account, bro. Do it. It could be your last day. You don't want to go out regretting that you didn't drop that OnlyFriends link. Holy shit. And people are saying that it's free. I haven't dug into it, but if that shit is really free, oh my goodness gracious, what the fuck are we doing? And the thing, even if it isn't free, the thing that I'm like very concerned about is she literally does not need to do this at all. She has 18 million followers on TikTok. She could easily make social media a living if it already isn't. Like, I wouldn't be surprised with all the brand deals and all of her social media platforms combined. She is probably well over a millionaire by now. I mean, have you seen the fucking house she lives in? So she is probably more than likely a millionaire. Probably multi-millionaire. So she does not need to be doing this for the money. There's no fucking like reasoning behind this, and people are gonna be like, oh well, she loves doing it, it's for the love of the game. Motherfucker, what game?
Isn't it weird that we live in a really weird and twisted reality? Somewhere somebody is on like an oil rig doing incredibly physically taxing labor, and then this chick can just post whole. Diabolical.
There is no game to be played and no love for what game? What game exactly? People do this shit as a last-ditch effort. Like, whenever you have no other talent, which she obviously has talent, she has made it very far on all of her social media platforms, so she has talent. She knows how to work the internet. So, why? What? Like, there is literally no reasoning behind this. Like, whenever you have nothing left, this is what you do. Like, whenever you will have no other option, there's no other option except this, is what people do.
After this point, it was blatantly obvious that Piper was doing all of this just for money. But it's truly just terrible the type of content she's posting on TikTok related to it. Constantly flexing about the insane amounts of money she's made after launching the link.
Oh, I'm definitely not incentivizing anybody to do this. I don't want anybody to do something that they don't want. Post your hole already. Hi, Alexia. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. We're just watching a video of somebody who did underage softcore stuff, and now is doing actual stuff. If you know, you know.
And if anything, just promoting this behavior and lifestyle to other girls. And I truly think that Piper Raquel, Sophie Rain, and the rest of the Bop House constantly promoting OF as a normal career path and an okay thing to do is one of the literal worst things on the entire internet. And it truly is constantly getting worse day by day. Anyways, let me know.
Does bro know these statistics? That about 10% of young American women have an OF? Does bro know? I don't even think bro knows. I'm gonna assume that there's gonna be like... You're gonna find... I think we will be at a point where it's more likely to find a woman with an OnlyFans that, or any, just in general, any, adult material on the internet than, a girl that is not. I think we will eventually reach that point where that is the case.
What you guys think about the situation in the comments down below. Also, make sure to like and subscribe for more videos like this. They both take 2 seconds to do, and I'm serious, they really do help out so much more than you guys think. And I'll see you all in the next one.
Diabolical, shut the site down, shut it all down. If this continues, just take women's rights to at least make corn, like, just like straight up, I don't know, we need to do something. This is getting out of hand. This is actually getting out of hand. I'm just saying, we should probably put something in place that prevents this. I don't know what we have to do, but this is getting out of hand. This is really getting out of hand. I truly believe there is no point of return. There's no point of return. I don't think that we'll return from this or recover from this. This has been permanently damaging to society. I think the only way this is gonna end is if like Western society completely collapses. That's the only way you're gonna stop this. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. The answer's simple. Doing OF is cheap, took less effort, and pay is big, and the worst part is that it's completely encouraged by the platform. Yeah, but here's a slightly little problem. It only pays big if you already have an audience. No audience means no paying big. The average woman in OF makes $180 a month. And the more women join this website, the less the average is gonna make. Meaning that potentially your future girl has her holds out there for a cheeseburger a month. It is crazy. That's the fun part. It doesn't even pay big if you don't have an audience. That's the crazy part. At least take women's rights. At this point, I'm like, just take them. Just take them. Maybe there were. Maybe I'm not saying this. Maybe maybe the men of the past knew something that we don't. Maybe maybe they were onto something. For a cheeseburger. Yeah, that's the average, right? The average rate's $100. That means there's at least a rest of the 50% of the average that makes below 180. That means there's women out there who post their holds online and make like a salami pizza a month. Crazy. More men need to be gay to make OF women bankrupt. Yeah, but then we get more fertility crises. Men can't impregnate each other, so that doesn't help either. We need something else. We need something else. Just straight up publicly shame it the moment we see it. Like, literally, like, do it in the olden times. Throw vegetables at them, like tomatoes, any other things. Just throw shit at them, right? Like the old times. The good old days. No, they weren't. Get me to the other side and then take their rights. Fine, we'll count you as a homie. That's fine. Just don't start an OF. Thank you. Okay, what are we looking at? I'm not gonna do Megaverse one. Fuck no. That's right. Pokemon, more competition, less money for each. Yeah. You know what? We're gonna watch it. The most diabolical clip I think I've ever heard of supposedly exists out there against iDubbbz. We're gonna do it.
Hey, what's up, guys?
At least no fucked up aspect ratio. That's good. Now nuclear family's looking kind of good for society, huh? It was always good for society, but the elites were like, you know what would be really useful? That we could tax women. And big audience gives good money, even here, I think. Yeah. Anyways, this could be top 10 worst clips that came out of iDubbbz and Anissa. This is probably top 10 worst clips. Easily. Here we go. iDubbbz has hit complete rock bottom by ref. To be fair, we've had him at rock bottom. I don't know if that is anything we could ever achieve. I don't think there's anything you can go much deeper than this, by the way. From what I've heard, this is a diabolical clip. I don't know. I've heard that what Anissa said to iDubbbz is horrible. I at least hope that the video is about that. But yeah, let's jump in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll go in.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So today we're going to be checking in on the happy couple, iDubbbz and his wife Anissa, because right now they are being canceled by even their own audience. for some very bizarre comments they have made on a recent live stream where they were not only bashing Americans and the United States as a whole, but they were also bootlicking brutal regimes.
I remember seeing that one Halloween picture they did. That was bad. That was bad. That was bad, but this one is way worse. If it's in here, this one is way worse.
Because I guess that's the way they want things to be. But before we get into the actual content for today, a reminder, today is the final day you can claim my Chocolate Wonderland flavor jar with Advanced. This is a cocoa.
My boy can no longer claim this, so we can skip this. You are not getting this. We are quite a bit late.
And ladies and gentlemen, at this point, iDubbbz has become a lolcow. Okay, he has been basically bullied off of places like Twitter. He hasn't tweeted in months. He's been essentially bullied off his main platform, YouTube, uploading maybe once every couple of months, and, well, his sterling political commentary is definitely missed. But he's also reached a particular status, like I said, a lolcow status, where now his preferred method of making content, which is streaming on Twitch, has resulted in haters now making basically curated videos of his streams to make fun of him. He's really reached that status.
So we are farming this man just like lolcow. He can be farmed. He can be farmed.
He's in like the DSP zone at this point. But yeah, during a recent stream, he has been trying a new, very bold and innovative endeavor here by watching 90 Day Fiancé. This is something that literally he would have made fun of 10 years ago. Okay, he would make fun of someone who's desperately trying to hold on to 100 or so viewers by basically, jingling the shiny keys in front of them by watching 90 Day Fiancé.
154 viewers. You are telling me a guy who has almost 7 million subs on YouTube can barely pull any viewers on Twitch? What the fuck? Also, he looks like he does not shower at all.
Which, in case you guys don't know how that show works, basically, a foreigner, starts a relationship with an American, and after 90 days, they have to make a decision of whether or not they're going to get married, and if they do, they'll get a green card, and they get to stay in the United States. Now, the episode we're talking about today involves this guy who is from Iran, and the problem is, during the episode, as they were reacting, iDubbbz and his wife Anissa started to bash this guy as he was appreciating the freedoms he's experiencing in America as someone from Iran. Let's see what they had to say.
People singing and dancing like on the street, it just feels weird because if you do that in Iran, like they can arrest you. Did you know that?
Yeah, I've heard that, by the way, which is crazy. I've heard that apparently they can arrest you if you sing and dance. It's really interesting. Also, by the way, which I did not know, which I find insane, music is haram. Yeah, you heard that. Music. Music is haram in Islam. I am super confused. Especially since a lot of Muslims live in the Western world. Like, you move to a country. You live in a country where music is essentially everywhere.
For dancing?
Like this, like
It's a little eye-rolly, like why are you presenting it like it feels like he's fucking paid to do propaganda for
the U.S.
Yeah.
Like the U.S. Like.
So this is so strange to me because I'm seeing everyone having such a good time here, being so free
and laughing.
But in Iran, you would be arrested on the spot for having any sort of joy.
If you were ever feeling joy, they would arrest you in Tehran, Iran. Like, it's just so...
Yeah, it's a little over the top.
Yeah.
The clip might not be in here, but I have found the clip should it not be in here. The most diabolical clip that I've seen. People arrested for dancing TikTok vids, pretty much.
It's like the lights are on, but nobody's home. What is this guy even?
It's my saying, stop.
Been talking about? Did you hear the part where he basically said this entire show, this episode, is some form of propaganda, that this guy's being paid to do propaganda? Please enlighten us, iDubbbz. Why the United States would use...
Are you telling me my man is hack maxing? My man's hack maxing. Look at that. He's 26, she's 37. My guy is hack maxing. My man is hack maxing. It is crazy.
90-day fiance to create propaganda against Iran. Quite frankly, and I'll say this again later in the video, the best propaganda against Iran and their regime is the regime itself. Like, they speak for themselves with their actions. Now, this man in the clip says that people singing and dancing publicly is strange to him because back in his country, you could be arrested for doing that. Now, of course, Ian and Anissa, in their very disingenuous nature, try to make stuff up. They're basically trying to say that he was looking at people being free, laughing, and expressing joy, and that's what would get you arrested in Iran. No, that's not even close to what he was saying. He was talking about dancing and singing. And yes, those things are illegal to do in public in Iran. Dancing can get you arrested.
Huh? Well, okay, yeah, the hijab thing, that doesn't surprise me. The fact that it's public indecency is also diabolical, by the way. Promoting corruption and What? Ah, yes. Me, making like a little dance with my arms is definitely promoting. By the way, I'm assuming that this doesn't count for men, I'm assuming. I am very much assuming that men can dance and sing in public and that women can't. So this does not surprise me. But imagine, like, you just make like a little wiggle dance and they're like, arrest this person! Prostitute! Crazy.
Or even flogged, okay? Singing, same deal. Singing in public can get you arrested. Very serious stuff. But we have this guy.
It is for women. It is specifically for women. Male singers have also been arrested. Yeah, but I would assume that the punishment isn't that severe. This is mostly targeted at women. I'm being for real. I'm being for real. Like, you know, the regime is the most responsible for the world for terrorism, right? To be fair, I'm gonna straight up say this. If I'm assuming that if that regime wasn't there, it would be a lot more peaceful and the Middle East would be a lot more stable than it is. Hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. It is interesting.
iDubbbz telling this guy how his own country works. It's absolutely insane. But let's watch another clip from their stream.
Yeah, it's starting to make her uncomfortable.
What?
You can't have your dog
On a leash?
even on a leash.
Well, where are
in
you
the
supposed to
street.
keep it?
I don't know, at home?
Okay, so you don't know.
Everything has changed.
Yeah, that's a thing. For some odd reason, Islam doesn't like dogs, like, at all. They had, like, essentially in the past, the major dog genocide. It's really interesting. It's really interesting to read up about that. Quite a bit.
I just don't think you have a
48
dog,
hours
bro.
ago,
Yeah.
I was in Iran, everything was...
No shot, that's true? None of this is true? That's what's so annoying about it.
This is so...
This is going to be a lot of people.
You know what's insane? This is two, essentially, Western retards, right? Who have not lived in Iran, telling somebody that is from Iran how Iran is. This is the same energy like the people telling, basically saying like, oh, we feel with Venezuela, and like, don't realize that the people in Venezuela are celebrating that this has happened, and they're like, this is bad, this has happened, and the Venezuelans are like, bro, we've lived there, we know what this shit is.
People's exposure to Iranians and Iranian culture. They're like, oh, I guess
you can't have dogs in Iran. You can't put a dog.
he just grew up conservative. Yeah, and just didn't have.
Because a lot of Muslims don't have
Right.
dogs.
That's why you have to ask the follow-up question. Her follow-up question told you all that you needed to know. Yeah. Like,
where do they keep it?
I have no idea. Okay, so you just don't know about dog culture in Iran.
Imagine going to another country and experiencing freedoms you don't have back at your home country just to have this absolute bajagaloon over here mocking you for feeling the freedom. And then he makes this claim about dog walking, okay? So that the guy in the clip says walking your dog publicly could get you arrested. Now, of course, Ian and Anissa say that's not true. And they believe a chatter and their claim about that situation. And of course, he's pulling the classic Hassan. We know that Anissa's trying to basically make iDubbbz the white Hassan, but he's really falling for something that Hassan does all the time. That's believe his chat. Like, he's basically getting trolled by his own chat because they say things that are untrue, and people like iDubbbz and Hassan take those statements as facts from their own chat. And guess what? It is illegal. Yes. In fact,
Iran expands dog walking ban. Not the doggos! Well, I guess dogs can drive, I guess. But they cannot walk. Interesting.
Banding this dog walking ban as we speak. So when he said that about a policy from his own country, the guy wasn't lying. And it turns out, wow, shocker, iDubbbz doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to another country. I know, I can't believe it. And then you have him saying basically he doesn't understand.
It's more so the audacity that somebody who's not from Iran tries to explain to somebody who is from Iran how Iran works. It is very odd. It is very banal. The white savior complex is strong in this one. For real. Like, it's really strong in this one.
The dog culture in Iran. He's saying this guy doesn't understand dog culture of his own country. Insane. The narcissism is absolutely off the charts. And this was one of the replies to the Reddit thread talking about this. This person says, could these two be any more repulsive? Every day they shock me, but this is as low as it goes, right? And this person says, I'm Persian. My dad literally escaped Tehran by the skin of his teeth. This video enraged me. They are literally being the most racist and vile they could possibly be, but they think it's fine since Persians are white passing. Total hypocrisy. If it were two Palestinian kids walking around Israel saying how weird it is to be free, they would be sucking it up like it were. Exactly. You know what? Incredible post, sir. If I had a Reddit account, I'd give you an update. This is a very good observation. But yeah, of course, things get worse, ladies and gentlemen. Let's play some more of the clip.
Really, I have to be careful. Yeah, I have to be careful about the words.
You can speak freely here. You're in America.
Are you but they're going to come find me and they're going to drone strike me. The Iranian government.
Does this woman, if I can call her that, by the way, know what happened to a French man, not a French man, but a immigrant in France that criticized Islam? This man was killed because he criticized with words a religion. And to be fair, I'm going to say this. If your religion cannot receive criticism, cannot take criticism without fully, completely falling apart, maybe you're in the wrong. But that's just me.
Will drone strike me if I say mean things.
Listen, he's planning on going back potentially, okay? And if he wants to travel back, he's got to be careful with what he says.
Bro, are they gonna check his last 5 years of social media history? Sorry, this is just so yeah. He's so scared. The producer, this is America. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, the producers almost never say shit, and if they do, they'll cut it out.
Yeah.
Here specifically, they're like, no, let's make sure it's all in there. We want the full context. He's nervous in this moment.
Let's comfort him because he's now in the land of the free.
Everything's perfect here.
Ay, 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 man. Like, seriously? You're mocking the guy for choosing his words carefully when talking about his home country? Wow, I wonder why he would do that. Has it really, come to your mind yet that maybe he's living under a very brutal regime that's going to take it out on him and / or his family because that's the way things are over there? But no, he's just some coward who's a crazy...
I wonder if they would pull this exact same move towards Venezuelans who escaped Venezuela. I wonder. Islam isn't really religion. Well, in some regions, if you'd attempt essentially dropping out of the religion, you die. So in some regions, it might just very much be a cult, realistically. Because that's technically a part of cults, is that you can't leave. If you do leave, you get severely punished for it.
He's afraid of getting drone striked, as Anissa says. Well, you know what? The funny thing is, she's trying to be hyperbolic, but she's not that far off from the truth. Okay, there are documented examples of the regime having one of their citizens overseas doing something bad that they don't like, and they will physically come find that person, track them down, and either intimidate or harm them in that other country. And the even more popular practice is to take it out on their families. So if you're overseas saying bad things about the regime, they will hurt your family that's currently living in Iran. They will take it out on them, they will imprison them, and / or torture them. Okay, it's a very serious deal. But of course, these two smug redacteds, they're basically just sitting there in the comfort of their own home, allowed to...
Bro doesn't want to say the word retard because if he did, then Twitter would be like, oh, he's not even afraid to say it anymore.
Live the life they want to and criticize whatever government they want to with no fear for their physical safety or the physical safety of their family. And they're mocking this guy who's facing that very real threat to himself and his family. And they even admit he wants to go back home eventually. So yeah, he's protecting himself as well. And here's the funny thing too. I think about this whole situation. You know, we have iDubbbz here, we're talking about him, but like Anissa too. Why are you simping for this regime? Posts like this from a girl who has an OF like Anissa,
It's like funny that she essentially supports a regime that if she were there would kill her. It's like the sheep supporting the wolf. It is so weird. It's so odd.
You would be in prison. All you'd have to do is post this single pinned tweet you have, and you would be in prison if you're living in Iran. Yes. It's not just public nudity that's banned. That includes online posts. So if you post even a single salacious image while living in Iran, you are automatically and immediately put in detention, and you face up to 10 years in prison for your first offense. First offense. So I don't understand why someone like Anissa would have such a desire to defend the Iranian government. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. But let's continue on because iDubbbz has doubled down.
I mean, honestly, that was the most frustrating part of the controversy. They just want to fucking perpetuate the American propaganda. We get enough of it. Iran sucks. Yes. Iran sucks. America, let's not pretend that America is this fucking golden object on the top of the hill. Let's not use it because they do it with North Korea as well. They do it with, well, actually, what am I saying? They're doing it with Somalia right now as well. Right? That's been the whole thing in the news lately.
But the things about Somalia are true as well. I will call you Reb. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. They do it about with Somalia. Somalia, that stuff is true as well. This country is hell for women, by the way, and little girls. Literally hell on earth. North Korea is also hell on earth. What is this guy talking about? He knows nothing, does he? Like, absolutely nothing at this point. Help!
Is like Trump shitting on Somalia. It's like, it's not the U.S. Like, Somalia has their own issues. But don't use Somali to be like, America the greatest. America, simply the greatest. It's a bad distraction. You can be mad at both places if you truly want to.
Propaganda. It's so funny. He's talking about North Korea and Iran, but let's focus on North Korea. That's the new one he brought in. He's trying to say that the United States creates all this propaganda against North Korea.
Bro, you can't even use the phones there properly because they record everything you do. They take screenshots by the minute if you have a phone from there. My name is Decay. The name is a ref to song artist I love. Ah, okay. What are we doing? What are we doing? What is this? Everybody who escaped from North Korea will tell you the same story. This place is hell on earth. What are we doing? That is diabolical. That is diabolical. The clip that I wanted to originally show is not in this video. I'm still gonna show it. That is crazy.
Just like with the Iranian regime, you know what the best propaganda against North Korea is? The existence of North Korea. Okay, the government and what they do is enough propaganda. The truth is more damaging than what any propaganda or lies could ever hope to accomplish. And he's also saying, oh, look at this. They're now doing it to Somalians in the United States. When you say doing it, like, do you wonder why that's happening? Like, did you not see the news recently? There's like a minimum of $8 billion in the state of Minnesota that have been taken by fraud by the
Yeah, just say that you have a daycare with like 120 kids and then they just get money. There's a new glitch in town, guys. A new money glitch. Reb6 is the song artist. It's Reb6 is life. Ah, okay.
Somali population there. And in fact, that 8 billion is so big, it almost eclipses the entire GDP of Somalia for the year of 2025. Yeah, we're finding daycare centers in Minnesota that are getting millions of dollars a year, and there's not a single kid that's enrolled there. They're just collecting money. Yeah, that's why they're doing it to Somalia at this point. This guy's just living with blinders, acting like any...
How does this even... I still have questions. How does this go unnoticed, by the way? Unless they like genuinely completely ignore it. How does this get... Like, eventually, you just have to check up if there's actually, like, children. Right? I never understood this. You say, Iran, please make the great difference between the regime and population. Obviously, the regime and the population are not the same. Right? I'm probably assuming that would North Koreans know that they would have it better? I think deep down they would know it too, right? Right. The political leaders are not the people, obviously.
Criticism of a country or people must be racism or propaganda or something like that. But of course, things get even more interesting because iDubbbz would clarify his position. I guess we're tripling down. Basically, at the start of this clip, I'm not going to play the whole thing because it's kind of long, but a longtime subscriber calls him out and says, like, this is kind of the final straw. All of this is going really bad. So then he says that basically, don't compare Iran to the United States or the United States to any other country to make them look bad.
that chatter didn't even stay to hear your response. I know, like, I've seen them in here as well. It's like, what the like, that's so strange. Arc_VR says, my family fled Iran, though, and some still exist there and have told me the same sort of stuff. Dude, that's fine. You can be critical of Iran. I'm not taking that away from you. What? I'm not taking that away from you, but don't use it as an excuse to say, like, America the Great and, like, feed into American propaganda, right? Like,
I think the funniest thing about that...
In comparison to Iran, America and Europe are essentially the Sesame Street. What are we on? What are we on here? What is this man smoking? If Iran already the topic, do you know, Poke, if you should call the Iranians or Persians? I have no idea because I have barely any idea of the history. But if you ask me like that, probably Persians. Because I'm finally get an arm tat. It's a crossbow, but not like a basic one. One that's realistic. Okay, cool. Not bad.
Clip is that iDubbbz in his commentary is so boring, even his own camera can't stay focused. Even his own camera has completely lost interest in anything iDubbbz is up to. But he makes this claim saying it's unfair to compare countries and do so to make one look bad compared to the other. Have you checked in on your good pal Hassan? He does this all the time, especially with China. He's constantly comparing China to the United States to simp for that regime. I guess they have that in common. They love bootlicking regimes. But yeah, he does that all the time to try to disparage the United States and Americans as well. And I'll say it, I'm not some scared little guy like iDubbbz here. Yeah, I think the United States and its government gives us more freedom and treats its citizens better than Iran. I know, shocking. I know that's a very, very patriotic and crazy thing for me to say, but yeah, I'm not afraid of whatever audience someone like iDubbbz would create over the years by trying to appeal to this nonsense. I'm not afraid to say that, and I don't think anyone should be. And shame on iDubbbz for this absolute garbage that he made me watch today because, wow.
I mean, the US at this point is probably more free than even Europe. Because here you can get jailed for what they consider hate speech. My friend's mom is just like chill as fuck. So she's doing it for me. It's her job. She's very good. Not bad. Pretty good. Essentially getting it for free. Who could complain?
This guy is insufferable. Absolutely insufferable. But anyways, that's going to do it for today's video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below.
This was not the clip I wanted to show. Get ready. This is probably the worst clip I've ever seen of these two. This in comparison, just like, okay, this is propaganda, but the other one that I wanted to show is way worse. Into the right term, they've been called nation like 3,000-4,000 years ago. On the conquest of the Greece gave them around this version. Ah, okay. Interesting. This is not the clip I wanted to show. Hold up. This is the clip I want to show. This is from XQC, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. I just want to show this clip because it's horrendous. Hold up. This is really bad. This is really bad. This is the worst thing I've probably seen. This is horrible.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like
in like the viewfinder, extremely masculine chin, which is also why I like the buzz cut because it like emphasizes your chin and your like heavy brow. Like I would argue you have one of the most part of the reason why I don't want to have a child with you is because I'm terrified if we have a girl that she's gonna have all your masculine features.
Like, imagine your wife tells you... Holy cuck, by the way. Imagine your wife tells you that your features are so unattractive that she doesn't want a child with you. Imagine that. Imagine telling that to your... Imagine hearing that from your wife. I'm gotta go. been up since 3 p.m. yesterday. It's 9:37 a.m. But I have a good stream. You seem cool as fuck. Take care, Decay. Have a good night. Or whatever. It is diabolical telling that to your husband. That is horrendous. That is that is evil. That is what I consider evil. That is crazy work. Since 1979, the Islamic regime of Iran corrupt Iranians. Good name. So Iranians scared to be judged from people who don't know differentiate the regime from the people. So some Iranians up to today were like, Irani, no, I'm Persian. It was escape from identity that includes the terrorist regime. Ah, okay. I get it. I don't know if this gets worse. I don't know if this gets worse, but this is horrendous.
Isn't that interesting? I think about that a lot.
Yeah, I have never met somebody who has such an eagle face. Like, you have a very strong brow, which is very attractive on men. To be honest, there's a lot of attractive women that have that as well, like Kristen Stewart.
Yeah.
But combined with me, I think the combination would be bad for a woman.
Nah.
I don't.
Yo, if I heard that, I think my soul would leave my body.
We need a new word. That's no longer cuck. What is this? That is diabolical. That is diabolical. Like, yo, I don't want to have children with you because if we mix our genes, they wouldn't work well together. Oh my god.
Chat, I think if I heard that, guys, it feels like such a a way to say you don't have to with somebody. If you a reason, like the reason, because if they had these features, dude, that'd be like it just feels like you just don't want to have to with me overall though. It feels like an excuse though.
If we have a girl, like brow, like I find it fascinating because like if I look at you, even in like the viewfinder, extremely masculine chin, which is also why I like the buzz cut because it like emphasizes your chin, and you're like heavy brow. Like I would argue you have one of the most part of the reason why I don't want to have a child with you is because I'm terrified if we have a girl that she's gonna have all your masculine features.
What is this man doing? Why is he taking this? Why is he taking? I mean, he's probably taking a lot tonight, but oh my god, that is horrible. This is the worst clip of these two I've seen in a while. She's essentially just really saying, yo, I don't want to have kids with you because your features would look horrible. I don't believe she's attracted to him at all. No reasonable person would ever say this. No woman would ever say this to her husband. No normal woman.
Brow. Isn't that interesting? I think about that a lot.
Yeah, it's.
He thinks about that a lot. Yeah, that's the clip, by the way. He thinks about that a lot. He sits down here and is like, my features would look horrendous on my daughter, so I'm not gonna have children.
I don't want to have children.
It's pretty only if it's a girl. That is still crazy. That is still insane. The summary is pretty accurate. I don't want to have children with you because they might end up looking like you.
Children with you because they might end up looking like you. I'm saying, imagine saying to your husband you don't want to have children with him because you're scared that if you do, you might look ugly. Yeah. Guys, this is kind of sad. The man who was
cucked to death. Holy.
To death. Jesus Christ. Guys, this is really sad, no? That's mean.
Mean is not a word, folks. There's too many podcasts. Shut it down. Who the hell watches this? Good question. That is horrible. But it's good that these two won't have children. Because ain't no way my generation, the next generation after that, has to deal with that.
There's too many podcasts. Shut it down. No, I watched this. This is funny. This is fun.
This is horrible. Oh my god, yeah. Initially I just wanted to show that clip, but interesting that Anissa and Idubs are sharing what one would call Iranian left-wing propaganda, it seems, because that's where it stems from, right? At the end of the day, that stems from their leftist beliefs. Turbo Marxists, as we like to call them. Well, technically they're champagne Marxists, but anyways, that was horrible. Like, comment, and subscribe. That was a miserable experience. I did not see that coming. That was a miserable experience. Holy fuck. That was a horrible clip right there. Absolutely diabolical. Guys, I'm taking a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. And then we'll continue. Quick bathroom break. Anyways, I'm back. All right. Also, let me quickly check Discord. Is something that's interesting or not? Let me check that real quick. There's still something there. Okay. Works. Okay, I have another video if you want to watch it. It's short. Yeah, we can do that. And then we have another video from Shadow Eclipse, which I also need to look at. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. The longest movie, huh? Interesting. I'm curious. Very curious. Let me click on something.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here. So today we're going to be checking in on...
Chill. I also have a Nero video that I really need to look at to keep up with the Nero-sama situation. That's also important.
You mean to tell me?
Anyways, we can do that. Seems fine. Man, all that yapping. Need a lot of water. Especially recently with the cut. This game will be a bit different. Okay, yeah. Sure. Alrighty. What is the longest movie ever made? I have no idea. But I know that some people like to watch 7-hour movies. This by Snup? I don't know how to say that. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. It makes a movie thingy when you like it. Isn't that funny? Isn't that great? I like that. Anyways, we'll look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll go in.
You mean to tell me that Avatar, The Way of Water...
Avatar Way of Water was 3 hours and 12 minutes. First Avatar was 4 hours and 42 minutes. Endgame was just 3 hours and 2 minutes. Interesting. Well, just quote-unquote.
...is 3 hours long. What if I get bored? What if I need to stretch my legs? What if I have to pee? To some people, watching a 3-hour movie is a painful experience. But as it turns out, there's actually no upper limit to how long you can make a movie. And while, realistically, you're going to have to take these kinds of movies in multiple sittings because the length is long enough for you to dehydrate to death, it is interesting to look at these obscenely long movies.
How long is the cure for insomnia? 87 hours? That can't be him. 87 hours. How long can you go without water? It's about 3 days. 87 hours? What the fuck?
That evidently exist, and to question whether they deserve their length, or if it's just some ego project stretched out to 500 hours so it seems notable. Satan Tango is a movie that most people only know about because of its exceptional runtime. Whenever people bring it up, they usually mention the fact that it's 7.5 hours long.
7.5 hours. I don't know if I would ever do that, I'll be real. I'd never have the power. I'd have to do this not in one sitting, that's for sure.
That, and the scene where the girl poisons her cat. You basically have to dedicate an entire day of your life to watch this movie, which is what the director intended. But it's all paced very deliberately, and stuff is actually happening throughout the entire film, so I'd say that it's earned its runtime. Going forward, many of the longest movies are documentaries, which makes sense, as documentaries are generally less expensive to produce than actual movies. Stuff like...
Yeah, 30,000 to 1.5 million, that is not as much. Made in America, 7 hours and 47 minutes. OJ. Okay, Made in America, interesting.
OJ, Made in America, Showa, and Dead Souls rank around the 7 to 8 hours category. But How Yukon Moved the Mountains tallies up to a whopping 12 hours, 43 minutes.
12 hours, 43 minutes, but a documentary. Are we really calling that a movie? Would you really throw that into the same category?
Which is very long. It's about the last years of the Cultural Revolution, with the spotlight placed on rural workers inhabiting their new collectivist society. Out One is just 12 minutes longer, but is a very different kind of a movie. It's a French mystery film from 1971.
It's just French, so it doesn't matter. That's still 12. That's still crazy. That's just insane. Who has the time to watch this? I don't really watch documentaries. The only documentaries that I can watch are dinosaur documentaries, especially Walking with Dinosaurs. I just could watch that over and over and over and over and over again, and I wouldn't mind.
And his story is convoluted to say the least. Just look at the size of the Wikipedia plot synopsis. The IMDb summary for it says, following the May 1968 civil unrest in France, a deaf mute and a con artist simultaneously stumble upon the remnants of a secret society. Longer still is Resin, a Swedish documentary about different people's perceptions of nuclear weapons. Clocking in at 14 hours 33 minutes. It's the longest documentary.
14 hours, 33 minutes. What's the time for that?
Officially listed by Wikipedia. You can actually find the whole thing on YouTube, and it ends with some bong children talking about how nuclear weapons are bad or something. Seems like a bit of a letdown to me. Wikipedia's longest narrative film is
What? Do you wanna have say nuclear bombs are good? You know, plot twist?
Ecta Cinema Banapo, or simply The Innocents. It was shot over the course of 9 years, and lasts a towering 21 hours and 5 minutes.
What the actual fuck? 21 hours and 5 minutes? I would need like 10 days to watch this.
Minutes. That's about the length of a flight from Sydney to London. The movie portrays filmmakers struggling in the wake of the immensely destructive Bangladesh Liberation War. Now, don't get me wrong, this is a very long movie right here, but in the grand scheme of things, 21 hours just isn't that impressive. When we leave the—
What do you mean not impressive? Bro, 21 hours is not impressive? That's diabolical.
comfortable grasp of Wikipedia and head into the dark, perverse depths of IMDb, it quickly becomes apparent that experimental films can eclipse this kind of length again and again and again. As an example, take the longest and most meaningless movie in the world. There isn't actually any movie, it's just random footage spliced together to eventually reach 48 hours. In a similar vein, the much more well-known—
Well, that's not really a movie, right, then? I've tried to find that movie to watch. It isn't anywhere, thank God. I'm praying that it appears somewhere now.
Cure for Insomnia reaches 87 hours in length, and it's just random
It
garbage.
did cure my insomnia. 1 out of 10 by Eddie the Martian in 2019. I've suffered from insomnia for a long time. It's very difficult for me to fall asleep. When I do, I can only sleep for about an hour max. When I heard of this movie, I was excited. Finally, I might be able to sleep well for once in my miserable life. I thought to myself, but 3 days and 15 hours later, after I finished this motion picture, I tried to sleep. I have not slept since I watched this cursed movie. The X-rated footage spliced in with the rock of the poem. Everything I see it all again when I close my eyes. I've gone to multiple therapists, multiple doctors. They say they tapped into something in my past. I've been traumatized. I haven't slept since I watched this movie 2 weeks ago. My eyes burn, my body feels broken. I don't know if I can go on. 0 out of 10 did not fix my insomnia. I might die. 32 out of 36 found this helpful.
Again, there's a movie called Beijing, which is just a car driving around in Beijing for 150 hours. But is that really as
150 hours?
impressive as Modern Times Forever, a movie showing the gradual decay of the Stora Enso headquarters? Check it out if you have 10 days to spare.
Modern Times Forever for 240 hours.
Better yet, watch Ambiance, which is 3 times as long and about even less. It's just
3 times? 240? 480? $720? $720? Are you fucking kidding me?
really slow, looping footage again and again. The movie most cited as being the longest ever comes next. Logistics, a movie about the creation of a pedometer in reverse chronological order, lasts 857 hours. which is a
Over 800 hours. Over 850 hours. No, you should not watch that. What is wrong with you?
very long time for a movie. To watch this, you'd need 35 consecutive days, or the approximate lifespan of one book lice.
If I, statistically, I watch about shows for about 2 hours a day, okay? Statistically, right? We're doing the math, okay? We're doing the math. What was it? 857, right? Statistically, right? I would need, okay? I would need a whopping, I'm not even kidding, 428 days to finish this. Still less watch time than One Piece.
IMDb has 2 longer films in their repertoire. Searching
even longer
for America, parts 1 and 2, supposedly goes on for 905
hours and 21 minutes.
Although there's very little information provided on the movie. The IMDb trivia page talks about it with an ambiguous tone. It's inspired by a Steven Spielberg short, and is rumored to feature a montage that celebrates public figures who've achieved the American dream. It's directed by a guy named Connor Charles, who doesn't have much info, outside a sandwich shop in California being named after him. The other movie is simply titled 100, and has even less to go off of. Its rudimentary cover art boasts about being 991 hours.
991 hours long. I've tried finding them. I can't find anything. I think it's fake. Or that might be the case. That might be the case, yeah.
Long. With just 35 ratings, the only information we know is the fact that the quote-unquote movie shares the same writer as another absurdly long, obscure IMDb relic. QW, a film that reaches a mere 167 hours, has similar cover art. This movie actually has a description. Random scribbles in long length prove that just about anything can be called art. And I'd say that that's a pretty fitting note to end the video on. And as for the question in the title, it's either going to be Logistics or 100, although I'm not entirely sure if 100 is an actual movie or just a shitpost.
I think it's just a shitpost, because there's no way it isn't. There's gotta be a shitpost, there's no way it isn't. Holy fuck. If it is, if that actually exists, 991 hours, I have many questions. I have a lot of questions. How this is possible. That's crazy. That is insane. That is really insane. So we actually go by what the one that is 800 hours is on YouTube to... Go ahead, Krokok. I think this might be a goal for 2026. Anyways, horrible. Never gonna watch these. Like, comment, and subscribe. Yeah, that was an interesting experience, I must admit. Okay, let me add Shadow Clips' video. Where is it? So that was the Oz. We watched that. Okay, that was the Oz. The Wizard of Ooze. And then the one before that is another game that I watch Modern Times forever. Yes, you should. Now the question is, which one does he mean? That is the question. That is the question. Which one does he mean? Which one does he mean? That's the question. I mean, I already watched the Oz one, so it can't be this one. I don't know which one he means. Diabolical. Unless he means this one. Which I do not know. Unless he means this one. But I don't know. If Shadow Club's still alive, that is. That is. Or maybe he's gonna post something on Discord. I have no idea. Doesn't appear to be the case. Does not appear to be the case. Okay, I don't know which one he means. Okay, well, fuck. So I'm not gonna watch that yet. Until I know that this is the one he means. Well, we could do this one then instead.
What you're about to watch.
We could do this one instead. Because the last one... That one was also recommended. So we could do this as well. That's just 10 minutes, that's fine. Easy. Easy. Alright, perfect. Help. People will make games on anything nowadays by Javius. We're gonna look at that. I'm curious what hellhole I'm gonna discover again, because usually these are really bad. What was it? The horny unk epidemic was really bad. The LeBron James LeBron video was really bad. We're gonna jump in. We're gonna jump in.
What you're about to watch was one of my favorite videos that was unfortunately stepped on and spit on by YouTube moderation for a very petty reason. I got into contact with the support team and actually got the issue escalated, but in the end they basically told me to stick a finger in my ass, which I gladly did. But the video is back up, all thanks to Jalen.
Yeah, YouTube is like that. YouTube is like that. They don't really like people. Especially recently, make a bit more wild stuff and the AI is just gonna take your nuts.
Offline. When the video got taken down, I had already deleted the video, which meant that shit was lost media. But our boy came in clutch. Shout out to him. Hey, show him some love, y'all. I'm grateful. Now, I know
we do not love Roblox feed, buddy.
All of y'all know what Roblox is, but if you're a 65-year-old man watching me, it's a platform where users can create any game. But sometimes too much freedom is a bad thing because you end up seeing shit like this. Survive Funk in Area 50.
Survive Mango's Funk in Area 51. What the fuck are we doing? Just anything can be a game, it would seem. Anything.
51. What are we doing, bro? Like, what are we doing? Survive King Von in Area 51? Wait in line to get a low taper. Yo, this shit has
946 players wanted to get a low taper fade.
Players. I refuse to believe that. And a 91% rating. Bro, when I play this shit better blow my fucking mind. We also got LeBron click. Okay, why is that the thumbnail?
It doesn't end. The LeBron James Blaze is still there.
I better see him in the mage. Then we got whatever the fuck this.
We know what this is. We know who this is. Hi, Jenny.
This is. No! Yo, look at the game badges, bro.
Do you like play with Jenny for 5 minutes? She's starting to like it.
Do you like play with Jenny's titty? Oh wait, well my bad. Play with Jenny for 5 minutes. She's starting to like it.
Play with Jenny for 30 minutes. Rarity 4.3 minutes. 4.3% insane.
Yeah, play with Jenny for 30 minutes. You do get a badge for joining, and I'm planning to join this later in the video. But trust and believe, I'm deleting this nasty ass badge off my account immediately after the.
We know you gooned to Minecraft corn. There's no doubt that I have in my mind.
Video ends. Hey, let me stop edging you though. Let's see what a game like this could possibly even look like. Oh, fuck off, bro. Okay. Yo, damn. Oh, this guy got that shit. Oh, look at him.
Man, this nigga sexy, bro.
I don't got that shit on. This is an alt account because, you know, my main account got banned for, you know, falsely banned. You know how icky Roblox moderation can be sometimes. But I do got it on my main account.
Roblox has no moderation. What are you talking about? They never had any moderation. We'll never have any moderation.
Now, I do low-key look like a pink dildo, but this shit fashion, bro. All right, let's see what this game is all about. Of course, holy shit. Now, I am expecting this game to be a hot load of ass, but maybe, just maybe, I might be pleasantly surprised. All right, I take that back. I can't hear you. I can't even hear myself. Yep, go ahead and catch that light work. Okay, I gotta turn this game's volume down because holy. This game really spams you with the most brain-melting, penile, erecting, obnoxiously loud funk music. It's literally like 4 different songs.
It's literally just spamming funk at you. That's it. Why are you watching Brain Rot? That's a good question because it was recommended and I realize now that this is not as funny as the others.
The same time. So I'm gonna go ahead and speed this up and just provide a summary of what happened. Whole lot of nothing. I came into this game already expecting the worst and I was still somehow disappointed. I joined the game thinking I was about to have some bad fun. You know, the game's so bad that it's fun. But nope, this game's actual ass cheeks. I literally played, hold on, let me check. I played this shit stain of a game for 8 minutes and the only eventful thing that happened was me falling out of the map. This game was so ass, bro. I fucking died! Why did I get under the elevator, bro? How did I sell that shit? I'm done with this game. Yeah, this game's alright. It's alright. No, I'm lying. It's ass. Anywho, let's move on to something a little more.
That's crazy. That's still crazy that that's on Roblox. That's still crazy.
Sexy.
What's wrong with this nigga?
Alright, let's all keep it a bug. We all know who this is. If you don't, you could probably take a good guess as to.
Now we're getting into the, well, juicy stuff. You're not gonna actually play that, are you? You're not gonna actually play that. You're not gonna actually play that.
What type of animation she's from? Yeah, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's porn. What is this doing on a kid's website? Hey, it's Roblox. Don't even be surprised.
I want your dick in my mouth. Ooh, I want your...
What am I looking at? What the fuck is this game, bro? I'm looking around and it seems like at least 80% of these moving pictures come from a rather interesting source. Hey, y'all see that house over there? We're about to meet the Minecraft Huzz.
Shut up, little nigga.
Ooh la la, what you got going on? Okay, no, not the bed.
What avatar are you using? Hold up, wait a minute. My brain immediately activated the moment I realized this. Hold up. I know what this avatar is from. Buddy, what are you using? Stop.
Not the bed. This is Roblox, bro. Chill. Dude, this better not be like a hentai version of like a creeper or something, bro. Yo, are these real people or bots? Because I refuse to believe that any real person would play this shit. Not only that, this game's actually making Robux. 57,000 Robux. That's like what? $700? Holy shit. I'm making one of these games myself.
Yeah, I'm quitting being a VTuber. Yo, if that's the way it's gotta be, that's the way it's gotta be. Sorry.
So I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna rate this one even lower than the last one because not only is it weird, it's...
It is very weird. Hey, that's... No! Gee, no! Hi, how are you doing? Everything good? No. I know as well. I'm aware.
Literally, like, it's fucking empty. Like, look at the map, bro. I know this took at most 5 minutes to make. So my final rating...
What if instead of ninja, my name was nigga?
Alright, I'm back on my main account.
What the fuck? Don't ask how I know. I know why you know this. Ducky Samax.
Of course, the first game's gotta be LeBron Clicker. Let's be honest though, we've all wanted to see LeBron in this type of attire. Hold up, that does remind me. I was gonna make a video on the LeBron glazing epidemic on Instagram Reels. But hold up, that title's fire. Hey, real quick, let me show you an example though. Let me hop on the app.
Yeah.
What the fuck is my For You page? Alright, y'all, I found one. When I'm at the hospital for my son's birth, but I get a notification that my life-size LeBron plushie just arrived. Is it at least fuckable? Wait, why am I even
What the fuck? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Showing you this. Let's just hop into the game. Oh, Bron, where do we start? Okay, so it looks like every time we click, we get 5 LeBrons. I'm pulling out that damn auto clicker. Hold on.
Every time we click, we get 5 LeBrons.
All right, we got it. Let's go. Fuck. Yes. Okay, it's just an auto clicker. I gotta chill out. You're not gonna believe this. Okay, maybe you might, but I might actually be mentally challenged. So in this game, you're supposed to buy LeBron. Okay, not like that. But you're supposed to buy LeBron pets so that
Diabolical out of context. What do you mean by LeBron? Why do you want to buy a black man? Slavery was banned quite a while ago, by the way. Just for information.
you can get more LeBrons per click. Holy shit, what a sentence. But buying LeBron pets is how you progress. It's basically the whole point of the game, but I spent a solid 10 minutes in this small little area trying to figure out how to buy them, and the whole time, it was right in front of me. How fucking stupid! And to make it even worse, I asked in the chat, how do you buy LeBron pets in order to progress? And I started getting flamed by some 12-year-olds. One of my friends really joined me on LeBron Clicker. Are you serious right now? Alright, I just asked-
Bro. Well, your reputation is in the gutter. Hi Jacob, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. What do you mean kiss kiss romance? Calm down, buddy. Calm down. Calm down. You will not get any smooches from me, buddy. It's on Roblox today. Only kids chat. Kids only. Kids. Only adults chat adults because of protecting kids, and they blame Schlep for that. Good. Good. They should not do that. No wonder you are this dumb when you watch this. Says the guy that watches 7-hour movies. I'd be very quiet.
My friend how to play the game. Oh, I'm actually fucking slow, y'all. I finally figured out how to do it. I got a little LeBron. Hold on, let me see that shit. Happy LeBron. Oh, that's so cute.
Happy LeBron. Rarity common.
What is this dude in the chat talking about? You're recording? Bet. Hi guys, so Moon has a channel called I Hate Nick. Check him out. Yeah, I'm censoring that. Fuck you. Okay, let me actually stop arguing with these dickheads in the chat. Let's see what type of LeBrons we got. Okay, let's equip our best. Look at those numbers go. Like, my dopamine's getting erect right now. Huh? Okay, let me just buy the next road. Okay, this game's low-key kind of fire. I'm kind of starting to fuck with LeBron Clicker. Like, I might just give this game a high rating. When you're starving, even shit tastes good. Yo, hold on. I just noticed something. Now we got evil-ass LeBron currency. Ooh, this game's about to get serious. Alright,
It's just, why was I told to watch this? It is literally just Roblox games that are absolutely brain dead. And the worst part is, they probably make a buttload of money. Which is insane.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna skip forward here because the whole time I was just aimlessly clicking, staring at the screen, drooling at the side of LeBron. But that entire time, the two little shit stains in the chat were still flaming me. Yo, I deadass haven't even been looking at the chat. They're still talking shit. You know, I'm actually curious what they sound like. Okay, the main guy talking has voice chat, so I just told him to come over here and turn on his mic. Why? What do I say? I'm pretty sure I'm insecure about my voice. So you're telling me this dude was—
I think he's also called Duck, by the way. That's not me, just saying.
Talking all of that in chat and is too scared to turn on his mic. Yo, this guy's a bitch. All right, my Roblox ops left. Let's talk about the game. I actually spent a little bit too long playing this game. 18 minutes. It's kind of addicting, I'm not gonna lie. But at the end of the day, it's just your everyday Roblox simulator.
You could have watched an episode of Bunny Girl Senpai instead. And instead, you spent 18 minutes on an auto clicker.
So I'll give it a 5 out of 10.
I'm sipping on Pro Magazine.
Helen Keller, the experience? I was good. I was a good boy. How many LeBron I get? I already said it. You can't buy black people anymore. Stop. I have them song stuck in my head. High School Host Club. Okay. No idea what that is.
I found a new game, Helen Keller the Experience. Now, you know, this is just something you click on, you know, because it's about to be educational. You know, this game really lets us know the struggle she went through. And for that, since it's accurate, I'm gonna rate it a high 8 out of 10. A game like this on Roblox is beneficial because it's educating the youth on her hardships. Yeah.
Look at you gripping daddy?
Don't, wait, what? Gripping what? Don't get rizzed. Don't get rizzed?
Okay, so while I was looking for the Helen Keller game because I was trying to find it again, I found this game, Don't Get Rizzed. What type of bullshit is this? A funny horror game where a harmless buff man with the most riz tries to eliminate you. This sounds like it's describing a porn game. How to play, steal his...
How to steal his meat. Open doors with keys. Escape him and the maze. First of all, that's not even grammatically correct. Also, steal his meat? Crazy work.
Steal his meat, open doors with keys, escape him in the maze. Bad. Okay, this is the type of game where you gotta play this game with the most highest volume. Dude, you could have done anything else other than meat. Okay, we found one meat. Pick that shit up. Oh shit. Okay. Nice. Okay, look at that. I'm a pro. Okay, let's get out over here. Nice. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, no, okay, he's camping us. Fuck, he's spawn camping us, bro. Nice. He doesn't know. Dude, it's up that fucking end. Dude. No. We're good. Oh shit! No, we're good. Woo-wee! Now we're good. Yo, I'm actually kind of good at these types of games, low key. This might
so retarded. Steal his raw meat. I hate you. I truly do. Hi, London. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
be the peak of Roblox. I was questioning it a bit at the start, but I can see it. Also, I forgot to, pick up the crowbar. Okay, nice. Okay. I died. Oh,
you got rizzed.
Dude, that is actually the stupidest fucking reason.
I got the Giga Charm, baby.
Dude, stop.
Come back.
It's fucking weirdo, bro. Let's actually not die. So now we gotta just stand still. Okay, nice. We got the key. Nice, I found the meat. Stupid ass bot. Look at her. Died. Wait, where do I go? Oh, we gotta go back. Okay, maybe I'm the bot. Jesus.
Why resist when you can resist?
Okay, that's actually...
What the fuck, dude? Just what the fuck? What the fuck? Ban Roblox. I'm actually for it at this point.
Kind of fucking corny. Why resist when you can resist? Shut the fuck up. Oh, okay, yo, that actually kind of scared me a little bit. Just a little bit, though. So now we got TNT. It's not a key anymore. Where the fuck am I supposed... Oh, wait. Oh, that's so smart. I just gotta drop it here, right?
You stupid
yo, can this game stop doing this stupid ass effect? Oh shit, he's actually following me. Oh my god, it's right fucking there! Oh no, we're good. Okay, nice. Nah, I knew I was gonna win that. Okay, nice little...
He got rizzed.
I fell out of my chair to a stupid ass Roblox obby. I'm gonna just end the video here, bro. I don't know how to end videos. I just end them randomly, so...
This was most terrible. That was terrible. That was actually horrible. Diddy, is that you? Might as well be. Considering that most people that are on Roblox are kids. Might as well be. Yeah, that was a miserable experience. The first game was a funk game. The second game was essentially the Jenny mod from Minecraft. If you know, you know. And the next one was Helen Keller. And then the fucking... This one. Horrible. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was horrible. That was very horrible. We're in High School Host Club is a classic. Sorry, nerd. My bad, nerd. The Shadow Club sent the video yet, or nah? Need to check. He is not. Classic. Being left behind here again. The cat is running around. This annoying little girl. That's why I don't like women. Stop it. Anyways, let's see what we're gonna watch. Let's watch something freaky. Let's watch something freaky. I'm ready. We're putting this on 1.15 times at least. I'm about to eat this little cat. About to turn Asian. Stop it. Right there. Yeah, Stomach's early life crisis is over. Okay, we're gonna look at this. This is gonna be really horrendous, I'm assuming. Because it always is. Because it's our favorite topic. Cannibalism. Here we go. Oh, the internet caught a cannibal. by Brew. We're gonna look at this. This is gonna be horrible. You get the idea. We're gonna see people eat humans. Yeah. You get the idea. You get the idea. We're gonna go in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. We'll see how the internet found somebody who likes the taste of fresh human meat.
Dear Brew, today I am writing this email to you to report a case that may catch your interest. Not sure if it's worth being on YouTube since it's so violent, disgusting, and out of imagination. The case is about a man beheaded in January 2025, but the footage was revealed and went viral around August 2025. Further details can be found in this Google Drive PDF. With all my heart, I hope you can help us Vietnamese to disclose the case to the worldwide public, to put pressure on Vietnamese police and authority to pursue the case. Even when it went viral, they never acknowledge it, no matter how many letters and requests were sent to District Attorney. We were intrigued, and so hesitantly, we clicked on the link. As one might expect, the contents of the document were horrifying, but we knew that we needed to make a video about it.
That's gonna be diabolical, isn't it? It's gonna be diabolical once again. Oh god, good lord, help.
Not only is it the greatest example of the internet coming together to catch a killer, it is also one of the most blatant government cover-ups we've ever seen. Even though the crime itself is difficult to stomach, we felt that the story of the internet's fight for justice had to be told. We immediately rushed this project into production. But then, one of our incredibly talented writers, Maria, messaged the team with terrible news. Hi, I seem to have encountered a
I've
problem.
never seen Maria being spelled like this. Very interesting. Very interesting. Cannibalism now. Don't steal my raw meat. Pause, buddy. Nobody wants your meat. Chill. Keep that where you always keep it. This is gonna be horrible.
I cannot access the Google Drive file. This message pops up. It's my mistake. I didn't download it. I didn't expect for it to be taken down. It seemed the government had successfully scrubbed the online detective's hard work from the internet. But one of our producers, Carter, had been worried this might happen. The night before, he was about to sign off for the day when a thought popped into his head. Wait, this 106-page Google Doc, the only source of information on this case? What if the Vietnamese
Funny. 106 pages. Smaller than the average VTuber Google Doc. That's crazy at this point. Horrible.
government gets it taken down? So Carter rushed to go download it. Error. This is bad. He tried again, but Google wasn't letting him download it. His mind raced for a solution, but came up empty-handed. Jonathan, another producer, a whiz when it comes to research and navigating the internet. Okay, so we've got a big story here. Do you know of any way to preserve a Google Doc other than downloading in case it gets taken down? Scroll with caution. There's disturbing imagery. Fuck, just reading that summary. I know. I couldn't download it either. Let me see if Internet Archive works. Doubt it. Okay. Internet Archive only captures the first page. Trying different ways, but can't download it yet. I'll take a look at alternatives. And he tried for what felt like too long, until...
Well, the diabolical thing that you could do is just screenshot every single page. But considering the possible disturbing contents, that is gonna be diabolical. If you really wanted to do that, that would probably be very horrible.
I got it. Oh wow, no way! Printing it as PDF worked. So it saved? Yeah, I have it. I'll upload it to our server. Amazing, thank you. So when Maria reached out after the government had buried the story, luckily, Carter was able to say, yes, we made sure to make a backup copy. Now, armed with this document that we aren't supposed to have, we will expose the truth. We'll show you how these brilliant internet sleuths solved a one-of-a-kind murder case and why the Vietnamese government is trying so hard to cover it up. In July 2025, an extremely disturbing set of videos and images were uploaded to a shock site, the likes of which the internet had never seen. The first video was titled Rehearsal. It shows a man who appears to be in his 30s wearing a striped dress shirt accompanied by another individual wearing a tracksuit with 3 stripes similar to the sportswear brand Adidas and a Guy Fawkes mask from the 1980s graphic novel V for Vendetta. The setting resembles an office, furnished with filing cabinets and a ceiling fan.
Crazy work. That would take forever. Not really. Like maybe like 10 minutes, right? Usually like take a screenshot would be just like one click and then you just like go from page to page. But considering how diabolical the shit is, I'm not seeing it.
The maskless man then removes his shirt and positions his neck on a wooden cutting board, while the masked figure lifts a black cleaver and practices a series of chopping motions above the man's neck. The video ends with the masked individual embracing the other man in what looks like a gesture of reassurance. Both men then rise to their feet and the footage cuts to black. The second video, titled The Execution, shows the same
crazy work. Was that like a practice run for removing his head? Bro.
two men from the first video, now completely naked. The maskless man is lying on his back on a tarp spread across what appears to be a bathroom floor, with a wooden cutting board placed under his head and neck. The other man has swapped his Guy Fawkes mask for a medical face mask. As the man on the floor reaches the end of an act of self-gratification, the masked man delivers approximately 3 to 5 forceful strikes with the cleaver, decapitating the victim. Heavy breathing from the executioner fills the audio, along with the clear sounds of traffic and dogs barking outside. What follows is the dismemberment of the body. The executioner works with a level of ease, suggesting that this was not his first time. The scene was prepared in a highly methodical way, with several phone cameras mounted on tripods.
Bro, Ed, I have a question. What do you guys want me to watch? At this point, I'm assuming you're actively trying to either brain rot me or traumatize me. It is one of the two. That is crazy. That's crazy.
Capturing the act from multiple angles. The third video, Butchering, records the full dissection of the victim's remains in what seems to be a kitchen. Visible in the frame is a round stainless steel table, a sink, a bottle of dishwashing liquid, and a bottle of drinking water. Once the cutting is complete, the executioner arranges...
Is he gonna wash his meat like he's gonna wash chicken? Like some people wash chicken? Doom, hi Joe, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. That is, in fact, Doom.
Severed limbs in a large pot. Among the photographs that accompanied the 3 videos, 2 images stood out. One shows certain organs prepared.
It's diabolical how these guys, right? These guys had to work through the material. That's gonna be a very long therapy session, isn't it? That's gonna be a very long therapy session. Very long. Could be both. It is probably both. Don't complain. We know you love those videos. I'm not actively seeking them out, though.
In a curry-like dish, suggesting cannibalism. The second shows the executioner holding the victim's severed head while taking a mirror selfie. This photo reveals key identifying features of the killer. A stocky, muscular build, a balding, middle-aged appearance, a scar above his left eyebrow, a dark birthmark running from his right bicep to the armpit, and a tattoo on the right bicep that translates to, "That day, 13-9. Vietnamese internet sleuths believe that before the video and images were leaked to the shock site, they first appeared on a private Chinese-language Telegram chat dedicated to the sharing and selling of graphic material. From a leaked screenshot, the chat shows the pricing for access to the images and videos.
There are 11 videos and 98 photos in total, sold in packages. He's even selling the material. Bro. And the Vietnamese government is actually actively trying to hide this? That's insanity. That's insanity. I'm becoming an unk, we know. You don't actively seek any others, though. Some videos I actively seek, they're mostly the drama-related ones, but not these. I mean, I have questions for a particular person here as to why their For You page is this messed up.
98 yuan, $13 USD, for partial access, and
28 USD! Sounds cheap? Sounds cheap? Where do I sign up?
198 yuan, $28 USD, for premium access. While nothing was confirmed at the time, the available footage strongly suggests the act was driven by an intense carnal fixation, and the monetization of the footage appears to have been an afterthought. But regardless, there were more pressing questions than the killer's motivations, the first of which being, who was the victim? When the videos first leaked to the public, they were spread quickly across Vietnamese forums, and online communities began investigating. Soon, one name surfaced, Nguyen Xuyen Dat. While we couldn't confirm exactly how Vietnamese netizens first uncovered the victim's identity, it seems as though an internet user going by the pseudonym Phi Lee was the first to leak the name. Once his identity was suggested, internet sleuths located an inactive Facebook profile of the same name. The account's last post was dated June 10th, 2025, 1 month before the videos went viral. It read, "From now on, I'm logging off this account for good." But they needed more evidence.
Bro locked off more than just from an account. Bro locked off from this world. It's like weird. It kind of seemed like at first like he'd consent to it. Is that a thing, by the way?
Evidence before they could even suspect that this was the victim in the videos. Digging into the account's history, users found years of posts showing Dot repeatedly expressing a long-standing fixation. In 2022, he wrote, "Feeling bored, might look for someone to call and chat about beheading. Anyone interested?"
What? This just confirms what I just said earlier about, like, consenting to it? Why would...
Users also discovered that Dot was a member of online male homosexual groups, including one named Likes Beheading. Many of the accounts interacting with him were anonymous profiles with the same paraphilia. Further searching revealed that Dot used variations of the nickname Dot Behead or Dot Beheading across different gore-related or homosexual forums. They came across one account on an adult web.
What the... I love beheading. I also want to lose my head with an axe or a sword. What the fuck? Sexuality straight. Favorite core in BDSM. What the actual fuck? Oh yeah, there's this one popular case of cannibalism where the person wanted it, and the person doing it did it to closer them. To get closer to them. It's the purest form of love or some shit. Yeah, how loving, munching on your arm or something. Wow.
Website created in 2019 and active until January 25th, 2025. It included a profile description stating, "I love beheading. I also want to lose my head with an axe or a sword." Using the same alias, users found a thread on an anime adult entertainment forum known for hosting violent illustrated content. A translator there had posted a Vietnamese version of a manga titled Naked Headless Woman.
What the fuck? Taiwan is not one of them, so it would seem. But Vietnam appears to be, maybe, possibly, who knows? Probably not. Probably not. Because the government tries to hide it.
Noting it was translated per request by Mr. Dot Beheading. The manga depicted a scene in which a male character is decapitated by a woman at the height of physical pleasure and briefly remains conscious to describe the sensation. Many netizens speculated that
that's one way to get off. What the fuck? Who made this manga? What the fuck? They were doing it and then she just like removes his head? What the fuck? Axe or sword, bro, will deny guillotine. Why? Axe or sword? Maybe he wants to go. He has decided the way he wants to go.
Dot had become deeply fixated on this storyline and sought to replicate it. Using Dot's online aliases, online sleuths found 2 phone numbers believed to be his. Tracing them led to a Zalo account, a popular messaging app in Vietnam, under the name Dot Beheading, listing a birth date of March 10th, 1989. Someone also attempted to log into Dot's Facebook account and received a prompt to send a verification code to a phone number ending in 20, which seemed like a match to one of the phone numbers found. Members of the online community began messaging profiles from his Facebook friend list. One of them was Phi Lee. This anonymous user claimed to have spoken to Dot frequently and met him once in person. According to them, Dot worked
to a gay what the fuck? This is getting out of hand real quick.
selling seafood at the Phuong Quang Market in Hanoi, and his birth year was 1989, which matched the Zalo profile. With the name, date of birth, and potential area of residence, internet users continued their investigation and uncovered what they believed to be the details on Dot's family. Records of poor Vietnamese families receiving government COVID-19 support linked the Nguyen Xuyen Dat, son of Nguyen Thai Minh, to Hao Dong Tu village, an old address. His listed date of birth, March 10, 1989, matched. Forum users contacted the head of Hao Dong Tu village, who reportedly confirmed that someone named Nguyen Xuyen Dat had left home 4 to 5 years prior and had been missing since. According to this source, the family consisted only of Dot and his mother, who was said to struggle with mental health issues. If this was true, it would explain why no missing person report had been filed after his murder. With Dot tentatively identified.
Well, for one, he disappeared completely. And for another reason, he essentially, basically from what it appears to be, may have consented to it.
Attention shifted to the next major question. Where did the killing actually take place? And the earliest clues came directly from the footage itself. A closer review of the butchering video revealed a small but significant detail. When the executioner panned the camera, a plastic water bottle briefly came into view. The label appeared similar to La Vie, a well-known Vietnamese brand. That alone suggested the scene was likely within Vietnam. But netizens raised doubts that it was in Fengguang Market, where Dot reportedly had worked, as that area is surrounded by cramped housing. Carrying out something this extreme there would have been extraordinarily risky. Hanoi is densely populated, and it seemed unlikely the executioner would have chosen this area to commit the crime. Another detail.
So probably not a populated area. It definitely will get demonetized, that's for sure. It will definitely get demonetized. That is very clear.
In the footage drew attention. A yellow bottle of dishwashing soap with Chinese characters on the label. Vietnamese forum users began comparing household items visible in the footage to everyday products used across Vietnam. Some claimed to recognize them immediately. I sell household goods, so I know. The kitchen tools in this video are only found in northern Vietnam. I suspect the executioner used this type of stewing pot to boil Dot's bones to destroy evidence. That dishwashing liquid bottle with Chinese characters, 99% is from northern border provinces like Lao Cai, Lang Son, Cao Bang, Mong Kai, Quang Ninh. Taken together, the Lavi bottle, the dish soap, and the kitchen tools, the emerging theory was that the killing happened.
A classic. Remember, if you do something bad, don't have any names, product texts in the background. You know why? They found Andrew Tate because of a pizza box. They found Johnny Somali because of a pizza box. It's that easy.
In a Vietnamese province near the northern border. And if that was true, was the executioner a Vietnamese man living in that region? As speculation about the executioner intensified, the internet sleuths switched focus to piecing together a timeline. But what initially seemed straightforward quickly became not that at all. On Dot's Facebook account, there was a post from January 25th, 2025. 3 hours left until the execution. This date aligned with the final activity recorded on the Dot Beheading Forum account, also January 25th.
That explains why on his profile picture there's this axe. That explains that, okay.
2025. The implication seemed clear. This was the day the killing took place. But there was a problem with that theory. As we know, this January 25th post wasn't the last post on Dot's Facebook account. That wouldn't be until months later, on June 10th, 2025. From now on, I'm logging off this account for good. If he truly died in January, how was he posting in June? This inconsistency led to one theory proposed by the online community. Dot's execution was on January 25th, 2025, but the executioner kept his phone and continued using it afterward, managing his accounts, reading his messages, and eventually posting.
That would make sense, maybe to hide, maybe to lower the chance of being caught, potentially, is what I'm seeing.
The final status on June 10th. This theory gained more traction when the anonymous account Phi Li, Dot's supposed friend, released a screenshot of a chat log with Dot. The message, dated February 25th, 2025, stated simply that Dot had been beheaded. If authentic, the screenshot suggested that their theory was correct, that the killing occurred long before the video surfaced publicly, and that the killer had access to Dot's accounts following the murder. But it was what Phi Li said next that moved the investigation into entirely new territory. When pressed about what he knew, he claimed he was familiar with the executioner, and even provided a name. Chung. Another friend of Dot later shared their own screenshot.
Oh, we have a name for the infamous meat eater. Interesting.
Of a conversation with him. The timestamp showed 1:18 p.m. on a Monday, though the exact date wasn't visible. Earlier parts of the exchange discussed plans for the beheading, and throughout the messages, the same name appeared again and again.
And I thought, and people tell me that our letters are obnoxious with their fancy ways of writing. Look at that. That's fancy.
Chung. And it seemed as though this was someone who had agreed to carry out the act, but kept delaying it. Also, the way the friend referenced Chung suggested that they seemed to be known within Dot's social circle. So the sleuths began looking through Dot's Facebook friend list for anyone named Chung. Several profiles fit, and accusations spread quickly. One man in particular became a focus, largely because his profile was public and easy to inspect, even though there was no evidence linking him to the killing. Despite this, his online behavior drew attention. In 2022, he had liked one of Dot's posts about beheading. When the case went viral and users began tying his name to the incident, he quietly removed the like, but screenshots of it were already circulating. He later posted a status denying any knowledge of the incident, yet his responses to strangers before his status were oddly direct.
Are you telling me this is the case of your likes are public? Is that a case of your likes are public? Damn.
When someone messaged him, "Behead me, sir," he immediately replied, "Where are you? Which part of Hanoi?" His reactions were suspicious, but not evidence. Another account from Dot's friend list was contacted next, an older profile named Hua Choi. For years, long before Dot, this account had posted about wanting death. In a brief message exchange with internet sleuths, Hua Choi claimed to be the executioner, but the confession was shallow. No details, no context, and no follow-up. This only created new questions. Was Hua Choi the
So one was like, I'm gonna do it. Another one was like, I have done it. So we now have two people that claim they did this. Weird.
Chung mentioned in Dot's messages? Was the real Hua Choi also killed, and the executioner was now operating the account like he did with Dot's? Or was this simply an anonymous troll looking for attention? The uncertainty grew. In the days after the videos spread, Dot's Facebook became flooded with comments, many from users outside of Vietnam who had just discovered the story. Then, in early August, something unexpected happened. The entire account was locked and became inaccessible. This only strengthened one uneasy theory, that the executioner himself had been watching the account, reading every comment, and finally locking it once the pressure became too much. After that, the case went quiet. The discussions thinned out and no clues surfaced. It seemed as though every possible lead had been exhausted, and most people assumed the investigation had reached its endpoint. But then, 2 months later, a sudden development emerged. Before we get to that, let's take a moment to acknowledge the seriousness of this case. It was hard on the entire team to produce this one, but we felt it was important to get the story out. However, when we were initially...
Yeah, obviously, that must have been quite mentally taxing, because, again, you'd have to see the footage, which is crazy. Like, right, we only get the censored version, but they actually had to look at the footage. Horrible.
We sent that email with a link to a file. We knew we had to be careful. Any file can harbor viruses, trojans, worms, keyloggers, even malware that can hold your computer for ransom. We need the right tools to keep us safe when doing these videos. That's why we've partnered up with NordVPN.
Diabolical putting it into such a serious topic, the NordVPN ad. Crazy work.
The sponsor of this video. Their Threat Protection Pro scanned the file as we downloaded it to make sure it wasn't malicious. Not only that, but our team, along with the online sleuths who investigated this, had to go to potentially unsecured websites, which is why it's so important to have a strong virtual private network like NordVPN, which doesn't track or share what you do online. Without it, if you click the wrong link, hackers could get your IP address or worse. But as you know, you're vulnerable online, even if you're just shopping or gaming. And NordVPN does so much more than just what we've mentioned, which you can learn about when you go to nordvpn.com/brew. Also, that link sends you to an exclusive deal where you can get a 2-year plan with 4 months extra.
Again, I understand it that they have to have this in here. It makes sense. They gotta make their bag. Yeah. They not just give away the link. They probably use the fake link so people can just access it. Hey, wait, people cannot access it because the Google Doc is no longer available because chances are the Vietnamese government took it down. It makes sense why they put it in here. I'm assuming that the channel oftentimes probably gets hit by demonetization and shit. I could see that.
It can't hurt to try it out. It's risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. It's worth it to keep yourself safe. But let's get back to the online sleuth search for Dot's killer. From late August to early November 2025, with Dot's Facebook account locked and most online discussions fading out, only a handful of people continued tracking the case. One of them was a Vietnamese YouTube channel called Ketomo, The Curious One. The creator posted several videos attempting to recreate the crime scene using 3D modeling software, but it didn't reignite the case. Then, in the 3rd week of November, everything changed. An anonymous Facebook account appeared in a group dedicated to the case and uploaded a set of chat logs and images that had never been seen before. These screenshots included direct conversations with Dot. The final message from Dot to this anonymous user was sent at 2:40 p.m. on January 25th, 2025. In the message, he said the execution would take place in 3 hours. Based on that timestamp, the killing likely occurred between 5...
So he did consent to it? He actually did consent to it in this case. Otherwise, like, he wouldn't just, like, tomorrow's the day and stuff. He did consent to it. I wonder if that has legal consequences in Vietnam or not.
5:30 p.m. and 6 p.m. that same day. Earlier parts of the conversation revealed something else. Dot had provided the executioner with this anonymous user's information as well, suggesting that they may also have intended to be beheaded. But now, months later, they seem to have changed their mind and decided to come forward with evidence.
Is it that common? Is it actually that common? That's insane. Like, how do you just randomly, like, how do you come, like, randomly to the idea, yo, I want to get beheaded? What the heck?
Tone of the conversation suggested a much closer relationship than the connection between Dot and the account known as Phi Li. In fact, it raised the possibility that the message initially leaked by Phi Li, the one saying Dot had been beheaded, might not have been originally sent from Dot's account to Phi Li at all. Perhaps it was sent to the anonymous individual who then screenshotted it and sent it to Phi Li, who subsequently leaked it. The anonymous individual released another set of screenshots, this time showing conversations with the executioner himself. These messages were linked to a Facebook account under the name Cam Tang Chung. That name matched the Chung mentioned repeatedly in Dot's earlier messages with Phi Li. The executioner, using this account, even sent the anonymous user an address for a potential meeting. However, rather than going to that location, the anonymous user suggested meeting at a cafe.
I use credit card. You will see my face when we meet. In person, I have not even know. I don't even know you. Yeah. Up. Okay. All right. Goodbye. Meet up. Coffee shop. Okay, interesting. People wanting dime, people who want to off people. Yes, poker, a lot of them exist. But it's still crazy. Like, it appears that he is, in this case, isn't the only victim.
The exchange indicated that the executioner was willing to meet in person, but also showed how casually he discussed arranging another possible beheading. Using the information released by the anonymous source, the YouTuber Ketomo began piecing together a new digital trail. Working off the name Cam Dang Chung, he started tracing every account, comment, and digital footprint linked to it. He then posted a series of updates claiming he had located both the executioner and the site of the killing. Alongside these claims, he released a cropped photograph showing half of a man's face, allegedly belonging to the killer. However, within days, Ketomo posted again, this time saying he was stepping back from the investigation. He said that the people connected to the executioner were too powerful. He publicly warned that if anything happened to him...
So this is connection to the government. Literally. In this case. The government told him to stop.
All the doxing information would be released automatically, but before withdrawing, he uploaded one last image and a hint. A distorted screenshot of the username the executioner supposedly used across anonymous forums, and according to him, it was the name of the executioner's own son. That hint was enough. On the morning of November 20th, online investigators sprang into action. First, they removed the distortion on the image, uncovering a username, Dang Chun 11111. From there, the pattern unraveled quickly. Variations of the same handle, Dang Chun, with 5 ones, with 4 ones, with 3, all appearing on multiple anonymous platforms, including Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and several smaller forums. Each account showed similar behavior and overlapping details. Then, another username appeared in the network, Doan Sang LS. This account showed direct links to the Dang Chung profiles. When users searched directly for facebook.com/DoanSangLS, the result was immediate. A public Facebook profile appeared, showing a full face, a location, and an occupation, all under the name Doan Sang. Was this it?
In an open relationship, so he's a cuck too. Funny.
This their guy? Online investigators started digging. They quickly uncovered his full name, Doan Von Sang, and learned that by 2025, he was already retired at age 59. His former role was significant. He had served as the deputy principal of Market Management Department No. 4, located in Lang Son Province, Vietnam.
That's why they had a hard time catching him. And that's why the government is involved. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
One of the northern provinces previously mentioned. Another detail stood out. He wasn't just a retired civil servant, he was the clan head of the Doan family in Lang Son, one of the region's largest clans with thousands of members. This was not an anonymous figure living on the margins. He was a man with deep community ties and an established public presence. Photos resurfaced showing him at a government-organized event in December 2024, where he delivered a legal training lecture as part of his duties. Scrolling through his Facebook profile, investigators found that Sang had 2 sons. The older one was highly active on social media. He frequently posted images of his student ID, name tags, and personal information, unintentionally making it simple to confirm his real name, Dang Chung, a detail that immediately caught people's attention, giving the online username Dang Chung 11111 that had led them here in the first place. Then came a shocking coincidence. The son's birthday was September 13th, a date that aligned all too well with the tattoo on the executioner's right bicep. That day, 13-9.
So the son of this guy might be the one who did it, but since the father is very powerful, yeah. Okay. I'm not surprised though. Yeah. Well, it makes sense to have government ties if, like, the Vietnamese government tries to stop you from bringing awareness to this.
Was the tattoo referencing the birthday of the executioner's son? Or perhaps was the executioner actually the son who had his own birthday tattooed on his arm? There was more. From public posts, it appeared that the son drove a car with the plate 011.11, while his father owned a Mercedes with the plate 088.88, numbers associated with wealth and status in Vietnam. The son's specifically 011.11, a sequence appearing yet again, just like the usernames tied to the executioner. In one of the son's social media stories, he appeared wearing greenish-yellow sports pants with 3 stripes, similar to those worn by the masked figure in the rehearsal video. But the resemblance ended there. The son's build did not match the executioner's heavy frame, and his hair was full and styled, nothing like the receding hairline of the balding executioner. But what about the father? As more clues surfaced, attention returned to Do-an Sang. The usernames, tattoo, proximity to the northern border region, and the physical resemblance. Put together, they painted a coherent picture. And so, for the moment, Do-an Van Sang became the community's primary suspect, but they needed more evidence. The next thing they found was that Sang frequently used—
Okay, the Unk actually is the target. Huh, let's see. Crazy part is, probably multiple people he has probably blood in his hands with multiple people, right? Not only that, ties to the government. There's probably others that do the exact same thing. It's interesting, but why would the government try to hide this then?
Used his verified social media accounts to follow his own anonymous accounts, and the anonymous accounts followed him back. On his official TikTok profile, Do-an Sang LS66, users noticed it was following another account named Dang Chung 424. That account, in turn, used a profile photo taken directly from the Facebook page of Cam Dang Chung. This created a clear chain. Do-an Sang LS, Dang Chung 111/424, Cam Dang Chung, the same name identified by the anonymous source as the executioner that Dot, the victim, had put them in contact with. Then came another discovery. Members of the online community attempted to initiate password recovery for 2 emails, doansangls@gmail.com and dangchun1111@gmail.com. Both prompted the same verification request, confirmation through an Oppo Reno 12 5G device.
Interesting, even through... Oh no, he has an Oppo. I had an Oppo once.
That coincidence became even more striking when they tried recovering the email linked to Dot Behead's phone number. This attempt also triggered verification through the same Oppo Reno 12 5G phone. 3 identities, Do-an Sang LS, Dangchun 1111, and the account linked to Dot's
And all the accounts all go back to the same phone. Interesting.
Contacts, all traced back to one device. Repeated attempts produced another detail. Google requested secondary verification through a phone number ending in 62. On Sang's Facebook page, the number he publicly listed ended with the same 2 digits. At this point, every thread was pointing back to the same person. The anonymous source added another piece. They claimed that 2 years earlier, the account Cam Dang Chung had sent them personal photos and messages to initiate contact. Although the account is now locked and displays only Facebook user, the forwarded images remain, and the man in them is Do-an.
Like, imagine if the first DM you ever receive is, hello, I'm a top middle-aged from Lang Son. So basically, you just said, I'm a middle-aged guy who likes to give back shots, not take them.
Van Sang. Also, as users combed through Sang's old posts, they even overlaid a medical mask similar to the one in the execution video on photos of Sang. Once the mask was placed, it seemed the hairline and eye shape aligned closely with the executioner seen in the videos. There were more comparisons. A second Facebook account belonging to Sang, Van Sang Do-an, had already been locked by late November, but not before someone archived a photo of him sitting in his workplace while wearing a mask. When compared with the executioner, the shape of the receding hairline was noticeably similar. Then came a more decisive match. A composite image circulated online showing 3 everyday photos of Sang placed beside a still frame of the
What seems to be a connection here that I've noticed, homosexuality is in the forefront for all these guys. Maybe repression, maybe shame? That leads to them also wanting to lose their head, which is kind of sad and crazy.
Executioner. All 4 images displayed the same circular birthmark on the outer left shin. Another composite showed a second match, a birthmark on the front of the right shin, appearing in both the executioner's image and a casual photo posted by Sang. The most significant comparison focused on the right bicep. In the executioner's video, a dark birthmark extended upward toward the armpit. On Sang's Facebook, users found 2 photos where his sleeve shifted just enough to reveal the same distinctive mark in the same place. And finally, the tattoo. On the executioner's arm, that day 13-9 were clearly visible. A photo on Sang's page showed him with a tattoo in a similar spot. The details of the tattoo were unclear, and it wasn't certain whether the camera had mirrored the orientation, but the positioning was enough to raise suspicion. At this point, the physical markers were piling up, not just similar facial features or clothing, but birthmarks and tattoos with matching locations and digital accounts all tied.
That's him then. That's him then. Okay, when does the government get involved though? Because they are trying to hide this, but that's him then. We found the one.
Together and leading to the same cell phone. Each piece alone proved nothing. Together, they formed a profile that was becoming impossible to dismiss, especially once online investigators began comparing the executioner's surroundings to places linked with Doan Von Sang. In one of his TikTok videos, a green wooden door appeared behind him, a door nearly identical to the one visible in the butchering video. Then, another match surfaced. On the official website of the Agency for Domestic Market Surveillance and Development, users found an article featuring a photograph of Sang.
With the green door. The green door is in here. There as well, okay.
Sang at work. When the image was enlarged, the background revealed red patterned wall tiles and white counter tiles, the same design seen in the kitchen of the butchering footage. This raised the possibility that
So the kitchen, that's the place then.
the killing took place inside a Market Management Department (MMD) office. Online investigators
Interesting. That public? Well, not public, but like in that important location? Weird.
continued to dig through publicly available MMD reports and images. Offices belonging to teams 1 through 5 often featured green doors and similar interiors. Records show that Sang had previously worked at team number 5, and before retiring in 2025, he served as deputy head of team number 4. Since MMD teams rotate duties, he would have had easy access to multiple office spaces in Langsun, including his former team's workplace. Finally, a local resident stepped forward with a critical piece of information. They noted that the address where Kam Dang-chung had arranged to meet the anonymous friend of Dot sits only a short distance from the old team number 5 office. The resident also mentioned that the MMD office was known for keeping aggressive guard dogs, something that aligned with the frequent sound of barking in the videos. As online investigators examined the videos more closely, they realized that the rehearsal clip and the butchering video may have been filmed in different locations. The first real breakthrough came when users...
Okay, that means we have different locations. But they at least appear to have pretty close... they are very close to finding him. The question is that how much evidence do they need? Well, the core problem is that obviously internet people cannot catch this man. They can't catch him. Obviously they can't catch him. The Vietnamese government has to do that. Problem is, from earlier what was said is that the Vietnamese government is trying to hide this.
Cross-referenced the rehearsal video with footage that Sang had posted on his verified TikTok account. Several background details lined up with near-perfect precision. The same plastic plant, the same pair of cabinet knobs, the same uneven gap between two cupboards, and even a fan with distinctive blue blades. If this TikTok and the rehearsal video shared a location, then the next question became obvious. Where was Sang standing when he filmed his TikTok? When viewers matched Sang's TikTok frame by frame against Google Street View images of the team number 3 office, the similarities were overwhelming. The same white door, the same red brick pillars, the same decorative framework under the roof.
That's him. I don't think we need anything anymore. That's him. That's the guy. That's the guy. Hi, JK. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. He hated Mongolians. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Nah, he hates scarecrows. Understandably so.
Even the same climbing vines and the distant red tile roof appeared in both clips. This suggested a cleaner timeline. Dot met the suspect at the team number 3 office for the rehearsal, then was brought to another site for the butchering video. The final question was the location of the execution video. It showed almost nothing beyond the interior of a small bathroom, but investigators reasoned that the killer was unlikely to move a decapitated body to a second location just to process the remains. If the butchering happened at team number 5, then the beheading almost certainly happened there as well. But a question remained: why commit such a horrible act at a government office? To understand that,
straight up at a government office. And they didn't even notice that this was going on. And potentially that wasn't the first time. He may have potentially done this already a couple of times. That's insane. That's insane. It's crazy. We're good. Did you see the video about Lord Falkwell being correct in Shrek 1? No? No, I've not. Interesting.
it helps to look at the timing and the suspect's position. He occupied a senior position within the MMD, which meant unrestricted access to the building and its facilities. And the date believed to be the day of Dot's death, January 25th, coincided with the 26th day of the final lunar month and the first day of the Lunar New Year holiday. During this holiday, government offices are vacant because people take 7 to 10 days off to return to their hometowns and visit family. And inside the office, the suspect would have had access to everything he needed: a kitchen fully supplied with cookware, a furnace-like incinerator used for destroying confiscated goods, but capable of eliminating other material if someone intended to do so. As the internet became more and more certain of the killer's identity, the pressure mounted. By the evening of November 20th, after months—
Bro, how certain do you need to be? How certain do you need to be? Everything is the same. Now, well, yeah, okay, right? They have the birthmarks. If they didn't have the birthmarks and the physical features, of course, then you could argue it might have not been him, but it must be somebody who would be either him or somebody who's close to him or works there. But still, it is very obvious that it's him at this point.
Of silence, online activity around the case surged, and the accounts belonging to Duan Van Sang and his son, Deng Chun, began behaving erratically. Both accounts suddenly entered a Facebook group dedicated to tracking the case and started posting directly into the discussion. From Sang's account, a disturbing message appeared. "I am the executioner. Who can catch me? Let me tell you straight. You are the real executioners. Because you want more people to die so you can celebrate. Isn't that right? I lived 60 years in this world. I'm no longer afraid of death." He escalated further by saying, "Who exposed me? Show yourself. And anyone who wants to meet me is invited to my house." It was a bizarre shift in
Interesting. They overcomplicated it over the limit. Yeah, they just wanted to absolutely make sure that he's the one. So here's the thing, okay? Okay, he's starting to become erratic. He knows that they found his identity. The question is, what's gonna happen? Also, what did he mean with more people dying?
tone, aggressive and almost taunting. But why would someone already under suspicion post messages that only deepened the suspicions around him? What would drive a man to taunt the very public trying to bring him to justice? Later, Sang tried to downplay his presence in the group, commenting he had only just found out about it because people tagged him. But that wasn't true. A group member had already saved screenshots of his activity, showing that his account had been in the group earlier and had interacted with posts before November 20th. In one example from early—
Interesting. Somebody getting involved with his own case. Not only that, trying to taunt people and actively says, "Yo, I did it." Interesting. Why? The only option would be come to his house, someone call 4chan. Sure. Also, why do you spell like that? Jeez. Interestingly enough, I think he knows that he's backed by the government, and maybe that's why he can do it.
November, when someone complained about the lack of progress in finding the executioner, Sang reacted to the post with a laughing emoji. But it wasn't only Sang losing control. His son, Deng
Your likes are public. A classic.
Chung posted a picture with the status taunting the online community. Come on, it's just a few pieces of human meat. Within the hour, the father and son deleted all of—
Wait, father and son? Are you telling me that father and son are involved in this both? Or maybe they're the one and the same person?
These posts. But of course, screenshots of them were already circulating. Had it finally dawned on them how much evidence the internet really had on them? How safe did Sang believe he was? Was he convinced that even if the internet exposed him, nothing would happen? That he was untouchable? For a while, it looked as though he might be right. But events progressed far more quickly than anyone expected. All of the information you've just heard was assembled by members of the Vietnamese Facebook group Onsit, a community that has taken it upon themselves to document what authorities refused to acknowledge. On November 23rd, after weeks of collecting images, posts, chat logs, and geolocation clues, the group compiled their findings into an 88-page report on Google Drive and released it to the public. 4 days later, on November 27th, they—
Interesting. Hi, so I'm gonna call you that. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Interesting, okay. Can somebody castrate this person? Yeah, easy. Hold up. Let me send this person into oblivion. Real quick.
released an expanded English translated version, a 106-page file.
So interesting, okay? Interesting. Let me think. That means that there is a literal group out there that literally goes and covers whether or not the authorities actually take care of stuff. Interesting, and compile probably information.
Laying out every step of the investigation. As we began digging deeper into the case, the situation in Vietnam started shifting, fast. On November 28th, the Tien Hung Commune Police issued an urgent public notice. The warning addressed a document circulating online, referring to the community's original 88-page Vietnamese investigation file. According to police, malicious individuals are deliberately amplifying information, inciting violence, and causing extremely harmful psychological effects on viewers. They went as far as to insinuate that the 88-page document contained pre-installed malware that steals accounts, steals money, and commits fraud. Citizens were ordered not to share such content under any circumstances, and if they did, they would be breaking the law. Anyone who received the file was instructed to delete it immediately and quietly report the sender. The public was also instructed to only receive information from official sources and to report accounts or pages spreading fake.
Interesting. So, there we have it. The government is already saying, yo, don't talk about this, don't spread information, don't only take what we tell you. A classic, okay.
Fake news to help maintain a healthy online environment and assist police in detecting and preventing the spread of misinformation. Within hours, state newspapers echoed the same warning. Some Vietnamese content creators even amplified it themselves, urging their viewers to avoid the document at all costs. A graphic poster spread online claiming that anyone who clicked the file risked losing control of their social media accounts, having their data stolen, their devices encrypted for ransomware, or being used to scam friends and family. The message was clear. Authorities did not want the public accessing the community's investigation. On Reddit, a user named LeastCarpenter8750 described what came next. Old posts disappearing, accounts wiped without explanation, and state newspapers threatening that anyone sharing the document's link could face fines up to 5 million dong. Inside the Onset group, the same message circulated: stop sharing the files or risk consequences. For many following the case, the government's response was a clear attempt to control the situation. Vietnam remains under a one-party communist system, where news outlets are state-aligned and often frame information in ways to support official narratives. Even so, the
Of course, communists. I am not surprised.
attempt to suppress the community's investigation ultimately had the opposite effect. Instead of containing the story, it highlighted just how much information had already been uncovered without official involvement. The public had already conducted its own investigation and built a comprehensive, crowdsourced archive of information that contradicted the government's silence. According to a Reddit user posting under the name user/HoiSi Vietnam's online community had been trying to get police to investigate Dot's murder since July 2025, contacting officers, local authorities, and even Dot's surviving family. At the time, he said authorities showed no interest in handling the case despite multiple warnings. It wasn't until November, when online investigators exposed that the murderer was a member of the Communist Party, that the police acknowledged the case at all. This sequence of events left many observers questioning the
Interesting. So basically, they're not doing anything because the one who did it is part of the Communist Party. That's it. That's pretty much it. I wonder if this actually, we still have a few more minutes. I wonder if this actually, they're actually gonna jail this man or not.
government's priorities. By November 28th, the investigation had moved to a very public display of state action. Local reporters confirmed that the police forces had arrived at the former headquarters of Market Management Team Number 4. The building, abandoned after the agency's reorganization earlier in the year, was suddenly sealed off. Its front gate was locked, the perimeter reinforced with barbed wire, and at least one structure inside the compound, believed to be the canteen with the distinctive green door, had been paper sealed. All the while, officials refused to reveal the reason for the police presence in the area. Word spread quickly. A large crowd gathered outside the gate, dense enough to slow traffic through the narrow residential area. Reporters described the scene as congested, with residents pressing forward to get a look. The following evening, on November 29th, the police presence intensified. Dozens of officers and multiple government-plated vehicles arrived as mobile police units were deployed to maintain order. Barricades and cordon tape were set up to block the road leading into the area, and by then, roughly 100 onlookers had gathered. Amid the heightened security, the chairman of the Hu Long Commune People's Committee issued the first official acknowledgement tying the law enforcement activity to the murder case. He confirmed that officers were present in connection with information circulating on social media about Mr. DVS, the initials of Duan Van Seng. That same day, another set of news described police efforts to locate Wen Xuan Dat. On November 27th, officers visited his family home, though they offered no explanation for why they were looking for him or what triggered the inquiry. Dot's mother said her son had been missing for a decade.
Now they're starting to do something. But, like, he's gone. How would they know? I mean, they literally have everything they need to know. They literally just have to, look what has been compiled online to know who did it. Like, what is this? What are you doing? You don't have to actively seek out his family to be like, yo, where's your son? We know where his son is. Where their son is. We know.
After his father passed away, he left home, never contacted her again, and no one in the village had seen him since. According to the commune authorities, that was the extent of their involvement. They were simply following a request to confirm whether their local resident could even be located. As of November 29th, they stressed that Dot had been absent for many years and that they had no information about where he might be now. But while police maintained this narrow, bureaucratic framing, they simultaneously continued warning the public about the 88-page file and that owning it was against the law. As police attempted to steer the narrative, the limits of that approach became visible, so they released just enough information to satisfy the growing pressure. On November 30th, a screenshot began circulating online of a leaked report believed to be an internal police summary of their involvement in the case. According to that report, authorities first detected the videos and photographs on November 25th, notably 2 days after the internet sleuths had released their 88-page document. Aside from the videos and images, police apparently discovered online groups who had identified the victim as Wen Xuan Dat and the perpetrator as Doan Van Sang. On November 27th, forensic examiners reviewed the footage and found no signs of AI generation. Then, on November 28th, police received a statement from Dot's village chief and collected a hair sample from Dot's mother for DNA comparison. That same day, investigators conducted an on-site examination at the workplace of Market Management Team Number 4, a location different from the sites the online community had believed to be the crime scene. Inside Team Number 4 offices, police apparently found a kitchen and restroom matching the layout seen in the beheading video. Beneath the sinks and inside the drains, they recovered 3 suspected human teeth.
Oh, they found teeth. Don't give a fuck. So it would seem. I'm aware that they don't give about crowdsource evidence. That was very clear. Wow. I guess they did in fact cave in.
And multiple bone fragments. All were sent for forensic analysis. Later that day, police searched Sang's residence and seized 2 jackets resembling the one worn in the footage prior to the killing, along with a heater identical to the one visible in the earlier portion of the beheading video. Investigators also recovered Dot's phone from Sang's sister. She reportedly told police Sang had given it to her. The leaked report also stated that during initial questioning by police, Sang confessed. He allegedly told investigators he met Dot online around 2020 through a website dedicated to extreme content involving people seeking staged deaths. Dot repeatedly expressed his wish to be beheaded and even offered money to rent a location for it. By mid-2024, Sang agreed to carry out Dot's request. On January 25th, 2025, he called Dot to the MMD Team Number 4 office, where Dot arrived with 2 knives. That evening, Sang killed him.
So, right, which is like the crazy part, right? Instead of go telling the guy, yo, seek help, you really just said, yo, you want to lose your head? I'm gonna make you lose your head. Perfect. Let's arrange a meeting.
Dismembering the body, boiled portions to delay composition, smashed the bones, and distributed the remains into roughly 10 bags. Some, he said, he fed to his dogs. The rest he discarded across temporary garbage sites. 2 days later, he claimed to have thrown the knives onto a tow truck parked along the roadside. A Reddit user/Hoisey claimed the leaked document wasn't an accident at all. He said that authorities themselves released it, not to inform the public, but to quiet them. In his words, the leak was meant to show that the police had taken action while carefully suppressing every other detail of the investigation. Police did not confirm whether the leaked screenshots came from inside the department, although they did not dispute it either. 3 days later, the government released its first official statement. On December 3, 2025, the Ministry of Public Security published an official statement. The article included a single photograph, Doan Van Sang, in handcuffs, between 2 officers. The ministry confirmed what the internet community had been reporting for months, that Sang had murdered Wen Xuan Dat, and after the killing, attempted to erase every trace of the crime through cleaning, disposal, and general destruction of evidence. According to the document, investigators issued a decision to prosecute and an arrest warrant for Sang on November 29th.
And eating. Not to mention, eating.
2025, on charges of murder. But even as they confirmed the suspect and the crime, the ministry maintained one part of an earlier narrative. The community-circulated case file they said was still harmful, still dangerous, still not to be shared. This case is only now beginning to gain international recognition, but beneath the surface, it is far more complicated than it first appears. Wen Xuan Dat was a deeply vulnerable man in need of help, and somewhere along the way, the system failed him. And that same system then seemed ready to protect the man who killed him. Without the relentless work of Vietnam's online community, it is unclear when, or even if, Doan Van Sang would ever have been brought to justice. Despite repeated warnings and threats, Vietnamese netizens refused to be silenced. Even now, they continue to investigate the remaining unanswered questions of this case, such as, had Sang claimed other victims besides Dot? And did Sang act alone in Dot's murder? Their plea for help, to bring this case to the attention of the outside world, has done more than expose a horrific crime. It has revealed how the people of Vietnam are forced to fight not only for truth, but for their right to speak it. However, we would be naive to think that this is a problem isolated to just one country. There have always been those in wealth and power who suppress information and skew narratives to their advantage, so we must be critical of what we are told before accepting it as fact. After all, there is always more than one side to any story, and the truth is out there. Sometimes it just takes some digging to find it. Thank you for watching. If you'd like to support the work that went into this video, please consider hitting the like button and subscribing to our channel. It's the best thing you can do to help us.
Okay, pretty much. To summarize this whole situation. A mentally ill man went out, seeked out a way to end his life. Another deranged person, hit him out on this offer, followed through, spread his remains, ate his remains, did other stuff with it. Then the internet said, you know, we're gonna catch this dude. They did. However, the government tried to suppress information until they eventually did in fact cave in. And now the guy's going to prison. That is, if he goes to prison. Because remember, he was a high-ranking government official, so he might be, in fact, escaping this whole situation. That's the problem that I fear. He might be able to escape it, which is crazy. That is crazy. Anyways, horrible. Like, comment, and subscribe. That was a horrible one. Is the stream buffering for everyone? I don't know. Unless something is genuinely wrong. There are no drop frames, so there's that. I don't know. Hold up, I need to turn on the lights real quick. I need to turn on the lights. It's getting dark. Alright. Back again. Guys. That Anissa clip is rent-free in my head. Poor iCugs. Give us something funny now, please. Do you even have anything funny? She basically told iCugs, I don't want to have children with you because they may end up looking like you. Isn't that nice? Anyways, let me see. What do we have? Do I still have something funny? Me and funny. That's rare. That's rare. Why do I still have that boy love thing in there? Goodbye. Game chat, voice chat moment. Yeah, what did she do? She basically said that Idub's face, she wouldn't have children with him because his face could end up on their daughter. Yeah, we can do that, fine.
QO.
That's basically what she said. She essentially said, I don't want to have children with you because your features might end up on them. And she basically said that the combination of her features and his features would be detrimental. And you know what he said? He said, like, I was thinking about that. He straight up just said, I was thinking about that. Like he really just sits there, you know, now that I think about it, I wouldn't have children with Anita. She wouldn't like my face on them. Crazy. Crazy. That's crazy. That is so yeah, imagine. Let's say you have a husband in the future, right? And he comes up to you and says, I want to have children with you because your features might end up on our son. That's a divorce, right? At that point, that's a divorce. That's a divorce. That's a divorce. Straight up. Like, it's so over. That relationship is over. Permanent damage. Alright, this one, huh? You really want this one. Let's see. Let's see if they voice act the way they say they do. When gamers turn into 5-star voice actors, calling it like it's a fucking gacha game at this point. By top gaming plays, we'll see. We'll see if they are actually voice actor moments, peak moments. We'll see. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. We'll go in.
QO. Give me one reason not to.
Give me one reason not to. Did the guy next to him shoot him now, or the guy shot himself? That would break a person that's so bad. Yeah.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Guys, please, please,
I love Lethal Company. Proximity chat is so good. I'm gonna be real. Proximity chat is one of the great things given to us by modern technology. Dead.
For Scotland! Scotland forever!
Scotland forever! For Scotland! SpongeBob. Look what I got under my kilt!
We fucking did it, boys! The Forcers! The Forcers! We did it, lads! We fucking won! Oh, fuck, wait!
And he calls himself Music Cunt.
Hey, wait, they're coming! Lads, they're coming! There's a fucking Robin! Fucking get them steel, guys! Get them steel! Fucking come and get it, man! Come on, you want it steel, come on!
I think Frederick is dead. He died.
Frederick's gone and you're next to
Bro, there's OD.
Oh my god! Oh my fucking... Oh my god! Who's that?
Let me in!
Go.
Oh my god!
Oh, there's a landmine.
Oh! Oh! Give me him back! Give him back! Give him back! Give him back! He's mine!
Peak. Absolute peak. There's gonna be a lot of Lethal Company clips in here, right?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I'm running through the mines! Oh! Holy shit!
That was amazing.
Damn! Get out of there, CJ! Oh! Dory! I'm gonna call you in! Drop me right on top of that motherfucker! Drop me right on top of him! Oh! Oh! I'm coming in! Ah! Get some! Oh, jeez, you got him? I got him, buddy. Dude! I got him, buddy. Fuck yeah! Alright. We're doing this! Rifle coming in. We're completing this mission! If they gotta take us home in a body...
Helldivers is peak. Helldivers is peak. Too bad that they absolutely fuck this game over by debuffing weapons too much. When buffing enemies too much. Something along the lines of that.
Back up, back up, back up, back up! Wow! Nice. Roast them! Don't shoot, let them burn!
It's in my hands!
Oh my god, what a recovery!
My destiny is in my hands!
Jojo just fell the fuck down.
I'm the writer of my story! My destiny!
My destiny! Gone. I was like, is he gonna have like a most motivational speech? Is it gonna be like, this writing is fire? Nope. My destiny falls down.
Well, what the fuck is happening in here?
Dude, join in. Put some claymores on the ground.
Okay.
I'm here to face my demons.
Grenade run!
Where are thou?
Help. Okay, I'm helping.
Thanks.
I'm helping. Fight me, demon! Get out of here, brothers! No!
Fight me, demon! Gets them into the elevator. Gets it into the elevator with them. Fight me, demon. Yeah, sure, buddy. You're fighting shit.
Why did that turn on? Why? You monster! You were supposed to face me.
Talk about it, talk about it, talk about it.
Gage, don't fucking move.
Is that a turret? Why is it? Yeah. What? Wait. What?
Gage, don't. Listen. There's
Hold your fire and wait for the signal. After this shot, we will ask English pig dogs after reloading. Clear. Take aim. Fire. Reload. Prepare to push up to the farm. Together we will hunt them down.
Already low on food rations.
Gentlemen, for the love of France, for the love of Napoleon, for the love of God, charge!
Alright, I'm gonna do a rousing speech. We may not have many men.
Bro, stopped. In the moment he tried, we may not have many men. So it would seem.
Oh, it sounds big, whatever it is. Yep, there it is. There it is, there it is. Oh my god. Oh my god, get him off me. Get him off me.
I'm trying. I got him. Come on.
Get him off me.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Ah! You'll never take me alive! Man! Man, where are you? My bed!
You'll never take me alive.
I have no more fucking ammo! I need a resupply! Get behind me! Use my body as a shield!
This is a fucking horror movie! What the fuck is that? Somebody pick that guy up, please.
I couldn't scream this much. If I pull that off, my throat would hurt for weeks.
Fuck you! Ooh!
I love screams.
Cruel, cruel must I go on. Cruel, cruel, I'm moving on. I've been living so fast, I've been living so wrong. Cruel, cruel, I'm gone. Desert road, desert plains, I have seen so much pain. Now I see into the eyes of a girl. No more, no more cruel world. On a dusty road I saw a vapor light. Was it mirage? Don't know, but it seemed right. I felt mission, I felt trust. I knew then that I must go to her, away from this cruel world.
Bro was cooking. The song is a real one. Yeah, bro was cooking. Hold up, let this man cook. I felt it. I felt it in my soul.
I have the girl. I have the ghost girl. I don't know what to do.
What?
I have the ghost girl. I don't know what to do. I'm terrible.
You're going to.
That's not Bogo. Bro is acting like he's actually bleeding out on the field. That's crazy.
Go with me, buddy. What are you gonna do to me? What are you gonna do to me? I'm gonna have fun with you. I'm gonna have fun with you.
Chat. I'm gonna have fun with you.
Fun with you. Don't get any scared. Don't get any scared. We're all gonna have fun with you, Bob.
Are you alive?
Well, bro was alive. Bro is no longer alive.
That was the most horrifying noise I've ever heard in my life, dude.
At that point, you lose your boy status. You're a woman. I'm sorry. At that point, you just lose your boy status. If you scream like a girl, you just gave away your you just gave away your balls at this point. You just manhood. I'll take it.
Station, focus fire on Titan. I repeat, focus fire on Titan now.
Guys, for fuck's sake, something back on Titan's on me.
I'm coming, mate. I'm coming. Hang in there.
I need support fire, please.
I'm on it. All stations, acid bombs inbound. Shake your fucking heads.
I need support fire for fucking hell now, please.
I'm on it, mate. I'm on it. Get your fucking heads down, RPG.
Got the sign.
You got the sign. Now bad things will happen, because usually when somebody has the sign, they're gonna do stupid shit with it.
I got the sign from God.
Oh, bro just got sapped! He's gone! Oh! 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 They were just switching keys. And then his neck got snapped.
My God.
I think it's supposed to be like the charge bar or whatever, but I guess when you hold down right click, up.
No! Oh, guy in the bunker, boy! Drag me out! Yes. Thank you, alive. You're alive. Sorry, I like to roleplay.
Thanks so much for watching, guys. Don't forget to hit.
Crazy. Sorry, I like to roleplay. Interesting, interesting. Those were funny. Those were funny. Yeah, the Lethal Company clips are usually the ones that are doing it to me, to be fair. They're usually the ones that get me, to be honest. Anyways, interesting. Like, comment, and subscribe. Not bad, not bad. That was fun. That was fun. That was fun. That was fun. That was a fun one. Okay, now I'm feeling better. Don't worry, I will cannibalize you next. Anyways, what else do I still have? I don't want to look at Keir Starmer right now. Ugh. Let's see what we have. I'm not gonna watch the Love and Deep Space one. That's for sure. That's not happening. That was one left over by Crocker Rock. The dark side of kindness. Fuck shit. Where am I going? Where was I going? You know what? I'm gonna catch up on the newer Sama situation.
Hey, what's up, guys? Are here.
I will skedaddle for a few. Yeah, take care. I need to catch up on the newer Sama thingy. Because she's our favorite AI daughter at this point. I love her. She's peak. We need to catch up on the newer Sama stuff. So yeah, let's go. Normies find out after wanting newer Sama gone by Ref says this. We're gonna go in. Interestingly enough, right, I reacted to a previous video where people were going mad at newer Sama. Apparently, a clip out there surfaced from Jinxie, you know, the same dude that crashed his stream, quote unquote, because of Iron Mouse. Oddly enough, XUZ defended Vidal in newer Sama, which is interesting. But aside from that, it is very interesting how many people actively don't look up and understand what they're actually dealing with. It is very interesting. Sometimes I'm like, they're actively trying to not look up what's going on. And of course, Twitter headlines are really interesting. I feel like we should take a shovel and just hit the Exerter with a shovel every time they make a misleading headline. There were a bunch of other, like that pirate guy, whatever. Not pirate software, pirates on Twitter. You get the idea. Same energy, same problem, same weird headline. We should just beat them with a shovel.
Hey, what's up, guys? Are here. So
also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Appears that once again, normies are attacking Neurosama for simply existing and excelling at Twitch streaming. So what's going on here? So recently, Neurosama had a massive hype train on Twitch. A record-breaking hype train that exceeded over 100
$500,000 bucks. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. $500,000 bucks.
Levels, and Neurosama got over 100,000 subs during this period, and now, as a result, Neurosama and its creator Vidal have over 162,
which, by the way, absolutely deserved. He's putting so much time into her, and it's very interesting, right? The death streams, I don't watch them. I do watch them if I can, right? Or sometimes I just have them in the background. But yeah, he's been doing fantastic. He's been actually doing fantastic. Really great.
2,000 subs on Twitch, making them the most subscribed to Twitch streamer in the entire platform. Now, of course, reports like this from Dexerto are trying to dumb down this whole thing to basically saying Neurosama is just like an AI system. Well, it's a little bit more complex than...
Yeah, it's a little more complex, right? It's not generative AI, like, right? Nothing is generated out of, like, nothing, right? He also, like, commissions artists. He apparently has helped a lot of creators, like, giving them shout-outs and all that stuff. Collaborations. He did that all himself, by the way.
Matt Vidal, the creator of Neurosama, is there every single stream and is in control of everything happening, and they deserve all the credit for what's going on. But of course, a lot of normie facecam streamers are very upset and confused about this record and the fact that Neurosama and Vidal are currently holding the most subscribed to Twitch channel spot right now. So they end up trying to say that there's something suspicious about this.
This is AI? 170,000 subs?
Probably on par with the average person I
170,000 subs and it's AI?
I think I'm feeling a bit sad, actually. I feel like I spend all my time being a little too selfish.
Is it
Like, I
AI
don't
powered
think I
VTuber? She
do
can
enough for
chat,
other
sing, react to
people.
videos, and play games. Oh
I'm-
my god, these guys'
You're not
computers.
cute?
Some of these people's
Well, neither
computers
am
need to
I,
be
but
checked. Their
everyone
hard
else seems to
drives.
think not so
I'm
sure
dead
about
serious.
What the fuck? What the fuck? That's not a normie, that's a retard. Or both. What the? Sees anime girl and thinks of children. I'm sorry, but that's gotta be projection. That's gotta be projection at this point. That's just every single time. Sees anime avatar. Children in mind. At this point, it's gotta be projection. Sorry. It's gotta be.
This guy gifted over 100,000
Maybe
bits
I
to
could
this
whiz up
channel, and 3,000 gifted.
Whatever it takes, I need to.
So this guy is basically saying that people's hard drives need to be checked because they enjoy Neurosima? Bit of a self-report and another example of projection. But anyways, here's some of the quotes saying this is a good test to see what streamers are likable and which streamers are scum, lol. I wonder how many do the research about Neurosima history. I have a prediction. 0.
Nobody does. Nobody does. The only big streamer that I saw who was like, okay, well, don't care, pretty much was XQZ. And XQZ is like 50-50 on his takes. Sometimes giga retarded and sometimes fine. It depends.
Really? Well, I have a prediction as well. I feel like people like Stable Ronaldo, they've done goose egg, 0 research on Neurosima before claiming that their fan base needs their hard drives checked. That's weird. That's a really inflammatory and disgusting thing to say. No, seriously, back up. Do we really need to hear someone like this say that someone who enjoys a VTuber model like Neurosima needs their hard drives checked? Yeah, thanks, dude. Great stuff, as always, from the face camming streamers. By the way, to every VTuber trying to appease people like this, understand they will.
I'm gonna straight up say this. I'm gonna straight up say this in a very rough tone. Fuck you. You might as well just be a tourist at this point. The same with the peanut stuff. You might as well just be a tourist. You are a tourist. See, tourist is not a state of how long you've actually been in a community or a space or you've been consuming something. Tourist is not a state of time spent. Tourist is a state of mind.
Never accept.
My writing is fire.
You. Please understand this. They will never accept you. They will say slanderous and crazy things about you all the time, and that is the way it is. Here's another quote saying, I'm going to use this tweet as a spring...
To be fair, the more I see this, right, the more I'm starting to believe that anime is not as mainstream as people make it seem. Right? Like the big names, right? The shonen stuff, right? That. Okay. But overall, I don't believe that anime is as accepted as we would like to believe.
Or to ask the question, why do non-anime / VTuber fans immediately assume that when someone watches VTubers, it's about them wanting to F the model? Yes, sexual humor is sometimes present, but that's a facet of most internet spaces. Well, when it comes to VTubers and this guy, apparently, it means you need your hard drive checked. I don't know. It's all about VTubers. These people see an anime model and they freak out. They think about hard drives being checked. It is a massive self-report. But let's continue on. Anyone who says, in quotes, check their hard drive, end quote, when it's about fictional content is incredibly weird to me, and I will forever see that person as an unhinged...
Wait, I think I just saw this person on my Twitter. Interesting.
Weirdo and a dumbass. Sorry, not sorry. Here's another one saying, Neuro should be a test to see which streamers seethe the most about her success. Here's another one saying, wow, I'm so funny. Let me mock something I completely don't understand for jokes. People, don't need
the posts under the pirate guy's tweet were just as unhinged and just as weird as stable Ronaldo. Apparently not so stable if he shivers at the appearance of Nero, apparently. Not that stable. Maybe we should change to the unstable Ronaldo. And you're not even Ronaldo.
Need their hard drives checked. They don't sub to a virtual waifu. They sub to the creator behind Nero, who's worked hard for years before she was able to do what she does.
Wasn't she originally like an Osu bot? To play like she was essentially meant to be for a game. Had a phone call. What's this ref video about? Nero-sama, which is an AI VTuber. But not like generative AI, but like a guy behind that VTuber built her from scratch. And they apparently cannot take this, or some people cannot take this, and they get neuroderangement syndrome.
Listen, why care about the creator who put thousands of hours into the creation of Nero-sama? Why care about that when, as a normie streamer, you can say simply, check their hard drives because they like an anime waifu? Completely embarrassing. Here's another one saying it's hilarious as F that Beetle went viral and some popular streamers tuned to the evil, the actual evil ASMR. You know what? If there was a silver lining in all this, there it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. But here is another streamer, Jinx.
Yeah, Jinxie. We know this. We know this. We know this. That one I'm aware of. Like that stable Ronaldo guy. Never heard this man before. Never heard of this man before, right? This one, I know. And it's like so weird, right? How can somebody who hangs around who hung around Queso, right? One of the kindest men on the internet, right? Be this much of a half-wit? How is that possible? How is that possible? And this much of a jerk? How is this possible? They're worlds apart. It's weird.
See, being very upset. Keep in mind, by the way, this is the same guy who cut off his internet, or pretended to, when Iron Mouse was presenting at the Streamer Awards.
Hi, Max, hold up. The #1 sub streamer. Oh my god.
Artichokey.
Oh my god.
What did you get up to for New Year's, Camila?
The #1 sub streamer in the entire world is an artificial intelligence.
This motherfucker's just mad that he's second place. That Vidal has almost double the amount, more than double the amount of what Broski has. That's the reason, right? By the way, that's a big German streamer. Montana Black. Also that guy that cuts pizza with scissors. The more you know.
VTuber. So chat, you know how, like, for example, Iron Mouse is like a real person. You're saying Vidal 987 is not real. What? I've never even heard of that. Dude, that is chat. That is the future of streaming, bro. Dude, I'm bewildered, bro. I'm absolutely bewildered. Hey, game is game, I guess. 157,000 gifted subscribers to a artificial intelligence VTuber that nonstop 24/7 never ends streams.
That's also not what is happening. That is also not what is happening. At max, I see 3 hours here and there. To be fair, I mostly watch clips. That is also not happen. That's also not the case. Also, again, Nero isn't like your classic, just like AI. There's a guy behind Nero who is present at all times. Or most of the time. So that's not true. It's because these people don't look up. These people don't have any information. That's not how that works. That is not how... It's more like a robot somebody... It's less an AI, and more so a robot that somebody built from scratch. That is not how that works. This is not like ChatGPT or Grok running the stream.
I don't know if anyone's ever passing this. I don't know if anyone's ever passing this without a subathon. Deadass! What? When did this happen? Did this happen this week?
Another round of amazing criticisms coming from this guy. But this quote right here.
I love this signature look of superiority. I love this. Nero is great. I love her. She's peak. She's peak, and Vito is also peak.
Well, he is shivering in the signature look of superiority. That's right. Here's another one saying they're acting like Neuro and Vito started streaming recently. No, it's been for many, many years.
Yeah,
they've
been at it for a while. Like, as far as I'm aware, he just recently managed to even make her work in a VR chat, which is really interesting. Bro even started crying. Like, that's how dedicated this man is.
Is a tourist very upset about the accomplishments of Vidal and his creation, Ursuma? Sounds like a jealousy issue, but that seems obvious at this point. The loud equals funny streamer finds out that people prefer and sub to...
Very accurate to Peanut. Loud equals funny. Same applies here.
An interesting content streamer instead of another Kai/Speed clone. Don't tell him. His viewers started hate rating Vidal's stream right after this, by the way. Not surprised. No, I kicked a candle sitting next to me. Relax.
Bro is losing it at the stupidity of these people. So understandable. It's crazy. My Iranian streamer, she's smart and pretty. Oh. I see how it is. Her chat includes haters who enter just to say she lies and propaganda Israel agent and blah blah. So recently they call her AI. So the comment really like was, if she's AI, her eye is very, very high. Okay. Interesting.
Not surprising at all. Ladies and gentlemen. Like, this happens. This guy knows what he's doing. Whether it's like pulling the plug on a stream while reacting to Iron Mouse's performance at the Streamer Awards, people like this, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They're trying to put a negative spotlight on these.
Yeah, they also started hate rating Vidal's stream, and you know what's funny? Nero didn't even acknowledge it. It was not even acknowledged. It was really funny.
VTubers for simply existing. This guy has zero criticisms. He has nothing to actually say, but instead...
Well, zero criticism, but 100% hairline loss. It is what it is.
He is seething without knowing why. And I gotta tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that is pathetic. That is very, very pathetic. Here's another quote saying, so many people are brain rotted by AI, they think Neuro happened effing yesterday. This guy, are you trusting this guy to do research? Really? Because he's not. He's not doing...
None of these people do research, and because none of these people do research, they can only mindlessly hate. There's like a cute little... I think a few people made like a cute little infographic about how she actually works and operates. Really cute.
Research. Don't worry about it, because, yeah. And here's one last quote saying, every streamer on Twitch lost to an AI anime girl. Sounds like a skill issue. If you're being beaten out by what you believe...
Well, to be fair, nobody can compete here. You could be the right Queso also couldn't compete, so nobody can compete against Vidal here. It appears in Nero
is just a simple AI VTuber Skill issue. You lost. You suck. Stay mad. Seethe. Cope. Dilate. Do whatever. I don't know.
Dilate? That's a bit oddly specific. Because only one group of people does this.
You've been owned. How does anybody watch these people? People say this about VTubers, like, how do you watch Neurosama? How do you watch a person who has nothing to bring to the table but seething about VTubers? I don't know. But anyways, that's going to do it for today's video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comments section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed.
I've shared my thoughts. These two are peak. All I can say is these two are peak. There's some crazy fun clips coming out of those two. It's just like, these people, they will never acknowledge. They will never go and make any effort in looking up what they are actually dealing with, right? They just hate, and that's all they can ever provide. It's that simple. It's that simple. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Cheese. Yeah, the game. The game. The game. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Was it this one? Because this is one that you sent. Was it this one? Was it? More ref. We're already done. Was it this one you meant? Because that's like the second, the one that you sent before the Oz one. And after that, nothing else comes. Yeah. Okay. 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 We can do that. We can do that. Unscripted review. Battle of Westnoth? I have never heard of this. That sounds interesting. That legit sounds like an actual, like, battle somewhere in, like, the UK during, like, the Middle Ages and something. Anyways, that's by Freebie Wits. We're gonna look at this. That sounds interesting. Why not? I like the cute knight avatar. That's cute.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Unscripted Reviews, where I take some of my favorite video games, take a video of them, and then review them without a script. Today we're taking a look at Battle for Westnoth, if the title and the name of the video wasn't a giveaway enough. So what is Battle for Westnoth? To put it briefly, it is a turn-based strategy, grid-based, no, not grid-based, hex-based game. Yes, you can.
Okay. Interesting, even as add-ons. Okay. Map editor, multiplayer, campaign. Interesting.
Tell it's completely unscripted when I screw up like that. Anyways, it is a free game, and it's been around for forever. Not literally, it's an older title. It's so old that.
And the add-ons, I'm assuming, is what people actually, like, made themselves, right? They're like mods, essentially.
It was free to play before free to play was really a concept. Made by fans, produced by fans, developed by fans. There's a lot of fan work gone into this, a lot of passion. And you can sort of tell, if I've edited this video correctly, you should be seeing the add-ons part of the menu right about now. And there is a lot of content. There is a lot of content, from extra maps to extra campaigns to everything in between. It's insane. It's crazy how much stuff you get for $0. So I'm going to skip ahead to one of the campaigns. So campaigns come in several different flavors.
Okay, completely free. You don't have to pay nothing. Interesting. Campaigns are just essentially story, right? Story mode.
Flavors of difficulty. As you might imagine, you can play different factions. And here's the thing, different campaigns have different campaign lengths, so you can have really short campaigns that only go for 4 levels to big sprawling epics that go for over 20. Now the cool thing is, a lot of the characters that you can play as, their stats carry over into the next one. So even if you hire a random spearman soldier, he can level up and you can bring him into the next one for a recall price. Whenever you recruit a unit, you can either recruit them or recall them, and Recruiting just gets you a default unit, whereas recalling them gets a previous one that survived in the previous level. Also, your named main characters also carry over without any cost, as you might imagine. Now, every unit is pretty unique. They all come with a randomly generated name, which you can rename. So if you have someone named Alathor, you can rename him Buttface if you want. But you can only do...
The legendary hero Buttface. Interesting, interesting. So you can just carry over from scenario to scenario. Interesting. Okay, cool. Not bad. Also like gold carryover.
That to units you yourself control. Furthermore, they all have randomly generated traits. Some of them might come with quick, some of them might come with resilient, stuff like that. The really weaker, crappy units, like goblins, usually come with a flaw, so they could be dim-witted, which means they get experience slower.
Dim-witted, in other words, the retarded. Which doesn't surprise me for goblins. That doesn't surprise me.
Now, I've already mentioned it before, but when your characters level up, instead of just getting stat upgrades, extra health, so on and so forth, they become a completely new unit, a tier above. So you know in like Age of Empires or other RTSs, when you tier up, you stop building the previous units. In this, to get...
So class change like Fire Emblem. Interesting. That's basically what it is. It's a class change.
To the next tier up, you just gotta have your current unit fight a lot. You gain experience by either fighting a battle or winning one by killing the enemy. So in theory, assuming your dude has enough hit points and has survived long enough, he can level up even if he doesn't kill anything. So how do you recruit units? Well, you can't build any buildings, you can only get what you see on the map. So to get a building, you need to get your leader, which in a chess scenario would be the king. That's how I like to look at this. You get your king and put him on a little castle tile, and the little fortress tiles around them. You right-click on them, in which case you get the option to recruit. So
interesting, very interesting. I may have already noticed that everything is in speed up, which I do not like. That's weird. My bad. I don't see that coming. Forgot to change that. Interesting. Okay.
So there are two main mechanics that I'd like to touch upon in Battle for Westnorth that determine your strategy in combat. The first is the type of attacks your units have. There's two main kinds. The first is ranged.
Ranged, okay. Probably like physical and then magic, I'm assuming. Something like that. And then I'm also assuming the terrain might be something that has an effect. Then I'm also assuming that what unit you're facing may have an effect.
Then the second is melee. Sounds pretty straightforward enough, right? Well, when you attack a unit...
Okay, so just two. Ranged and melee. Never mind. Scrap that.
Unit, they can retaliate with the same exact kind of weapon type. However, if they don't have that kind of weapon type, your dude is free to wail on the other guy until your attack ends. So if you have an elven archer shoot a orcish swordsman, the swordsman can't retaliate. If you have the same archer with swords and attack the orcish swordsman, then he's gonna get hit back by said orcish swordsman. The second important mechanic is time of day and alignments. Orcs are chaotic, and humans, well, the certain kinds of humans are lawful. During the day, lawful units get a damage buff, whereas chaotic units don't. Certain units are neutral, so depending on day of time, it doesn't really matter for the neutral units. What this means for gameplay is you'll be building up for an attack, and when the clock strikes 10, you go on a full offensive, whereas on the bad times of day, you go more defensive. And because all units retaliate when they are attacked, assuming they have the right equipment, sometimes when you're on a weaker side of things, you don't want to attack at all, because if you attack and the enemy retaliates, well, they've got a round of attacking then, and then on their turn they can attack again, essentially giving them 2 rounds worth of attacks, when you didn't even need to do that.
Okay, not bad. There's damage types with various effectiveness depending on enemy terrain. That's 2 avoidance. Okay.
So that's pretty much the very, very basic mechanics. There's way more stuff about Battle for Westnorth than that, but let's move on to the multiplayer. The multiplayer is fantastic. The favorite part about Battle for Westnorth, and the part I'm most nostalgic about, is the local multiplayer. I remember having this game loaded up on a laptop, going over to uni and hanging out with my friends playing Battle for Westnorth.
Elves. Elves. I can recruit elf baddies. I see the vision.
Off yelling at each other and backstabbing alliances. You get the idea. One of the cool things you can do is you can right click an empty tile or just a normal tile and rename it, so you can give places names. I remember calling a mountain Backstab Mountain, or maybe that was my friend's name for the place. 2 guesses on why it was called Backstab Mountains, and the first 2 guesses don't count. Yes, that's how the saying goes. It's my channel, I get to make the rules. Now, for hot seat play, I do recommend playing without the Fog of War. I'm sure the recording will show Fog of War even though I'm playing against myself.
Yeah, I see the weird stuff here.
This is just for demonstration purposes only. Fog of War is pretty important, and there are certain units that can stealth in certain circumstances, like the tree ants can hide in trees, so when you approach it you can't really see it. You can have skeletons walk underwater, that sort of thing. The cool thing about
Interesting, not bad. It started at 2003 and still getting updates to this day. I am not surprised. This seems very fun. This seems fun. Seems interesting, especially with all the add-ons. You can do a lot of stuff with a dedicated community.
Multiplayer is, if you kill the enemy leader or your own leader is killed, you can still keep playing. I don't think you can win. I don't remember, but you can still play. You can still keep playing with the surviving units that you do have. Essentially, you're playing Kingmaker at that point, figuring out who you want to come in first place. So is it the kind of game that would be for you? And I would say yes, it's completely free on Steam. You can also go to the Battle for West North website, the official one, run by fans. If you can, throw a few bucks at them. Like I said, they run the thing for free. I also believe there is an iOS and Android version, but I think that specific version costs money. I don't quite remember. So,
well, there are ways to get around this. Not that I would know of such things. I have never tried to get around paying for an app. Never done that.
Don't quote me on that. But otherwise, the game is fantastic. I have spent countless hours on the single player campaign, and I've spent many more in multiplayer with my friends. I've only played a few times online, and well, this being a turn-based game, it doesn't really matter in terms of latency. It's a fantastic game. Get it? You won't regret it. It's awesome. Anyways, that's my unscripted review of Battle for West North. I hope you've enjoyed this video, and, well, like, comment, and subscribe. Bye-bye.
That is a cute, interesting game. And it's free. And it has a buttload of content. What more do you want? And it has a cute art style as well. What more could you want? Okay. Okay, so from what I can tell, this seems very fun. Maybe worth checking out. This seems very fun. Yeah, I mean, if it gets continued support, I mean, you could probably throw in a couple of a good amount of hours into that. Personally, I'm not too interested though in strategy RPGs personally. That's not really, it has never really been my thing. So there's that. But yeah, that's a cool one. That's a cool one for sure. For sure. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was a cool one. That's a cool one for sure. Not bad. Not bad at all. Very cool. Very cool. Not bad. Water. I'm dying out here. Alright. Alright. Guys, I'm taking a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. And then we'll look at a few more videos. But yeah, I'll be right back. Der Gudo Gump. Back. I'm back. I'm back. Guys. Okay, here we go. Here we go. What am I gonna look next at? What are we gonna do next? To be fair, I don't even want to watch this much anymore. What are we gonna do? Where are we gonna look at? Interesting. Let's watch. I'm not gonna watch the Love and Deep Space one is still looking at me. Stop it. Stay away from me. I'm a good boy. This is not my field. This is not what I'm gonna deal with here. We're gonna This one seems fun and interesting. Aside from that, whatever that is. You know what? Interesting. We're gonna go do this one. Oh, never mind. We're not going this one. We're not gonna do this one. Never mind. And it's unlisted too, so you can't even watch it anymore. Technically. So yeah, we're not gonna do that. Never mind. We don't want to get in trouble. I'm gonna do this one. We're never mind! Alright. Let's do the short one.
So Keir Starmer goes...
I'm just getting bombarded by the Roach King real quick. Why not? Why not? 2 minute Roach King video, why not? I like it. Real quick. We're gonna watch a Roach King video. Real quick. This is genuinely freaking insane by Asmongold Clips. We're gonna look at this. I'm curious. I saw Keir Starmer on the thumbnail. This was recommended to me earlier, or anyways. So might as well look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. Let's see what the UK and what the UK overlord Keir Starmer have been cooking.
So Keir Starmer goes and makes a tweet.
I don't like this man at all. He already got immediately community noted. Interesting. I don't like this man at all. He is a filthy, stinky, disgusting liar. I don't know why.
I'm delighted that Allah El Fattah is back in the UK and has been reunited with his loved ones who must be feeling profound relief. I want to pay tribute to Allah's family that have worked and campaigned for this moment. Allah's case has been a top priority for my government since we came to office. I'm grateful for President Sisi for his decision to grant the pardon. So this is some comments that this retard has made. This is from...
And who is this dude? Genuinely? I wonder. But if Keir Starmer praises him, he can't be good. He really can't be good. Not at all.
Dear international PhD student, by the way, I'm a racist. I don't like white people, so...
Oh, even the red thingy here. Huh. Even the red thingy here. Definitely a communist as well. Definitely a commie here too. Crazy. That's a guy that was your top priority? A racist. Also, Asmongold made 3 videos about Iran. Nux did 2. Interested to recommend the earlier one by Nux. Maybe. Interesting. The top priority is a racist.
Piss off. I fucking hate white people. A blight on the earth they are. Good thing they are stopping breeding.
A top priority. An anti-white racist. A top priority. Also, since considering that everyone, right, when they say colonialists, they mean everyone who's white, not people who actually say that, right, there are no colonialists, right, existing right now. Like, okay, maybe there are, sure. But, like, that's not what he means. This is just a replacement for white. and this is just a replacement for Jew. So, interesting. Yeah. Imagine saying that your top priority is a man saving somebody who is a top priority to you is a man who is a racist who wants you dead, who's anti-Semitic. What more do you want at this point? Bro got it all. And he has a red profile, which just gives me to believe that this man is a communist too. So we got a anti-white racist communist who wants every white person to just vanish. Cool. And that's your top priority. Who voted for Keir Starmer? I want their names. I just want to talk.
We need to kill more of them. Don't worry, where we are discussing we will take over your town and...
That is your top priority? What the fuck? Fuck so. Kirsche. That is... What the fuck is wrong with you people? Diabolical.
Rape your women. Us terrorists...
Demons, by the way. Demons. That's the word I use here. Demons. Literal demons. That was your top priority. You invited back into the UK. The English have fallen. There's no doubt about it.
And to do that, the brilliant British dogs and monkeys think terrorists will reveal their plans on Twitter. There's one of them doing it right now.
Yeah. The problem is that they don't care. The problem is that they don't care. Ah! Yeah! Why not?
I'm telling you that I hate white people. Amazing that they've let this happen. The most treacherous government in history. They are siding with...
Like, that is literally... they're literally traitors to their own people. Like, there's no other word to put it. Like, Keir Starmer is literally a traitor to his own country. There is no other way to put this. There's nothing I can say. There's no other... there's no way I could describe it differently. That is insane. That is insane. Absolutely.
And importing people into your country that want to fucking kill you. And they're celebrating it on...
If that sounds like you need more fear, random shooting white males should convince them racism costs lives. Maybe at this point, there might be a chance that racism might actually save them if this is what we get into Europe. Just saying.
Twitter.
Just for context, this isn't a comedian making a funny, edgy tweet when he was a teenager. This is a 44-year-old software developer born in Egypt who was imprisoned for his political activism and who was granted UK citizenship in 2022.
That is insane. Plus Starmer, wanker trader for over half a year. That is straight up insane. That is just that is a guy that is the leader of a country said that a man who wants him essentially dead is a top priority. What?
While in prison, people across the political spectrum are understandably freaking out, trying to figure out how the government would allow this after those tweets.
But I'll switch to something else. Advocating killing police, hating white people, assassination plot. Well, we got even more of these. So this is the person that...
That is insane. That is insane. That is insane.
The British government is going and congratulating itself for. I'm delighted that this person has arrived in the UK and is with...
Are these people just straight up meant... She probably she probably had a gun to her head and Starmer's it like, tweet this? What the fuck? What the fuck? Just what the actual fuck? That is crazy. They're literally like, oh, by the way, they're clapping for the dude that wants them dead. That is crazy. That is insane. That is what we call, what's the word? Suicidal empathy. By the way, Poke, if you were living in the UK, you could be arrested for your take. Absolute cinema. Well, if I would make the same take here in Germany, for Germany, then I'd probably get arrested too.
his family. His case has been a top priority for the government. They are importing people into your country that want to kill you. These people are evil. They are evil. Suicidal empathy.
Demons. Yeah, suicidal empathy. His nation that hard. They can't even fight it at the moment. Yeah. Weird how when this all is happening and the Children's Online Safety Act was dropped on people. I wonder why. That was not just to spy. That was specifically take down voices criticizing this in the UK.
At its peak, if I said what I wanted to say, I would get banned. So I would just agree with you.
Pretty much. Horrible. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. That's insane. That is what people like. What the UK says that they want. What do you do? How do you deal with that? How do you fight back against this? How do you fight this genuinely? If your own government congratulates, but wrong poke Germany's. Germany's not free speech. Germany's not free speech. The government can legally dox you under the name of journalism. They could watch my videos right now, find out where I go to college, where I go to work, where I live, what my friends are, under the name of journalism and air that on TV. Buddy, this shit not free speech. That opening your mouth too far can get you doxxed. That's the first thing. And depending on what you say, you might have the government sitting in your house next, depending on what you say. Germany's not free speech. Nope. Nope. Not happening. Not in this world. Or if you say the wrong thing, you're gonna have Antifa throwing some cocktails that burn at your house. Don't worry. Free speech does not exist here either. I don't know, people got arrested posting Islamophobic posts. That can happen too, yes. We do have anti-hate speech laws, so yes, there's no freedom of speech. So that can happen. Somebody insulted a politician here in Germany, right? Somebody insulted a politician here in Germany and then was jailed for it. So yeah, we do not really have freedom of speech. We have anti-hate speech laws. And the moment you have anti-hate speech laws, and they're usually a weird amalgamation of nonsense, because what is hate speech? Hate speech is what you define as hate speech, and therefore anything can be hate speech that you don't like. Then no, we do not have freedom of speech. Not really. Nope. Not at all. That does exist, unfortunately. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. But yeah, we do have anti-hate speech laws, and therefore it's over. I mean, they actively tried to ban our. They actively tried to ban our right-wing party, which is not super right-wing actually. They're very much moderate. I mean, their leader is a lesbian who loves an Indian immigrant. He's pulling guy Dominic something. I don't know. I know what who you're talking about, but I don't know his last name. Polish last name. As if I'd know that. But yeah, we're just equally as cooked. We just eat cancel poke. It'll happen eventually. Like, I don't know. I talk about Niara. Niara gets like notices that, and then they're like, "Oh, look at this Nazi." Yeah, I don't care, bro. A few posts online. Your better years will come, Germany. To wait and fight for it. Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea. Our chancellor wants to put German soldiers at the Russian-Ukraine border. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? We're beyond cooked already. We're beyond cooked already. Just recently we had a girl, right, we also have the same problems with like the stabbings and the assaults and stuff. We also just recently in Berlin we had a blackout because left-wing radicals started burning some electricity stuff, which was also very interesting. We just have the same problems as anywhere else in Europe. Same issue. I think in Berlin, in fact, they can even just put in government viruses so they without your knowledge, by the way, to check your phones and stuff. They can literally enter your house, put stuff in there. You can't even defend yourself. It's really interesting. It is interesting. We are definitely cooked. Hey, at this point, if we are at that topic, we might as well do this one.
You are horrible.
We might as well do this one. While we're at the topic, we might as well. This has been in here for like last week, and I really wanted to watch it. But we might as well do this one. Because I see other people react to it already, so, you know, he might have a good point if this many people are reacting. Might as well. Also, I think I've seen this guy on Twitter. So yeah, here we go. How the radical left dehumanizes the right by Remnant 777 or 777. I do not know. We'll go in. I'm interested. I'm interested what he has to say. I've seen this guy here and there. So yeah, we'll go in. We'll go in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate your support. But yeah, that is what I can lead with what Shoe1Head said at one point, right? I can lead with that, right? They don't kill you because you're a Nazi. They call you a Nazi so they can kill you. Anyways, moving on.
You are a horrible person. You deserve to be insulted and attacked. You are not deserving of a civil conversation. This always confused me because I love debates. I love listening to debates online, whether that be from left-wing people or right-wing people, or
it is generally interesting how debate culture and general debating has changed. When we look into the past of political debates, one thing was very interesting to note, and that was the mutual respect that both parties had for each other. Oftentimes even agreeing on points with each other. Very interesting. Even if they were very much not aligned with each other. That is very interesting. Just look at political debates between for example, US presidents. The vibe, the climate was very different to what it is nowadays. It is very interesting to see that and see how predominantly in my opinion, from what I see, the left really does not want to interact with the right. Which obviously creates a problem because both sides don't want to don't talk to each other.
or simply when I watch left-wing commentators. And when I hear somebody say this, it always puzzled me. Why would you say this? You're a horrible, evil person, you don't deserve common respect or courtesy, and I'm not going to entertain a conversation with you. You're not going to convince anybody when you're accusing them of something that they don't believe, and that is obviously untrue, and you're just calling them evil, and you're attacking them, you're just insulting them. What do you hope to gain from this? And I thought about this for weeks on end.
If you do this, you can paint somebody to be the villain. Not only that, you can essentially make it so that anything goes. Anything goes. Just anything. You can do what you want to them, right? They're a bad person. They don't agree with me. So they're a bad person. Like, this topic always gets brought up. You know, being right-wing is bad because why would you be against human rights? I'm like, even human rights are negotiated and debated what a human right is. You can disagree on what a human right is. 100%. And you need to debate on it 100% as well.
Bugged me to no end, but I figured it out. And unfortunately, I came to a very grim conclusion. You see, those statements, you're not worthy of respect or courtesy, we cannot have a civil conversation, none of that is designed to persuade you. It's designed to radicalize the people who already agree with him. If you had two commentators and they're discussing and they're talking things out, and one of them says that to the other, their goal is no longer to talk things out with you. Their goal is to simply radicalize, polarize, and isolate their own audience.
Go.
Stop
talking.
molding. I'm just
Shut
trying
up.
to argue in good faith with you.
You're not arguing in good faith at all. You're over here insulting women, saying they're useless and weak, and then saying the difference of 5 pounds
When
is
did
gonna
I
make it
say
so a
they're
woman
useless and
can't be in the fucking military. You're one of the most embarrassing, pathetic pieces of shit that I've ever encountered.
Why are you so mad?
Because you are
I said
pathetic.
they're not.
It's to paint the other person as an evil human being that cannot be talked to or reasoned to.
Was that Hunter Avalon? Something like that? I usually like the guy. What's going on here?
Video is designed for people who are right-wing. Title obviously says how the radical left dehumanizes people on the right. But for people who are left-wing who just so happen to click on this video, I'm going to try and give examples that you can also relate to and understand. If you had two people and one person said, I care about these kids who claim to be trans, but I don't think they're trans. I think that they're simply confused. I think that they need to get some help. And the other side simply says, you want trans kids to die. You hate them because he said those things. He's not...
No, that's not it. It's also this thought. If you are left and you do care about trans people, what if what you're doing right? Remember, we don't have long-term studies on this. We don't know what the fallout is going to be. What if you're wrong? What if what you've been doing with transitioning, feeding them hormones at a young age, potentially chemically castrating them, which might happen due to hormones? What if you are wrong? What then? What is going to happen with the people that you damaged by saying, oh, we need to do this and that and help them in this way and that way? What if you are wrong? The other side as well. What if you are wrong? I'm not denying that trans people don't exist. There are definitely people who suffer from gender dysphoria. I'm just saying that is not solving the problem. If you're feeding a schizophrenic person their delusions, that's not going to help them.
Aiming to convince that person. That's not going to convince him. The right-wing person doesn't believe any of those claims that are being made against him. The sole purpose of those statements are to make it so that people no longer interact with or communicate with people who make those claims. It kills discourse because you can better isolate people and polarize people if they no longer communicate. And for my left-wing audience, let me give you a right-wing example so that you can relate to this. If you're talking to a person and you say you're pro-choice, you say, I'm in favor of women's rights, I want them to have access to women's healthcare, it protects women and it also gives them freedom. Imagine you said those things and the other person, instead of engaging with anything you said, they simply claim against you, actually, you're a Satanist. You simply want to sacrifice babies to Moloch or Satan. You're a Satanist right now. You hate life. You want to kill innocent babies. That's all you want at the end of the day. You just hate babies. How can you talk to or communicate with a person like that?
You can't, because they don't want to talk at this point. They don't want to talk to you at this point, right? It doesn't matter. They're just trying to proclaim that you're evil. So at this point, like, right, again, anything goes. Right? You're evil. You're a monster. So you deserve what's coming to you. Now, personally, I'm pro-life, not pro-choice. Because I see what could be, not what it is right now. And I see that it is, in my opinion, a human since conception. And I think that, now, I don't think that we should ban abortion completely, right? I don't think that solves the problem. I think what we should do is hold people accountable if they start using abortion as a plan B, as healthcare, as a way to just avoid pregnancy, not like as birth control, as some are doing, right? There's women out there who are on their 5th abortion, and I'm like, how the fuck are you on your you can't be on your 5th abortion and use the pill, and a condom. That doesn't happen. And and the statistics agree with you, right? 87 of those abortions are not due to unwanted, like, right? They're not due to like grape, whatever there is, right? They're not due to like the woman's life being in danger, right? And when the UK aborts as a highball 48% of their children, there's a problem, and that needs to be addressed. 3 years or so, leftists are anti-civilization, anti-rights from life, so they wish everyone will suffer like themselves. Terrible ideology. Yep. Poker time to end stream. No, not yet. We're not yet, buddy.
People on the right, if they truly believe those things, how could they possibly ever have a rational conversation with you? They can't. You're an evil Satanist. We can't talk to you. And it basically has the exact same effect. It's intended to have that exact same effect, but for the other side. Especially considering you don't believe any of those things. I guarantee 99% of my audience who's pro-choice, they're probably not Satanists who want to sacrifice babies to Moloch. Okay? Can we agree on that? I think so.
Yeah, definitely. And I do get the position as to like it should like the woman's choice, right? I do get like to the decision that you know, you shouldn't be forced literally to carry a child, right? That you don't want. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge that there are ways to avoid greatly minimize it, and that's currently not practiced, right? That's currently not practiced. Cricket! Thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Be here for a minute. Hi, Zoom. Welcome back.
I'm sure this is not the first time you've heard that talking point, right? That's what's happening in American politics today. And the exact purpose behind this is so that they can radicalize their own audience, because that pushes them...
Hey, look at our favorite small head, big body guy. I'm shocked. Well, not really, but Kaya is.
Away from honest, open communication with the other side, and pushes them towards taking action. We need revolutionaries. We don't need people who can think. And I've broken it down to what literally every radical leftist does. In our train of thought, we start off with Nazi. Nazis are bad because they killed innocent people. They killed quite a few if you know anything about history. And we don't talk to Nazis. Instead, we should make them feel uncomfortable. In fact, good people will do better.
They have absolutely 100% destroyed the word Nazi. To the point where actually we just don't know what it is. Again, thank you, Cricket, for the... Wait, that's not a super chat. It's a super sticker. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. I have another free membership from Creekcraft again. I don't know how, but I think someone gave like 10 free memberships. Yeah, that happens. I usually get a lot because I'm hanging around a lot in Kirsch's chat, so there's that. It's just like, the word has been completely destroyed. Same with bigot, same with homophobic, same with transphobic. Those words have no meaning, and every time somebody uses those words against me, I just shrug with my shoulders, because they have no meaning whatsoever. If you use a word over and over again, it loses its meaning. Especially when we live in times where we are so close to essentially stating not dating the same gender is homophobic. We were at one point, remember when I reacted to the whole artist situation on Twitter, where like these mentally deranged people had a complete crash out over somebody not wanting to draw homosexual art? And we got really close to the idea of not date, if you're a man, you not date men, you're homophobic. Diabolical. By the way, we have the same thing with trans people already, right? If you don't trade a trans person, you're transphobic. We already have that.
Bad things to Nazis. We're supposed to punch Nazis. But you know what Nazis are also? They're fascists. Nazis are fascists, but what is fascism, you may ask? Well, we're not really going to specify that. We're going to leave it nice and vague, because we're simply going to talk about what fascism means to me, and what
fascism has no particular left or right-leaning position. right? Fascism is a tool that can be used by either side. Doesn't matter. Fascism is not exclusively right-wing. Right? The Soviet Union was still fascist, and they were not right-wing.
Fascism means to me is simply whatever I disagree with that infringes on my freedoms and rights. If you disagree with women's rights,
Incel is the same one, right? Incel is also one of those words that turned from like somebody who's involuntary celibate to man I don't agree with.
To abort children, you're a fascist.
Like, even if said man is married and has children, he's still an incel.
If you disagree with trans rights to mutilate themselves, you're a fascist. That's how their train of thought goes. And who exactly is fascist again? Literally everybody who voted for Trump. Half of the American population. That is fascist. But wait, if you're fascist...
Funny. I'm gonna use the same thing that Caleb Hammer used against one of his SJW clients. Do you call them clients? I think you call them clients, right? He invites them. He works for them essentially then. We don't listen to people that look like you anymore. And I think, you know, you probably have a picture of the people, right? Nose ring, colored hair, probably overweight. You get the idea. You're fascist, whether it's left or right, fascist is still evil and corrupt. Obviously, yeah. But nowadays it's not used to describe an actual system. It's used just to say, you are fascist because you don't agree with me. That's the problem. But yeah, it came from Italy. That is very true.
That means you're a Nazi. And if you're a Nazi, it's good if bad things happen to you. You see what I'm getting at? These are the mental gymnastics they go through in order to justify violence against you. These people literally have more sympathy for child murderers, abusers, and than people who vote right-wing. And again,
this ties really well into what's happening with Venezuela, right? There is literally people saying they stand with the president, quote unquote, of Venezuela. And I was like, you stand with somebody who is essentially spreading drugs? You stand with somebody who took out innocent students that were protesting against them, took out his opposition? That's what you're standing for? And like people with their white savior complex barging in, telling Venezuelans what, like left-wing idiots telling Venezuelans what they're supposed to think and feel? What is this? And people are like, oh yeah, but Trump didn't do this out of the good of his heart. He did this because of the oil. So You think there's many things that have been done that result in good things that were not done out of the good of people's hearts. You think China and Russia had the good thoughts in their mind for Venezuelans? Like, you think that? What a stupid argument. Everything is done because you can gain something out of it. That's how politics works, unfortunately. Though aren't correctly, leftists throw on you Nazi, fascist, racist with no reason, just to shut you up. No need to take those words seriously anymore. Blames, yeah, pretty much. And where is socialist? No, not really. Not really. We literally have a socialist party here in Germany. We do that, and they are getting more and more attention, right? They're literally called the left. They're literally... They are on their way, if this continues, to slowly be on equal footing with our right-wing party. It's really weird. Oil, the third reason to hit Venezuela. Yep. Drugs, oil, and I don't know.
I want to make it clear. I literally have nothing against people who are left-wing. I enjoy talking to them.
Nah, I don't either. I don't care. If you're left-wing, I don't care. We may disagree on things, but realistically, I don't care at all. Like, I don't care. Unless you're not, like, a complete moron. As long as your beliefs are based, actually, and you can defend your beliefs, and they're based on reality, totally cool. Totally cool. Go ahead.
I think they're fun people. We disagree on practically everything, but I still like them. I still can be friends with them. I don't have a problem with people who are left-wing. I want to clarify that. We are simply exploring the radical left, which is becoming much more prominent these days. Yet take note of this. They don't overtly condone violence. They don't. That would get them banned off of YouTube, or worse, they could possibly be imprisoned, because that's illegal. And the left is not known for being brave, mind you. Instead, they like to play it safe. If somebody they disagree with dies, they don't condemn it. They don't care. In fact, they're gonna laugh at it. That's all they can do. That's as close to the edge they're willing to go.
Corey Comparator was a horrible person.
Not only that, remember, I watched the stream, like Kirsche was doing, and she was talking about like the Trump rally thing, right? That happened, right? And it is insane to me that Destiny essentially had said he wouldn't care if it was, instead of like this random innocent man, it was his own parents. Insanity. That is crazy. Like, to the point where, like, you're so, I'm gonna straight up say this, mentally ill because of politics, that you even discard your own family. Crazy to me. Crazy. First, active connection with terrorist organizations. Yeah, second, drugs and corruption. Third, oil. Yep. It was promised to them 3,000 years ago. Should become socialist. They might leave native for Russia and China. There's a chance this would happen, but I think they would just make Germany unlivable. Like, same how Sweden is an absolute hellhole.
Dying for your child does not mean that you love them or take good care of them. What? The Trump supporter that died was a lunatic. He was most likely a fascist, and I mean, he was at a Trump rally, man. What do you expect? Like, he probably wanted trans people to die.
When a Trump supporter dies, who cares? He probably was a fascist. In fact, let's laugh at him. Let's dance on his grave. After all, you shouldn't be made to feel safe. Hassan, for example, he overtly hates white Christians. He hates us so much that he flat out admits it would be better if they got than other groups.
Henry College is like doing one good thing, which is that like if you have these millionaire, billionaire, wasp fail sons, at least taking them out of other.
I find it funny that this man is a millionaire as well. And then Nepo Baby. Again, really funny. For a minute, I will start stream, so I'll have to. We'll start stream, so I'll have to go. Crazy important video and takes Pocket. Take care, Cricket. They use A1 Venezuela's oil. I don't want Venezuela to become the new Iraq. I don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, the Venezuelans wanted this, right? They're celebrating. Like there's literally videos of streets full of people celebrating, and it makes sense, right? That man was not a good man. We'll see. There's at least hope. There's at least hope that it will get better for them. It can't get much worse, anyways.
Colleges, so they can only do date to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters, is like, in some respects, a little bit better.
So let's recap. It's not only better for us to be they also don't care when we die, and they also get pleasure out of it. They'll laugh on your grave because you deserve it. After all, you have an evil ideology, and there's no possible way that you could believe those things and not be evil, deserving of death. Do you still not believe me when I say those things?
That's like insane. How can you claim to be pro-woman, right? How can you be pro-choice, pro-woman, women's rights, and then in the same sentence say that women who just have money deserve to get raped? How can you say those things, but then be... Again, I think Hassan is very much performative, right? He's pro-LGBTQ, but then he supports places where they forcibly transition gay men, or they stone people, or they throw them off buildings. So that doesn't work. Or where they essentially... the only thing women are in those places is breeding machines for nothing else, just making babies for their armies, and that's it. I find that very funny. And he's a performative Muslim too, because, he uses it as a shield, but then he owns a dog, and he listens to music, and, it's very interesting. Millionaire, it wasn't because of his steering skills, sitting there, reacting to videos. and not even having the respect to pause it when leaving.
You're going to. Not only do they laugh when we die, but Hassan openly admits that people should landlords.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. Murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets.
He essentially said, pretty much, that his own mother. Like, imagine how ironic it would be if somebody listened to that and accidentally did that to his mother. Not that it shouldn't happen. His mother has nothing to do with him, right? That he's a piece of shit. That's okay. But you get the idea. Imagine somebody heard that and was like, yep, I'm gonna do it. And the victim was his mother. Insanity. Definitely a champagne socialist, yeah. Lies non-stop. He's having girls on a regular basis. Us Jellywig. I think Jellywig is sitting in the chair, to be fair, when he goes down on Cutie Cinderella.
Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude. Oh my god, in a video game, of course.
Because he's a communist. He's a crypto-communist. But Hassan, he's not a man of principles. He doesn't care about morality, especially when it comes to telling the truth. Being honest.
And then is the funny part, right? That women came out and said that he was a bit weird towards them and odd, right? And then also, like, you look at, like, right, the older videos of, like, you know, bro tips from the professor. If you know those. If you know, you know. Yeah. And then Vosh with his lolly horse fun. That was interesting. And also, like, how he got destroyed by somebody he was destroyed by somebody who argued with him about the state of trans and like H2O, that the objective reality that H2O existed regardless of people gave it a word or a meaning or anything. H2O was always there, it will always be there, and he essentially wanted to disagree with that. And I was like, are we denying reality here? You essentially just wanted to say that H2O didn't exist until we discovered it. What is your problem?
Is a disadvantage to these people. Now instead, he needs to spread the good holy Marxist spirit, even to Landlord's podcast, where he shares his beliefs and he does not hesitate to lie to their face about what socialism is.
It is about equity instead of equality. That's what people misunderstand about socialism. It is not about equity instead of equality at all. We don't have material equality as a baseline in this country. We don't have that at all. I'm advocating for a baseline of material equality, and I'm advocating for better worker protections, better worker rights, and less alienation.
That's all a lie. That's a fucking lie. What he's talking about can happen in a capitalist system, and it is explicitly not what socialism is about. It's not about materially equal conditions. That's called welfare or redistribution, which capitalism can do, right? You're talking specifically about getting rid of or eliminating the profit, or at the very least, redirecting the profit to workers. You want to destroy private ownership because owners that don't work shouldn't be collecting money off of people that do. That's fundamentally what your belief is. And that's not even like this is what Marxists believe. This is what you believe. You said this on stream, mother. His idea.
It's like funny how I have to agree with Destiny, even though I don't like this piece of trash. Crazy. Good night. See you tomorrow, dear slimes. Take care, Cricket. Bye bye. It's just, bro. It's just insane that I have to agree with Destiny here. I feel dirty.
The idea of socialism is what Republicans called socialism in 2005. Socialism is when you pay your taxes.
Socialism is just when government does more stuff. Not at all when we execute you. Keep in mind.
The less the government, I have a feeling that the less the government is involved, the less problems we'll have at this point. Because of all their weird authoritarian bullshit going on recently.
This guy's channel is literally dedicated to teaching people how to become landlords and to become millionaires. He actively teaches people to become the things Hassan hates and advocates for the death of those people. Yet he's perfectly fine sitting down having a cup of coffee with these people, as long as it means getting the good message out there. Because again, these aren't men of principles.
remember he said something along the lines of getting along with people so he can essentially weaponize their communities. I find that very interesting. Like, and he was essentially complaining that he had no friends. Like, no shit, you want to use their communities to spread your ideology. What is wrong with you?
You call it selling out your principles. I call it fucking winning. And that's my principle. To win as a socialist, not to lose as a socialist. That's not my principle. I don't give a about principled failure. Principled failure is worth dog shit.
These people don't care about truth. They want power. They only care about winning, in their own words. And being a man of principles means you gotta tell the truth at least, right? But that only holds you back because these people, they're not honest with you about what they believe.
You have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way, or places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond,
Right. So, agitprop refers to an intentional, vigorous promulgation of ideas. The term originated in the Soviet Union, where it refers to popular media such as literature, plays, pamphlets, films, and other art forms with a political message in favor of communism. Oh, so that's what we're essentially seeing in a lot of video games and media, and even some of it has infiltrated anime. I find that very interesting. Okay, cool. At least I have a term now to the a word now to the phenomenon I've been seeing. Is that why all the female characters look ugly as shit nowadays?
It's a democratic idea.
That's what these leftists are taught to do. That's what they actively do. They don't reveal fully what they believe. No, we gotta water it down first. Make it easier for people to digest. We water down the information so that they can be set on the right path of radicalization, which should be really concerning for you, even if you're a centrist. Because if this is the watered down message where they think it's better for you to be and they...
If that's a watered down message, what do they actually think? Welcome back, London. How you doing? Welcome back. Like, bro, if that's the watered down version, then what do they actually mean? That's the question.
Don't care when you die. What do they really believe? I mean, this is what they're totally fine openly admitting and showing to people. They have no problem with this. This is not the most radical part of their message. It's not just, haha, it'd be funny if you die. It's they want you dead. They're actively working towards that goal. Look at what they're doing. They're proactively taking steps to make their own audiences not communicate with people who disagree with them. They're supposed to be rude, disrespectful, simply call...
Like, that's insane, right? You have literally families no longer interacting with each other. Like, it is crazy. It is insanity. It's crazy.
You a Nazi and an evil person and call it a day. We can't talk to these evil subhumans because at the end of the day, this is language designed to dehumanize you. You're no longer a person who simply has different views or opinions on what's best for the world. No, you just are evil and you hate people. No longer do you simply believe that, hey, I think abortion is murder. I value the life of a child. No, it's you hate women. That's what these people unironically believe. If you think that transitioning children is wrong, you want trans kids to die. If you're against welfare and you think that's wasteful spending and there are better ways to help the homeless, no, you just hate the homeless and you want them to suffer. That is what these radical leftists unironically believe about the right. Verbatim.
I think most welfare is just putting a band-aid on an open bleeding wound most of the time, because first of all, the money doesn't even go to the people, it goes anywhere else but to those people. I also believe that it is just a temporary solution. Like, it won't help in the grand scheme of things. Remember, like, the whole thing around, like, essentially Elon Musk saying he would solve world hunger if they provide a plan? They did not provide a plan. Fun fact. Like, they did provide a plan, but it was completely useless. And fun fact, when people said, like, oh, these rich people, they could solve all the problems. No, they can't. No, they can't, because there actually needs to be a system in place that permanently helps them. And the problem is that this isn't happening, right? You can temporarily delay social problems if you throw money at it, but it doesn't solve the problem. Give it a few more years, and we're just back to square one. That's a problem. I have a request for next video. There. Let's are a different breed. What the fuck? Bajavias? Sure.
It's because they're not even just left-wing. Because a left-wing person, maybe they have the ability to interact and talk to people on the right. Hey, they understand that we don't agree, but we both want what's best for the world. Not a radical leftist, though. No, they don't talk to you because their own audience decided to isolate you from them. They want them to hate you, because if they hate you, it's going to be a lot easier to lead a revolution where they execute you. They make it a point to sympathize and empathize with criminals, rapists, murderers more than you. Which side is in favor of the death penalty? Not the left. They think that murderers, they're simply disturbed or unwell human beings. No, people who actually murder.
Yeah. Very unwell. There was a case where a guy broke into a family's house. Oh, wait, that is the news video. Okay. There's a guy who broke into a family's house, deleted the son, harmed everyone else in there, right? And was jailed, released again, jailed again, released again, jailed again. Really interesting, because he could plead for insanity. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that insane? Diabolical.
They're not evil. We gotta help them. We must advocate for rehabilitation for these people.
And people were advocating for this man, by the way. I remember when this was it Shyla Hendricks? I forgot what her name was. Called the killer the N-word, right? For stealing. If I remember correctly. And like what was essentially threatened to her was not proportional to what she did, which is really interesting. Like, she said the N-word, she used the word, and they wanted to essentially find out where she lives and kill her and her child. Not to excuse the use of the N-word, but the violence isn't that what she received was not proportional to what she did.
Unless you say the N-word. No, if you say the N-word, you're actually just a horrible, evil person, and there's no possible reason for it other than you're just evil. For the we gotta extend sympathy and empathy. For the racist, none is given. No, when it comes to Shiloh, because she said the N-word, they justify doing horrible, evil things to her. If you say the N-word, it is good to dox you, to steal your social security number, to swat you, to harass you, to try and ruin your life, to try and get you fired from your job so that you can't feed your children, because she's racist. Just like all white people are racist, according to them. Because remember, being killed is a good thing in these people's eyes. That's what they believe. If there was a situation where a woman, she was being murdered by a man, and that woman just so happened to call him the N-word right before she died, people would say she deserved it. In fact, people would be happy it happened to her. That's how these people's moral compasses operate. Look at these videos. Keep in mind.
Pretty much. That's how they're doing it. Yeah, pretty much.
Fine, she literally just said the N-word, and this is what they have to say for her.
My mama would have went to that house, knocked on her door, dragged her by that skinny little blonde ponytail, and turned her every which way but loose. And then she'd be like, go get my bail money. I feel like it is time for us to start turning the other cheek. And I mean their cheek, not our cheek, okay? I think it's time for us to start showing them who the fuck we are.
And the fact that you did that when that little boy's parents were not around, they were not present. What kind of person are you behind closed doors? Like, I'm fearful of your children, and I hope that they get removed.
Yeah, they're essentially calling CPS on our forward, which is crazy.
From your care?
That lady, Shiloh Hendricks, whatever the name is, people like her, they deserve a bullet. They really do.
Ooh, the way I would have rearranged that bitch's face if I was in front of her. But I hope and pray that they find your location. And I hope they dog walk your stupid ass. And when you good and going, I hope somebody finds your grave and piss on that shit.
Again, these people think that if you...
Which is ironic because, you know, I have found something out that these people, that is very crucial that these people have not. If you go onto the level to the people that you don't like. You are not morally superior. You are just like them. You are the same. There's a big discussion right now in Germany about a female rapper who does really disgusting texts. And women argue, oh, but men have been doing that all the time. You're still not supposed to do it! Because then you lose the moral high ground. This is like, others jump out of the window, and I jump. Would you jump after them? Because others are doing it, so I can do it too.
You say one word, you deserve to be raped and murdered. When it happens to you, they will be happy and gleeful. They hate you. And look, this is negative information, really negative topic for this video. But I'm only saying this because I truly believe that this is the case. I'm never this strong or stern with what I say. And the only reason why I'm saying it right now is it's because it's the truth, and you need to hear this. These people are trying to polarize their audiences so that they hate you more, and they're more willing to do evil things against you. Because again, when they call you an evil monster that doesn't deserve courtesy or respect, it's not to change your mind, it's to isolate their own audience and to radicalize their own side. Which is really ironic if you think about it. This is the side of quote-unquote democracy. But the reason why they want to isolate their own audience and to radicalize them is because they are genuinely fearful that if they heard the other side, they would be convinced and leave them.
Like canceling these people or preventing them from showing up and pushing their message when most people don't have the ability to like push back, I think that does more good than it does harm. Nobody knows how to handle that.
Yeah, but shouldn't they?
I wish they did.
Then we should do that,
but I
right?
feel like that's very idealized.
But yeah, but that's what we're at college. It's a place for ideals, right? Don't you all have dreams?
Oh God, I still have to agree with Destiny again, Mister. I will share revenge corn. I think every race is great, by the way. That alone would make you a racist in those radical people's eyes. Because how could you say that white people are also great? How could you? And to an extent, this belief system also hits Asians, especially Japanese, right? Because Japanese are also white adjacent. It is crazy, the mental gymnastics that these people do.
You guys aren't old enough to have your hopes and dreams crushed yet. You should still be idealistic, right?
It used to be the opposite. I used to feel like, oh yeah, we should have every idea, bad or good, on the marketplace, and then people should debate it. And bad ideas will fall to the bottom, good ideas will come to the top. But instead, we had like 4 years of like half the population of America,
and that's
parroting what Trump said.
Democracy, guys. Only I am right and nobody else. Democracy.
On Twitter.
If their own audience could think for themselves, if their own audience was genuinely exposed to the other side, they wouldn't be a radical leftist. They fear this. They don't trust honest discourse. If you could actually have an honest conversation with a Nazi, as they say it, they genuinely fear you would become one of them. It's very funny. They're not in favor of having a democracy that is actually informed on what the other side thinks. No, no, no. We must have a democracy that is controlled with isolated followers who are radicalized and only know to hate the people that they disagree with. Democracy where you only know one thing. Democracy where you can't hear the other side out. Democracy where you only know to hate. I mean, look at the Ethan.
So dictatorship, that's pretty much what it is, right? As long as this video, 3 more minutes. Dictatorship, that's pretty much what it is, though. Like, you just want Venezuela.
Fine situation. Ethan Klein is...
Or China.
Your standard lefty. He engages in all of the left-wing talking points, but he only disagrees slightly with the Israel and Palestine situation. He doesn't even deny 90% of their talking points when it comes to Palestine, yet they still hate them. They hate him so much that they literally called child protective services on him. The same guy that says that Steven Crowder is a right-wing extremist. That's how left-wing he is, yet they still hate his guts.
If Crowder is a right-wing extremist, what the fuck is Nick Fuentes then? That must be like the reincarnation of the mustache man.
Hate him and his family. They want the worst for him. If his family got raped and murdered, they would be happy. And they make that clear with their words and their actions. And if they want to do that with Ethan Klein, who's practically identical to them, what does that say about you if you're even a centrist? In most revolutions and purges, even the people who are the strongest advocates of that movement tend to fall to the guillotine themselves. Because after all, if anybody disagrees with them, they're a fascist. And fascists are evil Nazis. And we don't respect or show common courtesy to Nazis. We don't even talk to them. Which means not only will they remain silent when violence happens against you, no. They're going to enjoy it. That's what they're looking forward to. So at this point, if they call you a sexist, homophobe, racist, whatever, who cares? They're going to anyway.
That's my go-to behavior. Like, who cares? I'm just gonna shrug and move along. That's literally what I'm doing. I would just I just like, I get called a bigot. I'm like, okay. Anyways, next. Like, at least, like, if you like try to state to me something, like give me like a buzzword, at least get creative. Find a new one. I'm getting bored.
They don't want to engage in logic and reason because they're afraid of it. That's why they isolate their followers. That's why they're polarizing people. They're fearful of real conversations. Yet I want to make this clear. The point of this video is not to make you feel the exact same way towards them. Don't fall into the exact same trap. This video is not created with the purpose to isolate.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, I agree. We lose the moral high ground if we act like them. That's how it is. That is the truth. Never fall into this, well, like, you want people to die. That is not how we should act. That is not how it should be. Like, I don't want people like Hassan to die. I do want him to face consequences, though. Like, getting banned. Right? Because if everybody else gets banned that says shit like this, then he should get too. And the people surrounding him.
People, to polarize them, to kill conversations. No, I think those things are really important. And we need to call this out for what it is. That's what you need to do. Call out what they're doing. They're radicalizing their own audiences, and this is how they're doing it. You need to understand this. I don't think there's anything wrong with seeking or gaining political power. That's what we should do, but I don't think you should do it through dishonest means. There's absolutely nothing wrong with voting in the laws and principles that you hold into this country, especially as a Christian. They hate you, and they view you as this cartoonish villain. Don't fall down that same path yourself. Do what is right. And that is it for this video. I really hope you enjoyed it. And if you enjoyed,
that was a good video. That was a really good video. That was a really good video. That was a really good video. That was good. That was good. Anyways, yeah, I agree fully. I agree. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Yeah, I agree. That was a good video. That was a very good video. Okay, we can do the Javius one real quick. Hold up, wait a minute. I need to check something real quick. Okay, it works. Hold up. Okay, that's fine. Okay, anyways, here we go. We can do this, the last one of today. We're gonna do the last one of today, and that's good. That's that.
So over the past
Piper one, leave me alone, Piper. All right, let's look at this. All right, let's look at this. Here we go. Here we go. Alrighty, let's hear it. Rosexuals are a different breed by Javius. I am surprised and interested in how that it's gonna be surprising how that goes. I'm assuming this has to do with the Roblox people. Very much. I am assuming that is the case. We're gonna look at it. We're gonna see what this is about. Sounds horrible. Why is this so peaceful? I'm scared. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate your support. Here we go.
Yeah! Shake that.
Buddy, you have problems.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm joking, by the way. That was a joke. But anyways, I know you saw that title. What exactly is a rosexual? Now, I'm not talking about the online daters.
Don't tell me somebody went out there and literally created a sexuality based on Roblox characters and Roblox avatars. You cannot. No. Nope. Stop.
old news. That's been happening since the start of Roblox. I want to talk specifically about the people attracted to the Roblox characters themselves. You heard
that can't be. Then again, people wanna do it with Minecraft characters at this point. Whatever. Doesn't matter.
that shit right. They're choking, they're shaking, they're flicking the bean to Roblox characters. Like, I got so
like when I see the hot headless e-boy on Roblox, that is diabolical. That is diabolical. Humans are something we need to remove, I think.
many questions. What even is there to enjoy? They're made out of fucking blocks. All right, like, I get it if you're going into Overwatch, right? I get it, okay?
Yeah, but Overwatch is a little different. It was nothing accelerated the creation of animated corn more than Overwatch. More than Overwatch, to the point where I think for Overwatch 2 they tried to stop it from happening. That did not stop the Gooners. The Gooners just evolved with the game.
Come on, bro. What the fuck is this? But at the same, like,
this reminds me of the couch, like the white girl surrounded by the black men on the couch. Same energy.
play devil's advocate, okay? Play devil's advocate. I get it.
What?
I know that sounds wild, but hear me out. I only get it if you're stupid young, right? Because you don't know any better. Because when I was 8, I played a lot of Minecraft, and I was always searching up. I searched up sexy Minecraft girls in bikini, okay? But
that's a crazy self-report. You wouldn't get anything like this out of me, even if with like at gunpoint. Like, you actually have to torture me for probably years and decades and millennia and what's above that?
I was 8, so cut me some damn slack. But the videos we're gonna be going over, these look to be
at 8, buddy.
Be made by 12, 13-year-olds, and that's when you're pushing it, okay? Like, come on. Lock the fuck in. So we got our first one here. We got 4 predators. we got 4 Roblox characters.
We got 4 predators.
And they're, you know, moving their hips. I'm assuming this is a thirst trap. In the comments, they fall for that shit face first. Why are they kind of what? Why are you guys cute?
The female species is a species of all time.
Come on, bruh. What phone 4 chargers? What the fuck? Nah, that's actually crazy. No, now I know why there's so many groomers on Roblox, bro. All you gotta do is dress your avatar like this.
It's also that I am starting to understand why they read the romance novels that they read. What the fuck?
Fuck this, man. Hear me out. Why is Cultist kind of... is it just...
I'm throwing the mic. I'm about to throw the mic. Yeah.
I mean, yes! It's just fucking you. Bottom 1 trend of 2025, dude. I hate how it's animated. That pisses me off. Oh, ooh, I'm dripping for you. You flash us 2-time flash us? Nah, we deserve destruction, dog. Yo, we need like an alien race to just come down to Earth and just start cracking us with whips, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, get us back in line. We've lost it. And then we got another post. Why is he kind of just play the game, dude? Play the fucking game.
How old are you? I'm 35.
What is wrong with you people? No wonder they banned this in Russia. No wonder they banned this in Turkey. No wonder they're banning this game all over the world. Like, I see no issue. The more I look at this, the more I see no issue. What is this?
You 35? Yeah.
You know, I try to be nice and not be judgmental. Dude, you're 26 playing Roblox the Hood, talking to minors. Yo, what the fuck are you doing? Me when I see this type of skin, yo, these legitimately might be the ugliest fucking avatars I've ever seen. Wow. This shit looks like ass. Like, you could just tell when somebody stinks judging from their avatar. Like, I bet their room smells like straight armpits and expired pocket pussies. So, that's everything I found off of...
But this is mostly women or girls.
Instagram Reels. Most of the videos were taken from TikTok anyway, so that's where we're about to go. So here we are. I don't really use TikTok, but how I'm planning to find the videos is through the search bar, Roblox Thirst. That is perfect. So the first one is literally a Roblox character shaking ass, and they're doing it pretty well.
What?
As in like the emo.
And they're doing it pretty well. That's a self-report, buddy.
Never mind. But if you're wondering why I'm censoring this, it's literally because they're half naked, and also they're literally caked up. Listen, I'm not risking it. All these avatars. Dude, this motherfucker look like a spiky belt. I'm probably gonna have to mute the audio for this one, so it might be a bit awkward. What? Are we dead ass?
We are dead ass. Our brains are shrinking. We do deserve destruction. Obliteration, even. Just annihilation. With a single snap. When Thanos said half the humans had to go, I disagree. Just all of us.
Son, what are we doing? Yo! If you see this, like your comment. You're my type. Don't be afraid to show your face in the comments. There's no way there's people posting their face and letting a dude with this avatar.
There's people definitely who show their face. There's definitely people who show their face.
Literally has his own Roblox character as his profile picture. Hold on, let's check this. What? Good girl? Now follow me? Under 16s do not interact. You're telling me this guy's at least 16 and he's still doing this bullshit? It was over before he even begun.
Good girl, now follow me. What the fuck? maybe, you know, looking at this, and I'm like, maybe misogyny and misandry aren't so bad.
Bro, I'm gonna be real. What are you doing? Nah, I gotta watch the rest of his TikToks. Forget your boyfriend. Cause
you're literally a child. You're literally 16. You're literally 16. You're 16. Literally 16.
This is actually the worst account I've ever seen. Bottom 3 humans of all time, right next to Hitler. We're not even halfway done with the account.
Diabolical.
All right, next one. This could be us, Daw, but you have a boyfriend. Oh my god, it's referring to the audio. I literally can't let you listen to the audio. It's 2 people having a great time. Follow me and I'll do this to you. Good girl. Oh my god, in the audio, it's the same thing. Yes, I'm possessive. Yes, I get jealous. Yes, I want you to myself. Yes, I hate your guy friends. Yes, I'm down. Holy, this is the final boss of E-daters. The Discord predator. And there's
that is the final boss of I get no IRL pussy. This is the final boss of virginity. This man's beating me in being a virgin. How the fuck did we get here?
People falling for it in the comments, dog. I need you. Text me. Yes, you're my type. Can I have you?
Oh yeah, by the way, if you didn't know, there's a weird loser trend of having purple profiles to signal that you're supporting women. Ah yes, because a purple profile definitely helps SA victims that are women or women that are being abused. Definitely. 100%.
Listening out the Discord. I don't have Discord. Snap! Phone number? Fuck, man, they're desperate. That's it for the account. Thankfully, they've only posted 5 videos. Dude, out of all the accounts across all my videos, this is literally the worst one. I actually found someone else in the comment section. This right here, the original Roblox succubus. Good lord.
Diabolical.
And I'm not even gonna bother to show you her content. Like, it's
105k likes. By the way, I'm gonna say this the way it is. That's a man with a female avatar. I'm just gonna say it. That's a man. You've been jerking off to a man in a female avatar. Did you know that? Like a 40-year-old greasy, overweight, Discord mod looking, Reddit using, swamp ass heaven man.
Literally just her avatar with curves dancing in a freaky ass way. But I'm going down a rabbit hole because right here, following back if you're a sucko too. Let's see her follow. Oh, and it's private. Fuck me. All right, we're gonna chase after another lead.
No.
Roblox thirst. Wait. Oh yeah. I'm fucking stupid. I already searched that up. Roblox hot. Ooh, this is good. Wedgie core. LMAO, shut up. It's just annoying as hell. You're just mad. I'm hot as fuck and all the blockies and slender are simping for my pixel ass. Just smack it already. What could have happened to this person to make them turn out like this, dog? Cannot be yours. Discord out and every... Yo. Me, please, mommy. And...
Will it work? Hi, mommy. Trust me, there has been somebody out there where it has worked.
Public with no shame is crazy. You could have at least made us a DM, bro. In a comment section is just wild. All of this over blocks, dog. Over blocks. Let me drain those wallets and more. You know, just...
Bro. What did you send me, buddy? That's horrible. That's horrendous. What, Core? I got no idea and I don't want to know.
From the comments, I don't doubt that there's at least one person giving a good amount of money to basically a Roblox character. That's what you're paying for. Take my advice. Never date someone off their Roblox avatar. See, look, at some point, it's just natural selection, bro. Why the fuck would you do that? Like, that means you're dating the character. That means you're attracted to the character. A bunch of blocks. Imagine E dating at your grown age. Low-key us. Yeah, she's 33 and I'm...
Hold up. Hold up. I'm not mad. She's 33. He's 29. Unless he's 33 and he's 29. Because that might be a guy. Hold up. That's not too bad. He backed an older lady. Hag maxing, dare I say.
Listen, I don't want to hate. Okay, who am I kidding? Get the fuck off the internet, dog. Or like at the very least, like take it off of Roblox. What are you doing? As long as you have a job, we don't care. Yeah, fuck no. That's the stupid.
That's bait. Women lie. That's bait. Job doesn't save you.
Stupidest comment of all time. And I've seen a lot of stupid ass comments. Just look at my comment section. But now you should care. They're 30. Online dating on Roblox. A game that is 99% minors. If you want an online date, do it on fucking Tinder. Let's jump her. Her e-boy left her alone. Shut that shit up. My girlfriend did a face review after 1 year together. Oh, wait, that's the, oh, that's one of the Calorie sisters. Yeah, I know. Dude, that's crazy.
That is insane. Catfished beyond belief.
Or this might be a joke. I don't know. Yeah, it probably is a joke, but hey, let that be a warning, bro. This shit really happens a lot. She's either gonna be the love of my life or my biggest heartbreak. Dude, it's a Roblox girlfriend.
It's gonna be a man, bitch. That's a man. That's a man in a female avatar. Nothing more to it.
And it's not the end of the fucking world. Matter of fact, I give it 1 month. Wait, this account actually posted this a year ago. We can check for ourselves. Oh my god, video right after. Me at 15 finally bagging my online. That's
never mind.
Fucking it's bro, mine was 8 up.
Diabolical. The problem is you can't prove. See, that's the problem with this, right? She could actually be 8 and lying. Or she could or she could actually be 11 and lying, right? That's why this shit is stupid. The only thing you're getting yourself is an early ticket into prison.
Oh my fucking god, no! See, that's why you don't do this shit, bro. What the fuck?
Horrible. 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 Diabolical. Horrible. That's all I can say. Horrible. Horrible. We need to burn humanity right here, right now, without any consequences. No holding back. Gasoline. Horrible. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was a miserable experience, guys. Anyways, yeah, I'm ending here. I'm I've seen enough. I'm ending here. Have a good day or night. We'll be back tomorrow, as usual. Don't goon or gump, or I will find you. Roblox is cancer. Roblox is terminal cancer at this point. Just gonna end the world. Anyways, today was miserable. Yeah. Hi, dear. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. I'm ending now. So, hi, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Mean? My bad. You should have appeared sooner, buddy. You should have appeared sooner, but yeah, I'm ending here. Have a good day or night, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Take care.